I'm a couple minutes late, but I'm here. Welcome back, brothers and sisters. Welcome in to a space hosted by Afro. Today, we are going to be asking a very important question, a question that in recent times has caused a lot of confusion. So, this space is going to be a kind of like an open-ended space, but we're going to be establishing something. We're going to be reestablishing something, something that has been established prior to people coming in and sowing seeds of confusion. Okay, and that question is going to be, what makes a person black? Now, simply put, I'm just going to put this as simple as possible, and this is why we all should be studying the master teachers, because questions like this would be easily understood if we did. Simply put, black is a racial classification. The people who deem racial classifications are the dominant society, white supremacy. White supremacy is the inventor of racial classifications. They invented the concept of the white race. They invented the concept of the black race. They invented the concept of the Asian race and the Native American race, and so on and so forth. But prior to that, we had national classifications, your nationality, whether you were born in this land or that land, your ethnic classifications, other classifications, but the racial classification was the invention of white supremacy for the purpose of putting their race on a pedestal and putting their race in a superior position. So it is really up to them who deems who it is really up to them who classifies as what under these racial categories. Because unfortunately, as we speak today, white supremacy, the system of white supremacy, runs the world. That's how we know it today. Now, we are working collectively to change that as a fact, but that is the situation currently today. Hold on for 1 second, family. I'm going to just change something in my settings really fast, something I forgot to do prior to that. Let me see something. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. So that's what makes a person black, right? So if we know, I don't know why it's not letting me back in. If we go back in history, what made a person, to answer the question best, we should ask what makes a person black, what makes a person white. And the thing that makes a person white, let me see, hold on. Let me see something. My Twitter's kind of a little bit. Hold on. Twitter was tripping, it froze, and then it kicked me off. But I'm back now. I'm not sure what that was. I saw that somebody requested. I couldn't see who that was. I will take request in a minute. Not really sure what that was about. But we're back now. So the purpose of these racial classifications was for the purpose of deeming the superior classification, the superior race of people. And like I was saying before, Twitter rudely interrupted me. White people, the dominant society, they are the ones who determines who gets to be in what classification and who doesn't get to be in a specific classification. Okay, so if everybody can share the space too, I would appreciate that. That's something I forgot to ask our family to do here. If we could all share the space so we can get as many people in here as possible, I would greatly appreciate that. Back in the day, in the 1800s, before the Homestead Act, and before white people needed more white people over here, Italians were not considered white. They were not under the racial classification as white. Um, Irish were not considered white. Greeks were not considered white. The Polish were not considered white. All of these other people who today would be classified as white. These people today will be classified as white, and they would receive the same benefits, rights, and privileges of white privilege. They would receive just as much white privilege as a British white man or an English white man or an American white man, because they are under the classification as white. The dominant society moves people, they pick and choose people to be under certain racial classifications depending on what they need them to be. Not too long ago, um, Hispanics, the Mexicans, had their own classification. They were not considered white. Now, in today, you see many Mexicans, many Hispanics. Nino, you keep requesting. I'm not sure if it's kicking you off or anything like that, because I'm not doing that. I'd be letting you up. I'm not sure what's going on. But Twitter did kick me off, so Twitter's kind of tripping. The Hispanic classification, they needed more white people in the classification, so they allowed a door to be open for these white passing Hispanics to be under the white classification. That's why many white that's why many Hispanics have white under their classification. So it is the dominant society who determines who are under these classifications. And I'm saying that to say, within the last few months or so, we have certain individuals come up here and act as if racial classification is something that you gave yourself. That is not necessarily the truth. Your racial classification is not something that you give yourself, it's something that is being given to you. It's not necessarily something that you can change for yourself. You are black whether you like it or not. I made this space because I'm seeing certain other spaces where people are saying, if you don't identify as black, or if majority of the people of your homeland don't identify as black or want to be identified as something besides black, that makes you not black. And we have to understand, under a system of white supremacy, we're all one big Negro. As long as the system of white supremacy classifies you under a black classification, you are black. A few years ago, there was a debate I saw. I don't know if you guys saw it. It kind of went a little viral over, are mixed people considered black? If you have a non-black parent and a black parent, are you considered black? And we have to think, what does what does white supremacy consider this person? If a person, let's say, mixed with half white and half black, is that person white? No, the person is not white. So that would by default make that person black. So you all know, there is no such thing as a quote unquote mixed classification. There is no such thing as a mixed race. You are either one race or you are another race. If we're going to be completely honest with you, all of the other classifications besides white and black, they're really buffer classifications. There's the black race and then there's the white race. These are the classifications. Everything else in between, they're really buffer classifications, so to speak. So if you are not a white person, by default, you are considered a non-white person. And then there's like a some wiggle room of non-white people and black people, but that's really what it is. Those are the two classifications that they really care about. Anything else and everything else doesn't really matter to them, because they allow these other classifications to change their classification, with the exception of black people. So by that definition and by history, mixed people, if you are mixed with a black parent and a white parent, you are considered black. You can look at whatever her name is. I'm not that great with name. Queen Elizabeth something. She's married to the prince, just had a baby, whatever her name is, I forgot. She's being treated like a Negro. And she is a very white passing woman. I know she got some work done on her face. I think she got some work done on her nose to make it look more Eurocentric. But she's a white passing woman. If you didn't know that she had black in her DNA, you wouldn't be able to guess that. Not black necessarily. But yet she's treated like a Negro. She's married to a whole white man and has a baby that's at least 3/4 white.
and yet they're disowning the baby and the mother, because under them, and these are the, I think, what, the English queens and kings and that dynasty, they're looking at it as, okay, whether she is mixed or not, she is not white. So she, by default, is a non-white person, which is a black person. So by default, she is a black person. It doesn't matter if she has white in her DNA. To be totally honest, most of us have, to some degree, white in our DNA. We are not considered white. We are not under the classification of white, which is why I really don't like to get into DNA debates about, well, oh, you have to be this percentage of African and you have to be this percentage of Aboriginal in this DNA percentage, because first off, most of the cases, the science is inaccurate on most of those. You can do a DNA test on a damn dog and you can find Aboriginal DNA and African DNA in animals. So the science is very loose and is not a very strong science in that regard anyway. However, it doesn't, the DNA to them doesn't matter. Do you know how many white people have black DNA, but they are still considered white? They're still under the classification of white. So all of these things add up. I'm saying this to try to clear some confusion up, because everything was rolling smooth, everything was smooth, and I'm going to say names. Everything was going smooth for like the last few years or so. I didn't see all of this confusion until Secure the Tribe popped up. And I'm just going to have to say names. I know some of you guys are still affiliated with them. This isn't, I'm not necessarily making this space about them, but I do have to call a spade and point to the originators of this issue, because until Secure the Tribe popped up, I didn't see anybody on my timeline questioning what makes a person black. That didn't pop up. I didn't see, okay, well, you need a DNA test to be considered black. I didn't see, well, you have to be this percentage, or your family has to go back to this land, your family has to be tied to this. All of this confusion Secure the Tribe has done. And I'm not necessarily saying every single member or every single individual who has ever used that hashtag is a part of the issue, but I'm pointing to the original source of where I see the issue going to. The reason why I feel like it's important for us to make these spaces is because right now, when we have mass shootings, it seems like every other day, if not every day, where we have inflation almost at record breaking numbers, where we have uh, experts saying that we might go into another recession. We have black owned businesses struggling to stay alive. We have black homelessness rising. We have all of these black issues. We need to be very focused. We don't have any room for confusion whatsoever. We have 1,000,010 problems that we have to deal with, and we don't need to be confused over what the issue is. We don't need to be confused over, okay, I want to talk about delineation all day, every day, because that's the only thing that my brain can entertain. That's the only thing that I can hold a conversation with the longest. We need to be linking up with a person who is black. And when I say black, I mean the dominant society identifies them as black. Okay, that means under the system of white supremacy, they are categorized as a black person. We need to be linking up with all of them. They need to realize that we are at a race war against white supremacy, and that they are trying to do their best to fight white supremacy. So everybody who is on code, in the words of Neely Fuller, on code, not in the words of Secure the Tribe, on code, but on code to fighting against white supremacy and advancing the black race for black empowerment. That's what we need to be recognizing. So I don't need anybody to be confused. Everybody needs to clear the air out of what they heard and what they thought and what other people have implied to them. Shout out to everybody in the room so far. Um, if anybody wants to request to speak, you guys can do that. I'm not sure um why it keeps kicking people off. I'm not sure why it keeps kicking people off, but if you want to request to speak, let me know. Hold on. Okay, a lot of people want to request to speak. It's tripping. Trust me, it's tripping because it kicked me off, and I'm the host of the. Where's everybody who just requested to speak? Okay. Is it letting you guys? Hold on, let me say something. Why is it going down to listener? Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna just that doesn't make any sense. Let me see if I just invite people to speak. I'm just inviting people to speak now at the who requested to speak. Everybody who requested to speak, I just sent you an invite and see if maybe that works. If not, I might just have to close the space and remake the space. Let me see. Because I do want to hear people's thoughts on this. Okay, we have two speaker. Hold on. Why did it just kick them out? It's like, okay, okay. Well, you know what? Because I do. I've never had this problem before. I've literally never had this problem before. So what I'm gonna do is, you guys just give me like 10 minutes. Don't no, not 10 minutes. Why did I say 10 minutes? Give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna close this space down. I'm gonna make an identical space in like 2 minutes. So just I'm gonna close this down, refresh the page, and then come back up. And I'm assuming that's gonna fix the issue. I'm not sure. So if you want to speak, if you have anything you want to add to the conversation or a question or a comment, hold your thought. Wait for 2 minutes. I'm gonna make another space. I'm gonna close this down right now, and then you can come back and we'll see if it works then. This works better. Be Let me put a part two there because I want people to. Another, we're gonna be. Let me put a part two there because I want people to know this is the second one. Hopefully this works better. Hopefully this one works a lot better. Hold on. Put a part two. Let's see. Okay. If everybody can, let me share this space one more time. Let me share this space one more time. I'm not sure what that was. Okay, but I'm back. So hold on. Lamar, did you just drop down? What is going on?
Nah, nah. But it literally kicked me out like on the last space every time I was joining to like talk. It literally kicked me out like every time, and I thought that was you for a sec.
Oh, well, I don't know what was going on. I saw Nino kept doing that. I thought he was dropping out and coming back in. And then everybody else started to drop out and come back in. I don't know what the problem was. So if
Yeah, I literally
everybody
saw
can
Nino. Like,
do me a favor and share the space so we can get the people back up in here. I'm not sure what the issue is. But we're here now. We're gonna make it happen regardless. One way or another, we're gonna make it happen. So we're here. What did you want to add? What would you like to add?
honestly, because me personally, I have a black dad, white mom. So like, but I've never had this identity crisis. Like it's been since day one. Like this isn't even like literally Twitter. And honestly, if I'm keeping it a bug, I didn't even really see Secure the Tribe all that much. I more see like Africans kind of like say like, oh, you guys aren't black. And I'm like, what? Like that's never been the case in America. Like get out with that.
Yeah. Okay. And something when it comes to, and I definitely wanted to talk on this as well too. When it comes to the Africans who like to, or when it comes to everybody, not just the Africans necessarily, but I'm gonna speak on them specifically right now. When it comes to them, and they feel like black. First off, black is a classification, and anyone who white supremacy deems in this classification is in that classification. So they're black whether they like it or not. The issue is not the fact that they're not black. The issue is the fact that they have not accepted their blackness, which means they have not accepted their position in white supremacy. They have not accepted the fact that we are at war with white supremacy. Any person who not identifies as black, any person who classifies as black and puts any other hyphen before or equal to their blackness does not understand the gravity of white supremacy. Anybody who puts their ethnicity, which means if you're African, if you're Caribbean, and you put your I'm Nigerian before I'm black, I'm Jamaican, I'm Haitian, I'm Ethiopian, I'm all of these things before I'm black, my ethnicity matters to me before I'm black, you're not understand. That means you don't understand white supremacy. Anybody who puts their sexuality, your homosexual, bisexual, anything sexual. I saw something on Instagram not long ago. I guess there's like object sexual now. There's a thing where you have a sexuality for inanimate objects. I swear to God, I'm not playing. I'm not playing. That's a thing now. There's object sexual. You can look that up. So if whatever sexuality that you have, if you put that, and I'm not trying to diss them, I don't want them to come. This is Pride Month. I don't want them to come down on me, block the damn space again. But I'm trying to say, if you put that your sexuality before your blackness, that means that you're not fighting white supremacy, because white supremacy needs to be the number one focus. Eliminating white supremacy, let me restate, eliminating white supremacy needs to be the number one priority of all black people. And if you put anything equal to or above your blackness, which is juxtaposition to white supremacy, that means that you don't understand that white supremacy, the fight against your race, which is your racial classification, is the biggest issue, is the primary objective. So that goes for sexuality, that goes for religion as well. And this isn't to say that you can't have your religious beliefs, your spiritual beliefs, or anything like that. I'm not trying to undermine that. I'm not trying to compromise on that. I'm just trying to say, if you get on television like Roland Martin and say I'm a Christian, when you're asked if you're a black man, I'm not a black man, I'm a Christian, that's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer. He didn't ask if you were a Christian, if you were a follower in Christ. He asked if you were a black man and you said you were a Christian. That's the wrong answer. That's you putting your Christianity before your blackness, which you should not be doing. Um, this goes for all classifications. If you put your political identity before your blackness, if you put you being a Democrat before you being black, you being a Republican or conservative or leftist, rightist, if you put all of those things before you being black, that's an issue. All of these other hyphen categories, these are um what not lateral. These are lateral categories. We're focused on the horizontal category, which is race. That is the issue. The horizontal problem, that is the racial problem. Okay, as in the words of Dr. not John Henry Clark, I apologize, Dr. Claude Anderson. Okay, race is a horizontal issue. Everything else is the vertical issue. If you put your sex, if you put your gender, I'm a woman, I'm a black woman first, I'm a black man first, and I'm standing up for all the men's rights and the red pill and the woman, I'm standing up for feminism and abortion and all of that stuff before my blackness. That is a horizontal issue, and you need to be focused on the vertical issue. But we got a few hands up. Shout out to everybody in the room. I appreciate you guys coming back. Not sure what was going on in the first one. It's still not letting me co-host people, but we're doing what we can. Black Pragmatist, I think you had your hand up first, and then Nino, Lamar, Brian, and JL.
Hey, what's going on, Afro? B1. Um, the whole like thing with like I guess the biracial, classification. Jason had brilliantly stated that, you know, a person who's biracial, who's black, mixed with white, they can go to the white community and they will not honor their whiteness, but they can go to the black community and their blackness would be honored more so than the white community, the whiteness in them. Um, Another thing I wanted to bring up is in regards to like the confusion with missing race, ethnicity, and whatnot. I heard people say that black is not a race, it's an ethnicity, or only black people from America be black, and no other black immigrants and stuff like that. Like I heard like the most ridiculous, craziest things coming from certain groups of people. One being, there's one woman just saying like she was in a discussion. She was just saying some stupid shit like, are we talking about black people in America or black people who are melanated? And I'm just like what the hell? But yeah, that's all I had to say.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Um, I will say this one thing when it comes to mixed people, and this is about their behavior. And this is something that I myself have personally experienced, that I have an issue when it comes to people who are mixed. I have an issue when it comes to people who, anytime I hear a mixed person say, well, I'm black and I'm white, I don't want to abandon either side of my family. That's a problem. I hear that, I feel a problem. I'm like, okay, this is a person who doesn't want to fully identify as black. They don't want to fully identify as black. That's an issue. That's a person who thinks that their half bloodedness, their half breedness, makes them different, or puts them on a different category, a different plane to other black people. And that's a problem. You're just black. You're not there is no mixed. I need people to understand that. You are not mixed. In a system of white supremacy, you are either a white person or a non-white person. If you are not a white person, you are a non-white person. That doesn't necessarily make you a black person, but you're a non-white person until they classify you otherwise. They do not classify half Negroes as white people under any circumstances at all. You could be the most white passing person, just like not Queen Elizabeth. I don't keep track of the English people, in that dynasty, but just like old girl who's mixed with black. Um, and I don't even think she's half black. I think she's only like what, a quarter black or something like that. And they don't accept her. She's ostracized in the royal family because of her black DNA. Despite the fact that if you ask any random person who didn't know her status, they would deem her as a fully white person, or at least a non-black person. But yet her and her child, who is at least three-fourths black, are ostracized because of their black DNA. So it's not up to what you think and what you qualify as. So I need mixed people who have some non-black DNA to understand that, to get that through their heads. Uh, next we had next after that was Nino.
Salute, Afro. Just let you know, Twitter is hating on you hard, brother. They digitizing you. Every time I try to request to speak, they're kicking me out. They logged me out. I had to log back in and everything else. So just putting that out there. Some people are having difficulty hearing as well. If y'all can hear Afro speak, drop a heart in the chat really quickly, just so we can confirm that we're not all saying this for nods. I don't see many hearts, so I don't know if y'all can hear or not. But anyway,
Yeah.
this is being recorded. So anyway, y'all just had to catch a playback. All right. So on the topic of what makes a person black, I just wanted to correct something that you said, brother, because you was right on with everything you said. I just wanted to correct something. It's very minute, but I know how the haters like to come in and play semantics. Nearly Fuller, when he talked about the vertical issues and the horizontal issues, you just had them reversed. Sexuality, religion, gender, and all that. Those are horizontal issues, which mean side to side, and race would be
Oh,
the
okay.
vertical issue up and
Okay, I get
down.
that twisted. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but other than that, though, you was right on point, brother.
Okay.
And also, and
Appreciate
also
that.
in and also in regards to people going around saying that dumbass shit. Yeah, I'm sorry, I ain't got no filter today, y'all. That dumbass shit talking about black people, FBAs were the only black people in the world or whatever, whatever. You hit the nail on the head. Listen, call yourself what you want, but the hierarchy doesn't change in the system of white supremacy. We may be called black over here, it may be called Negro somewhere else, or Negro, in a Spanish colonized nation. They may have a different name for it even in Africa. So when people say, oh, Africans, they don't identify as black, but I guarantee you that's the hierarchy of the racial hierarchy in the nation still remains the same, regardless of what they identify themselves as. At the end of the day, race is nothing but a social construct, but it is the construct in which we are all forced to live within. You know, so for instance, you know, like you said with biracial people, for instance, there are some biracial people that are white passing. And guess what? And as long as white people don't know, guess what they're classified as? They're classified as whites. because as long as they're white passing and white people don't know about that Negro DNA, and they can have the same amount of white DNA and black DNA as someone who is not white passing. Let's say, for instance, are y'all familiar with Prison Break, the show Prison Break? The brother who played Michael Schofield, the younger brother on Prison Break, the bald headed dude, he's mixed in real life. His father is black, and I ain't talking about questionably black. If you look at his father, it's clear as day as a black man. But when you look at him, and that's why he keeps his head shaved. If you look at him, he looks like a straight white boy. You know, he also played in Legends of Tomorrow, one of them little CWDC shows. Another example would be that white boy from that show Atlanta on the Kevin Samuels episode. I haven't seen the episode, but I have seen the screenshots and of it and some clips. Yeah, kind of find out he's biracial in real life. But I guarantee you, white people classify him as white until he makes that known otherwise. But then look on the other hand, when you look at some other biracial people who are clearly, are clearly melanated. You can look at someone like, let's say, I don't know, I don't really keep up with too many
J.
biracial
Cole.
folks like that. J. Cole, for instance. I was gonna say J. Cole or Drake, for instance. They're
Hell,
not gonna walk,
Obama.
or Obama. They're not gonna walk in a white room full of white folks and white folks are gonna call them white or Caucasian or even acknowledge them as half white. Because there's no such thing as half white in the system of white supremacy. That's just something that biracial people tell themselves to make themselves feel better. I've called them the tragic mulattoes of the world. And you kind of covered it a little bit, and I'm gonna wrap it up really quickly. I know some hands raised. Some people, some biracial people will be like, "Oh, I'm half black and I'm half white, or whatever." But you all non-white in the system of white supremacy, so that half white side really don't matter. I don't even know why you claiming it. So, but anyway, I got a lot of thoughts on this topic. I just kind of wanted to touch a few points. So I'll go ahead and mute myself and allow others to speak.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm not sure why I'm having technical issues. If you guys are coming for the first time, you guys should know I had another space just like this. That's why this is part two. And I invited people up to speak, and they came up, and then the space would kick them off several times over and over and over. So I had to make a brand new space. So I'm not sure why we having technical issues, but we're doing the best that we can do. After Nina, we'll go Lamar, Brian, JL, and Rich.
Hey Afro, I'll make this real quick. But so the other day at my work, this so she's black, but she's also queer, and so she got into a little talking with some white supremacist Karen, straight up, and she recorded the whole thing. I low key posted it if anyone wants to see. But I had to explain to her the other day, I was like, that Karen didn't go off on you because you're queer. She went off on you because you're black, because she thinks that she's above you. I low key had to break it down to her. Luckily, she's a pretty on code sister, so she kind of got it, but that's just my 2 cents, and I'll pass the mic.
Well, thank you for that. Now, we this is quote unquote Pride Month, right? So we're going to be seeing a lot of the alternative people come out with their pride and all that. Okay, and whatever you do behind closed doors is your business. I'm not in any position to judge anybody, but I need you to understand, if you're a black queer person, that you are a black person in the system of white supremacy. They do not care about your sexuality. Your sexuality is a non-factor unless they can use that against the rest of black society. Unless they can weaponize that against black society, your sexuality does not matter to them at all. I have never seen a Karen video where the Karen is going off because the person was gay. You've never seen a video where a Karen is blocking the door to somebody's apartment complex because the person was bisexual. You've never seen that, and you won't see that because they don't care about that. You've never seen, and you never will see, the police pull somebody over, pull them outside of their car, harm them, shoot them, give them a false ticket or anything like that because of the person's sexual identity, whether the person is straight, gay, whatever. You've never seen that, and you never will see that. So I need the queer black people to get that through their heads. And not saying that all queer black people don't understand that. I'm just saying for the ones who don't. Brian, you can go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say good afternoon, everybody, and I appreciate the space you have in there, brother Afro Elite. And I just want to say real quick. First of all, is my mic clear?
I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make it real quick. First of all, I just want to address the topic. And what makes a person black? It's a mentality. You know, it's either you're for the community or not. There's nothing else that can compromise for that. You have to understand you can't deny that there's white supremacy. You can't play any games with that. When it comes to, for example, I'll speak on my personal example, as far as when it comes to the black church, because I am a Christian, but I do understand why the youth today do not trust people in the black church and justifiable. I don't know if anybody remembers when Marquise McLaughlin was shot by that race soldier. I think he was Michael Dredge, but I brought it to the elders and I talked about it. I wanted to see what their mindset was on that. And they basically, when I brought it to their attention, they kind of admonished me, like I was being a rabble rouser. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, this is something we need to talk about in the church because because this is something the youth have a problem. This is the reason why they don't trust, so-called black folks in the church because it's all that turn the cheek talk. No, yeah. Now we can have love, but we have to have some common sense here. Now we see people that are killing each other. Now are we gonna stand up for people and talk about this, or we just gonna sit there and brush it under the rug? And they basically pushed me to the side, like, okay, we don't want to hear anything you got to say. And ever since then, I just kind of backed away from that because I see why the youth today does not trust people because you're exactly right because I didn't want to believe that myself, but yeah, the church is definitely off code in when it comes to that. But I'm gonna land my plane with black first is nothing should be compromised. Not like you said, LGBT. Not I'm a Christian first or anything else. It's either you understand there's white supremacy and you're out there to fight and be on code for the community, or you just off code and that's all to it. And I land my plane with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Super J, can you raise your hand?
Yes, sir. I'm in here.
Can you raise your hand? Do you know how to raise your hand?
That should be it right there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay. So now we can get you. I'm gonna make my comment real quick about when it comes to the church. I recently had this on my YouTube channel, which if you guys are not subscribed, you guys should definitely check that out. I'm probably gonna put that in the jumbotron when I get a chance. But when it comes to the Christian religion, I've never spoken negatively about the Christian religion. I don't speak negatively about any faith at all whatsoever. I speak negatively about people who utilize their faith as an excuse to acquiesce to white supremacy. That's what I have a problem with. Dr. King was a Christian, and Dr. King was doing things against white supremacy. Dr. King was fighting day and night against white supremacy, and he was using his Christian faith as the foundation to why he should fight against white supremacy. Because in the Christian faith, it teaches you to be against evil, just like in any Abrahamic religious or a religion, Judaism, Islam, Christianity. In any faith, it teaches you to be against evil. So I don't necessarily have a criticism for any faith. I do have a criticism for the current people who nitpick parts of their faith to acquiesce to white supremacy. When I see Christians talking about, oh, we shouldn't do anything, we should turn the other cheek, that is you nitpicking parts of your faith to be a coward and to acquiesce to white supremacy. So I do have a big issue with that. And that's why a lot of the younger generations have turned against the church, because most of the church, and I'm going to say this might offend some people, but most of the church are filled with old coons. That's just what it is. And the younger people don't rock with that. The younger people don't support that. But with that being said, JL, you can speak now, sister.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so when it comes to mixed people, I guess my only problem is the ones that I've associated with. It always seems like reparations or anything, that has to do with Black American issues of any kind is just divisive to them. But for some reason, we'll know that they're 12% Italian and all the Italian culture, you know what I mean? It just doesn't add up for me, just like a lot of other groups. And that's the reason that I'm very pro Black American, because people hate it. And I just am getting to the point where I love it. And I love to advocate for us at any time because it definitely exposes a lot. I think that when it comes to Black, there is a reason that I call myself Black American. I think socially, we are the only culture that calls ourselves Black. So I think that's the argument sometimes when people are saying that other cultures don't call themselves Black. It's true culturally, but I think this is where looking into the Black codes and looking into why they called us Black would actually be where we could come together, because a lot of times you'll hear people arguing and they're both right. It's like on a social level, we understand we are Black Americans and we understand that we are a group. But I think that when people say American Indian, and let me just give an example, even when I associated with ADOS, I was one of the rare people that believed a lot of us were indigenous, right? And nobody really, acted like it was that big of a deal. But when you say American Indian, not to be cliche, but I do think semantics is what separates a lot of us, because we're saying the same thing. Black is American Indian. It's just a classification. That's why I'm heavy on classification. I think everyone should look into that, because the more you look into that, you'll realize we're all saying the same thing. And the distance between all of us is the understanding, which is so crazy, because again, I will see two people arguing and not even realize that their understanding of the same subject is just different. So it is worth looking into, now that we understand every time something happens to us, okay, the cops are doing this, let's look into legally why. I think at this point that's a great argument to make, even when it comes to immigrants. Because yeah, even though they don't call themselves Black, just look at how Black immigrants are treated here versus white immigrants. That shows you that there is a class system with white and black, quote unquote, the social status and the race. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I think at the end of the day, a lot of us need to look into how we can provide understanding with each other, instead of just always thinking that we're so different. I just think the understanding is different amongst a lot of different people, which causes confusion.
Okay, well, this is one of the reasons why I made this space, because Black, like you were saying, Black is a class. It's a group classification. Now, whether you whether you choose to use the word Black, whether you choose to use the word melanated, whether you choose to use the term FBA, ADOS, freedmen, Native Black, Black American, African American, those terms, with a few exception, because some of those terms can create a wiggle room of inclusiveness. But I don't necessarily harp too much on the terms that people use. I harp on the intentions behind the terms that people use. That's a bigger deal to me, because that's what really matters. As long as you know that we are all in one big group together, as long as you know that we are all in one class together under the system of white supremacy, then that is the big point. So I don't necessarily say, well, you said Freeman and I say FBA. So are you talking about Freeman or FBA? Are you talking about FBA or ADOS? Are you talking about ADOS or Black American? I'm not going to harp on the terms that people use to self-identify themselves, because at the end of the day, as long as you recognize that I might use this term, another person might use another term, we're all in the same category. We're all in the same classification. If somebody says thank God versus thank the Lord, they really mean they're thinking the um, same being, same entity. That's really and I'm saying that to say it's really the same thing. So I don't want us to be tripped up or confused by semantics, which is something that I'm seeing a lot of people are starting to get confused by. So I'm glad that you brought that up. As far as mixed people, I gotta say, from my personal experience, I am very, very wary of mixed people, because majority of the mixed people I know, they have a tendency to want to lean towards their non-white side, whether that's Hispanic, whether that's white. Well, those are the only two I know, is Black and Hispanic, and Black and white, and Hispanic is
Blasian.
white technically. So I have a tendency to kind of create a safe space between them, because in most of the cases, most of those people like to lean to their non-black side. When it comes to mixed people in general, they have a tendency to lean to their non-white side. Not all, I'm not saying all of them do, but I'm saying a lot, especially the ones who are non-white passing, who are white passing, I mean, or who can pass for the non-black ethnicity. They have a bad tendency to lean to the non-black side and to overcompensate for their blackness. That's an issue I have, is because a lot of these mixed people, they become super coons because they want to overcompensate for the fact that they have black DNA. I said this in one of my spaces. There's some half white, half Nigerian conservative girl. And she's like Candace Owens 2.0, the light skinned version of Candace Owens, and she's super cooning it because she's trying to overcompensate for her black DNA. And we have a bad problem with that when it comes to mixed people. So I have a tendency, not saying I judge them all or I paint them all with a broad brush, but I do understand patterns. So when I hear a black person for no reason just state that they're mixed, I'm like, okay, well that's a red flag to me, because if you're a black person, you don't even need to identify as a mixed person, unless you're saying that you're mixed to give a perspective of the fact that you recognize that you're black first. I don't see why you even needed to say you were mixed in the first place. So a lot of times mixed people give me red flags. But I know we still got hands up, so brother Rich, you can go ahead.
I'm gonna make these 2 points, and I gotta leave. I got something to do. But first point I want to make is, and this is to black women, you cannot be a feminist and pro-black at the same time. It's impossible because you're gonna end up picking one over the other. For example, if you're in a situation where it involves a black man and a black woman, you're gonna go with the being a pro feminist before you go with being black first. You can't be a feminist and pro black. And there is no such thing because if, and I told my little cousin this actually because she's 22 and she was talking like a feminist. And I told her, if you're really for black people, then you don't pick a side. What's right is right. So if a black man does something and it's not right, you'll call him out for it. If a black woman does something wrong, you'll call them out for it. But when you become pro feminist, pro women, then it doesn't matter who does something right or wrong. You're always gonna be on the woman's side. So there's no such thing as being a feminist and pro black. You cannot be both. Because when it boils down to everything, you're gonna pick one. And usually women always pick being a feminist over being pro black. So you're either black first or you're women first. Second point I want to make is, and I'm gonna make this quick. Savannah James, LeBron James' wife. I'm gonna say this. Please leave that woman alone because I see a lot of people parading her picture around, complimenting her about how good she looks and how she's low key and she does everything she needs to do. Here's the problem. For the last 20 years, Savannah James been married to LeBron James, and she hasn't been in any controversies. Her name hasn't been in the dirt. Nobody has ever said she done anything wrong. And we know black women like to hang together and, just hang together and just do everything that's against them. So as soon as you start seeing them start parading Savannah James around, I'm praying and hoping her head don't get big and she starts hanging with single black women. I'm sorry to say it. And when she does that, that's when the anti-black male rhetoric comes around. That's when the LGBT rhetoric comes around. So I just want everybody to know, please leave Savannah James alone. She's been low key for the last 20 years. We don't need her to come up with any feminist talking points. She's good just the way she is, ladies. Leave her alone. If you single, go find you a LeBron James and leave her ass alone. Please and thank you. Be one.
P1 brother. Let me see. Super J. Um, FBA Antonio, Nino, and then Vovo.
Peace to the room, man. Thank you so much to Afro Elite. Sister JL, thank you so much for your commentary. And Brother Rich, as always, man. Every time I hear you in spaces, man, you always drop in some good jewels. Something I wanted to point out was that Neely Fuller said that all victims are equal. So, this narrative that black women are at the lowest rung. No, all victims of white supremacy are equal. We're on the same rung. So there's no this person is getting treated worse than the other. We're all victims of the same system. So I just wanted to point that piece out. And the other thing that I wanted to put people on game of is, we talk about the people being mixed and they're being white and then them being black. But something that we're missing out on is people that are coming from the Caribbean and other parts of the diaspora, and they are mixing in with FBAs, and they're not anchoring themselves in FBA culture. They're anchoring themselves in their Caribbean, their Trinidadian culture, their Jamaican culture, their African culture, and then they have utter disdain for us, but they're blending in and they're learning what we're doing. So I just wanted to put that game out on for everybody. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm going to land the plane right there.
Yeah, thank you. Just before we go, because I know we got some hams, I'm gonna be real quick. Before we go, as far as what he was talking about them coming over here and they're blending in with our culture and them imitating us. I want you guys to notice that foundational Black Americans, because a lot of people say Black people are the culture, we got to be more specific. It's really foundational Black Americans who are the culture. Let's just keep it real. Of all Black people, foundational Black Americans, we're the most influential people than over Black people. You have non-foundational Black Americans who come over here, they speak like foundational Black Americans, they act like us, they talk like us, they listen to our music, they celebrate our holidays. Memorial Day is a Black holiday, so you guys know it was started by foundational Black Americans, so that really is our holiday. We haven't claimed it yet, but it is really ours. It should belong to us. But they celebrate our holidays and they participate in our culture, and yet they do it in a disrespectful way. They're very disrespectful. Not all. I'm not speaking in absolutes, but too many of them too often have been disrespectful, as if um they deserve it for some reason. We've spoiled them too much, and I have a very bad issue. I have a very big issue with that. I'm not going to speak too much on that just yet, but FBA Antonio, you can go ahead.
Black First Family.
Are you speak? Is he speaking? I can't hear him.
And
I can hear the.
No, we can't hear him.
Can you try again? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me, bro? Hold on. Can you hear me? I don't know if you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. As a group, as a culture, when they get over here, I think for the most part, because we've had a more intimate relationship, hands-on, one-on-one as foundational Black Americans.
Your mic cut out again.
That looks
Antonio,
like it being a
you might have to leave and come back, bro,
other
because you keep
other.
cutting out for.
Am I cutting out again?
Yeah, you keep
Yeah.
going out for extended periods of time, bro.
Damn. You know what? I'm gonna drop out
Yeah.
and come back in. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Well, until you do, we'll do Nino, and then we'll do Rich. I mean, Vovo.
All right.
Go
Really,
ahead.
really quickly before I want to get to this point, I want to ask your permission to share something to Jumbotron. I don't like hijacking people's Jumbotrons,
Yeah.
so I
Go.
just want.
Yeah.
All right,
For
so
sure.
really,
Go ahead. So the video in the jumbotron. That's the video Lamar was talking about the black woman who was harassed by a Karen.
all right.
So that
So
was that.
I'm sorry. Just to give context about what I shared, I got 2 points I want to make, and again, I'm gonna be very brief. I wanted to kind of touch on what JL was saying about people classifying themselves as natives and everything else. Well, there was people don't know. I mean, people know, but a lot of people don't know at the same time. A lot of natives that was already here were reclassified as Negro. You get what I'm saying? So with that being said, we need to get into my next topic, which is the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. that be whooping people's asses, and which is causing a lot of the confusion. Some of it intentional that's going on today. Just race is, of course, there's only what five races on the U.S. census, which would be Caucasian, Asian, Black. I'm trying to
Native
miss some
American.
Native American. Yeah, those would be considered like the different races. So with that being said, ethnicity would be the subgroup of each race. The ethnicity would be, let's say we talk about Caucasian. Somebody can be Irish and somebody can be English. Somebody can be, from Norway or the Netherlands. They're all still racially white, but ethnically they are different. And there's different ethnic groups within that. Or let's say with black, you can have somebody that is Nigerian, which would be their nationality, but even within their nationality, they have different subgroups, which would be the ethnicities, like Igbo. I don't even want to misspeak on the other Nigerian tribes, but y'all know there's different tribes within Nigeria. So that's the thing that's been causing a lot of confusion. People don't understand the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. Racially, we're all black, whether we're from America, whether we're from different parts of Africa, and I'm talking about the black people from Africa. Even if we're talking about black people in Europe, we're all racially black, and we all have different nationalities. I'm an American. Somebody might be, from Nigeria. Their nationality is Nigerian. So I think the issue is we have been using black as an ethnicity and a race, which has created some wiggle room for some people to try to, pick and choose when they want to call themselves black, despite them being darker than me. For instance, I have seen many a times, and I have even called some people out about this on my timeline within the last day or two, where somebody would refer to, there would be somebody, let's say, of Haitian descent or Jamaican descent. Whenever it's something negative, oh, yeah, black people need to do better, or black men need to do this, or black people need to do that. When in reality, they're talking specifically about people in their ethnic group. But then let it be something good, they make that distinction, Jamaicans, we the best at this, or Haitians, we have the best food, or whatever. So the problem is we have for a very long time have used black not only as our racial classification but as our ethnicity as well, which is why I'm so glad people are now making that distinction between being a foundational black American slash freedman versus just being black. Now what the problem is, now we got some people trying to run around and say, oh, if you're black, only foundational black Americans can be black. Well, if that's the case, then why are we calling ourselves foundational black Americans? You know what I'm saying? Which is a whole nother discussion within itself. But the problem with that is, okay, so what are we racially with all these other people then? What is our connection to them? You can't sit here and say we have no connection, because again, there's a hierarchy within white supremacy. So when we, despite us being from two different parts of the world, on the hierarchy of white supremacy, we're on the same level. So what is our connection to them if they're not black? So I think people need to start learning the difference between what is race, ethnicity, and nationality. Again, and then I'll make this part really brief and get to the hands again. So I actually had a discussion with a young lady about a month or two back in this Twitter space. She was talking about how she's not black, she's native. This sister darker than me, hair kinkier than mine. Talking about she's not black and she's native, and I'm not arguing her native ancestry. That's what I'm not even questioning that. But what I was trying to get her to understand is, baby girl, regardless if your people came off the boat or regardless if your people was already on this land, if your people was enslaved, you are classified as black. And I just don't feel like she understood that point, or at least she pretended not to, because you
Nino,
understand.
could I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, are you saying that all black people all around the world should classify themselves as black, and foundational black Americans should classify themselves as foundational black Americans, and Jamaicans should classify themselves Jamaicans? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because again, black being the big umbrella. That's the big umbrella which we're all labeled under, whether we want to be or not. That's what people need to understand. Until we're out of this system of white supremacy, we don't have the power to racially identify ourselves. That's just a
So
fact of the matter.
second question, right? Real quick.
Mhm.
So now when we start doing that, which is good, I believe that's good. I agree with that. Now when we start doing that, let's say in 10 years, every black person around the world gets it that, okay, foundational black Americans, that's what they are. Jamaicans, that's what they are. Haitians, that's what they are. Now, in 10 years, let's say Jamaicans or Haitians or Trinidadians, let's say they start saying what you just said, how they, when there's something negative, they blame it on black people. So let's say they start doing this, continue doing this in 10 years. In 10 years, when they say, oh, black people be doing this and it's negative, who would be considered black people when they say that?
Again, that's when you had to look at the white supremacists and ask them who was black. That'll answer the question right there. Because when you say that, that includes them. And a lot of times they try to say that and point the finger at other people as if that makes them exempt from it. No, that includes your ass too, sir or ma'am. So I think that's the thing. I to answer your question, I may not have answered it.
I'm gonna say this one thing to pick up, and I don't want to lose track of the hands, but to pick up on what Nino was saying, when it comes to picking and choosing when you get to use your blackness and when you don't get to use your blackness, that's been a privilege that we've given um non FBA people for too long. I remember a few was it a few years ago? Was it last year? I think it was probably last year when Shakari Richardson lost lost some type of race after she was banned from the Olympics. She went on another like track race and she lost to some Jamaican sisters. Now this isn't I mean, no disrespect to them, but you saw a whole bunch of Jamaicans up there talking about, oh yeah, we Jamaicans ain't nobody better than us. We can smoke everybody and we super fast and we super this and we super that. And I'm like, okay, so when it's a W, you guys want to put your flags up and you guys want to be proud to be Jamaicans and everybody we're Jamaicans and we better than everybody, we faster than everybody, nobody can beat us. Yet you guys don't do that when it comes to the L's that you guys take. If you guys want to wave your flag, I have no problem with that. If you guys want to rep your set, I have no problem with that. You just need to do it all the way around. You can't rep your set when it's a W, when you beat somebody. Then you want to talk about Jamaicans are so fast. And then when you guys are shooting up a place, because we have a lot of Jamaicans in Chicago, you guys are shooting up a place, you guys are committing crimes, then ain't we all black? And we all black people. When the cops pull me over, they see black. So no, you don't get to put your flag up when it's an L and spread the L out between all black people, and then it's a W. You guys want to wave your flag and say, "Oh no, that belongs to me." That's Jamaican's W. But when it comes to a L, oh well, that's just really black people's L, and you already know how black people be. I don't like that. I don't like that. If you guys want to take your W's, then all the power to you. You guys need to hold your L's too, and that's the issue. That's why you guys have an issue when it comes to delineation, because you know if you guys take your W's, you guys got to take your L's, and you guys got a lot of L's, and you guys don't want to claim your L's. Y'all want to spread the L's out in front of all black people. Really, y'all want to pass them off to foundational black Americans. That's kind of what y'all try to do for the most part. But y'all don't want to claim your L's, but you want to claim your W's. Now, we're not going to have that anymore.
Big facts.
We're not going to have that.
Really quickly, Afro. I just wanted to address, finish the little point, really quickly. Somebody DM me and they're saying, "Hey, no offense, brother, but the race is African, not black. Black is not a race." No, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The difference between race, nationality, and ethnicity would be whooping y'all asses. Look in the jumbotron. Look at the report that I put up by Jack D. Forbes. He's a white man, and I'm not saying because he's white is right, but when black people say it, people tend to not listen to it. So we've got a white man up here saying the same thing black scholars have been saying for even longer. Jack D. Forbes goes into detail about how various countries that have been various land masses that has been colonized by Europeans and Caucasians, how they have delineated the indigenous people there under various terms that means black, be it, and the terms have changed over time. Even here in America, we have went under various names, be it black, person, colored, mulatto, whatever. The African is not the race, because if that's because the indigenous people of those lands, they're not African. They're black, yes, but they're not African. And I just wanted to make that distinction really quickly. Like, no, I hate when people are like, "Oh, we're all Africans." If that's the case, then every person on the planet is African, because that's where all life started. So, but anyway, I'll mute myself there.
Yeah, you're right. The difference is really it's really not that complicated. y'all making it more complicated than it really is. It's really not that complicated. It's very easy to understand. Um, and Africa is not a country. It's a continent. It's a whole continent. It's the second biggest continent on the planet. So I mean, okay, I'm not even going to get into that, but that's very wrong thinking. We're not all African, because I like our brother Nino would say, technically everybody is all African. We're all Earthian. If we make that argument, um, let me see, FBA Antonio, I know you were kicked out, so you can speak. Then Vovo and our brother Black Alpha.
All right, just let me know again if y'all can hear me. But B1, I just wanted to say, well, I'll touch on this point first. As far as the mulatto uh, individuals, you know what I'm saying, mixed with white and black, I know a few, and I got a female friend who's one. And I just say this, you know, there is a point where I'll speak specifically as far as she goes. She will always make a point to try to joke with me on some black, we all black shit, and it turned into some ratchet shit. You dig what I'm saying? I don't respect that. And person like me, I'm gonna snap off on it. She got her political views and things like that. It's like you're trying to align yourself with me, but it's just so unauthentic. I don't really feel it that much. Let's keep this conversation about war and politics because that's what she all into. She into guns and shit heavy. And another thing is that she's been invited to be a part of the Michigan militia before, so I use her for intel as well. But she endures a lot of racism to where it's like, dude, if I was you, this how that shit go. But she can laugh that shit off or brush it off because not only does she date black, she also dates white. Her mother is white. So it was like, okay, she can wave it off like whatever you say, I'm still white. In her head, she can do that. So they like to play the middle ground. Sometimes I see that. So it's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of racial confusion that comes with mulatto people. So for you, Afro, when you say things like it's part of that tragic mulatto that you know what I'm saying, you got to kind of watch under a microscope. I'm gonna take this from I'm gonna take this from Nino because I like what he said yesterday or the time he held his space. There's three ways. There's three things that he likes to look at in detail when he has to like vet people. It's the LGBTness in a person. It's correct me if I'm wrong, Nino, but it's the swirling um, divester types. You dig? And then there was a third one. What was that third one, brother?
The three common denominators being LGBT, non-FBA, and swirlers.
And non-FBA. Now that's gonna segue me into my final point here. Now, what I was saying before, the non-FBA factor is really big. I'm not with this whole we're all black because we got a black face thing. I'm not really with that. I'm not really with that personally. We have, as we all know, in this room for sure, there's a different relationship with white supremacy. We had to intimately live with these people, and it turns out that yes, we built the country, and it turned out to be the most powerful economy in the world, and as far as their military as well. And the people who were enslaved in other countries or in other continents, y'all were the majority there. So you have a different experience and a different relationship to white people. It was a lot of coons in y'all country that wanted to dominate y'all by force because white folks made that instrumental for them to do that. So y'all were looking at black faces whipping smack on y'all. We were looking at the white folks, and this is who we battle with. So when y'all come over here with the well, I'm not really black. Well, I'm black today. Well, I like y'all music, but my culture does this and my culture does that. So when we talk about our shit and it gets offensive to y'all, it's like, dude, I can pile it on though, because I made everything here in America where you're trying to come to. I made it okay for you to be here because before that, we was just the only ones getting our ass whooped. Y'all wasn't over here for that. You dig what I'm saying? So when as far as and I'll land with this, as far as them and what is black genetically, sure, but that's why this cultural revolution that we're having is so important and necessary because everybody not foundational like that. And I think what comes with that comes with a code because we have a code that we follow that for hundreds of years it always been black in defense of white supremacy. Others may not see it that way even though they're black, but I'll land right there.
Is it froze or what's going on? I can't
I
hear
was
no.
just about to say.
Okay,
Oh,
I thought I was tripping because mine been tripping the whole time. So
oh, I thought it was this weed I was smoking. I was, what the fuck?
nah, I don't even smoke the ganja no more, brother. And I feel the same thing you feeling right now. So
I bet Afro's mic tripping.
if anything, it probably logs him out, and he got to log back in, and it will hold the space open while he's out. Anybody that's in Afro Spaces knows that we usually have co-hosts in here. It's usually
Hold
either
on.
me or
I'm back.
okay. There you go. There you go. All right.
Okay. Yeah. My fault, y'all. My fault. Twitter's bugging. But we doing the best we can do. Can you guys hear me? I had to step to a different room in the house.
Yeah, we hear you
You
now, bro.
guys. Okay, cool, cool. Um, because it was just tripping too much, so I had to move. Maybe get a little bit of better reception. I put my YouTube, our brother Black Alpha's YouTube, our brother Tori and Rain, and Beatzilla's YouTube in the jumbotron. So if you guys can do me and our brothers a favor and make sure you check our channels out and give us a follow and hit that notification bell, because YouTube is going out of their way to give us a hard time when it comes to building subscribers. So we fighting against that, and we would appreciate if we can fight alongside you guys with your support. So Vovo, you can go ahead, and then we'll go with Black Alpha.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I want to touch on the mulatto thing, and I want to touch on the room about what makes a person black. In my opinion, I'm old school, so if your mama black and your daddy black, you black. You know what I mean? If you mix, I don't. This me. I know this might be controversial, but like y'all was saying about the mixed people and shit, they be fake. They be flip flopping and switching and all types of. I don't got time for that. Like they got a history of being fake. You know what I'm saying? Like even all of you go all the way back to the plantation. Them was the house niggas. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't really consider mixed people to be black. They got black in them, but they I don't consider them to be black. You know what I'm saying? That's just my own opinion. You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that with nothing else in nature. If you go buy a pit bull, you want a pit bull. You don't want a 30% pit bull. I got these 30% pit bull. But nigga, I don't want that. I don't want no 30% pit bull. I want the whole pit bull. That's what I came to you for. If you mix a lion and a tiger together, it's no longer a lion or a tiger. It's a liger. If you mix a horse and a donkey together, it's a mule. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing else works like that. If you add some if you mix water and Kool-Aid together, water and sugar together, you got sugar water. You know what I'm saying? You put some Kool-Aid in there, now you got Kool-Aid. It'll never be back water again. Ain't nothing you can do to it to make it back water. You know what I'm saying? So when you get to add another shit and mix another shit, you no longer that anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's no longer authentic anymore. That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So uh I don't consider mixed people to be black. I consider them to be mixed. And I'm laying there.
Okay, okay. I do want to get to our brother Black Alpha, but I will say this one thing though. Majority of us, if we're truth being told, majority of us have some form of non-black DNA. If we did a DNA test right now, most people in this room today won't have 100% um black or African DNA. We're all mixed to a degree. So are white people. There's a whole lot of white people who have African DNA to a small degree, but they still consider themselves white. I mean, um the racial classification, because we're under a system of white supremacy, we don't determine who classifies and who doesn't classify of the racial classification. That's white supremacy who makes that call.
Can I say one last thing as a rebuttal? Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I agree with you, but that's what make us a unique people. You know what I'm saying? We became a unique people now. We something different than everybody else on the planet. That's what make us something different. That's what make us foundational Black American. You know what I'm saying? Now we something different. You know what I'm saying? Like if I like I this is just my opinion. Like you can say the same thing for a Dominican woman. You know what I'm saying? Like she got some white in her and some African in her, but they went through some different stuff. So if I have a baby with a Dominican woman, I would consider that baby to be mixed. That's me. I would consider the baby to be half black, half Dominican.
Okay. No.
That goes back to what
Okay.
I was saying about ethnicity, race, and nationality. But I'll cover that when it's my turn to
Yeah,
speak.
we, because I definitely want to hear from my brother Black Alpha from the Black Alpha Network. So take it away, Black Alpha.
Peace and love, family. Shout out to brother Afro, Nino, Rich, Zilla. I see you, everybody. I love this space right here. Once again, these spaces that people on this side of the fence we put together, it's about getting to the solution. Where a lot of other people they contribute to the confusion. We're actually getting to the point and we're cleaning up a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the good part about us over here on this side. I love what brother Nino said. The ethnicity part and the nationality part and the race and the genetics, it be whooping people's ass. They don't understand it. How many times you talk to somebody and you say, "What are you?" They'll say, "I'm Italian, German, English." Okay, so you white. And then you talk to somebody else, you say, "What are you?" "I'm black, Jamaican, Dominican." Okay, so you black. You know what I'm saying? You just name a nationality. That's like somebody saying, "What race am I?" And I say, "I'm American." That's not a race. That's a nationality. That's where you're from. I think we need to get to the core of it. And the main root of the issue is understanding, as we say, mind, body, and soul, mentally, physically, spiritually. To the point right here, what we talk about. Everybody's familiar with me. I always say certified Black society. And what I did, I came up with that so we can get to the point of who's Black and got a collection of all those. Because if somebody comes around here and they may carry the genetics, but they don't have the mentality, then you end up with someone like a Roland Martin. You have Clyburn. I know some people that are 3 shades darker than midnight. Okay, but in their minds, man, they're pale as a ghost. You know what I'm saying? They Taylor Swift. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to get to the people who got the collection of all, mentally, physically, spiritually, mind, body, and soul. That's what makes you certified. Anything less than that is someone who I would say is a counterfeit. And this is why these spaces are good, because we identify and we bring clarity to the situation. And one thing I want to touch on, there was a sister in here, I think her name is JL or something, and I heard talking about the Indians and all that stuff. No offense to her, but nonsense. I disagree. We got to be careful. We got to be careful, family. A lot of folks who run around here, as we say, we watch these mulattoes. A lot of these Black folks running around here talking all that Indian stuff. They got the same mentality of a mulatto and a swirler. Okay, because trust me, they're not talking about the real Indians. They want to be the Disney Indian. Okay, they want to be the Pocahontas that they see in them little Disney movies. Trust and believe. The same way you watch and you monitor, a lot of these little swirlers and these mulattoes do it with these Black folks running around here saying, "I'm 92.5% Chickasaw, I'm 33.5% Seminole." They asses want to be whites. Okay, we all know growing up. Anybody, if you was born in the 80s and 90s, the 70s, growing up, you would meet somebody who be Black as hell. You met their parents, their grandparents, everything. They say, "I'm Indians. I'm not Blacks. I'm Indians. My grandma's is Indian." I remember Paul Mooney said it. Rest in peace. Paul Mooney said, "You want to talk about your Black grandmama, but you always want to talk about your Indian grandma." A lot of them you can't even find a picture of. They can't ever prove it. Maybe 15 generations down the line, they say, "Oh, I got an Indian's grandma. I'm really Indian." No, you're not. No, you're not. You want to be white. And then, in ways to understand this, you got to understand historically this country right here. First off, a Native American and an Indian is not even the same thing. Okay, not everybody who's indigenous to this country was a damn Indian. This country was, completely full of people from all over the world. You had the Twa, who were the original people here. Okay, they came here about 80 to 90,000 years ago. This is documented evidence. Okay, them were not Tonto jumping around here. "Hey, how are you?" Okay, I'm just being 100. They weren't. You also had the dynasties that came here from Mali, the people who came here from Egypt. You had the people who crossed over the Bering Straits, which was 12,000 and beneath. Those are the people who came here. They would say Mongoloids, Australians. These people all came here. What makes foundational indigenous Black Americans unique and special is that we generally are a collection of Black people from all over the earth who came here and mixed. Okay, we're not just straight direct people who you would say is African. No, we're a connection of black folks who walked out of Africa from the beginning of time, and some people came directly here and all mixed. By the time the slaves got here, that was the fourth or fifth wave of black folks here in this country. Okay, so this people, these people running around here in this myth that we all Indians and all that stuff. Not all natives were, Indian. People got to understand too that whitening of the Indians that they sell us all. Everybody knows this. Go look at the pictures of the dark skinned Indians, and it predates any light skinned Indian. It predates them. You go show me right now a picture of the dark skinned Indians, which you've seen them, and it's all over the internet. I've seen brothers on Twitter post them, and it predates any light Indian. So when these people say that they're Indian, they don't want to be the dark ones. They don't want to be the dark-skinned natives. They want to be Tonto from the damn Disney movie. That's what they want to be. So we got to regulate those type of people. We got to draw it in and start specifying really what makes you that. And as I say, I think it's mind, body, and soul. I think you got to have a collection of all of those. If your mentality does not match your genetics, you can't be here. You know what I'm saying? If your genetics does not match your mentality, vice versa, vice, you got to bounce. You got to kick rocks. You got to get out of here. And that's what truly makes you what I say is a certified black. Some people say foundational black. Some people say indigenous black. But at the end of the day, that's what makes you 100% solid. With that, man, I will park the tank. One love to everybody. Certified Black Society.
Never miss a chance to light the room up. That was our brother Black Alpha from the Black Alpha Network. I put his YouTube channel in the Jumbotron, so you guys do me a favor and subscribe to our brother, the Black Alpha Network on YouTube. I'm going to piggyback off of what he said just a little bit, and then we're going to get to the hands. We are under, like I was saying in the beginning of the space, in the previous space as well, we're all under a classification of white supremacy. Global white supremacy, the system of global white supremacy runs the world. They're the ones who determine, okay, who is white and who is not white. When back in the 1700s, Italians were not considered white. The British, Italians were not considered white. The Russians, not the Russians, damn it. I'm thinking about the Ukraine. Polish were not considered white. Irish were not considered white. When they needed them to be considered white, okay, well, now you're white now. They pick and choose. Okay, well, as long as you're not a black person, you're in this buffer class in the middle, so we can make you white when inconvenient. The same thing they do with the Hispanics. The same thing they do. They determine that. Like I said, I don't necessarily have a problem with the whole we're Native Americans and all that. I understand that, and that's very true. I've done many broadcasts on the fact that we are indigenous to this land. However, I have a big issue with people who put too much into the semantics. When people put too much into the semantics, that leads me to believe that they're looking for another non-black classification to identify with. Because it doesn't matter if you identify as native black or this. Like a brother Black Alpha said, a lot of the people who are talking about Native American, they're talking about the damn Pocahontas Indians. They're not talking about the black Aboriginal Indians or the black Aboriginals to this land. They're talking about Pocahontas. They want to identify with the Pocahontas Indians. And that's what I get when people focus too much on that. When people say, oh, I'm not African at all. None of my people were from there. And none of your people might have been from there. To be honest, you might be full-blooded Native American, but you're still a Negro under the system of white supremacy. And at the end of the day, that's the only thing that's important. Whether you're a native, whether you're a foreigner, whether you're this or that, as long as you're a Negro under the system of white supremacy, that's the only thing that should be on your mind. And when people pay too much attention to semantic, that lets me know that, hold on, let me see. You got to mute your mic. Manny, you got to mute your mic. When people pay too much attention to the semantics, that shows me that they're trying to look for a non-black classification to identify themselves with. Let's see. Lamar, you had your hand up. Then Nino and FBA Antonio.
I think FBA Antonio and Nino were before me.
All right. Okay. I think FBA Antonio.
FBA.
You had your FBA. You can go ahead. Then Nino. Then Lamar. Manny, can you put your hand up, Manny? You got to put your hand up.
Okay. Just thank you for welcoming me back one more time. I just wanted to I have threw some things in the jumbotron and didn't mention any of it. So, but Dick Gregory once said, and he said, when a white man, when he tell you, I'm white, he ain't telling you because you can't see him. He telling you he representing his status to you right now, and he's letting you know that. And so what I'm about to talk about here, which is the memorandum for the president. It was given to him by the advisor at the time. This is during the Richard Nixon administration, right after civil rights area. This is when they implemented the benign neglect. You dig what I'm saying? And so the status of being white, and then there's the race of being white. So they have honorary, like you just said, you can be a Mexican and identify yourself as white, even though the color dictates otherwise. You know what I'm saying? And that's the issue. This is why we're certified black society. I like what Black Alpha said with that. You know what I'm saying? But they I'm just gonna read this one little part right here, and it's on the third page. You dig what I'm saying? Where I put that at? Oh, there we go. He was mentioning that greater attention need to be given to Indians, Mexican Americans, and Puerto Ricans. Now, this is 1970. This is when benign neglect first hit. And I mentioned that it should be updated to include all immigrants and the LGBT community because that's who's being used by the Democrats to basically either undermine us or try to tether and replace us. You know what I'm saying? Slowly but surely, because they got 100-year plans and stuff like that. So when we're talking about black to me, it when I say black, the core of that, I'm talking about my culture. So ethnically, that's really how I'm dictating that. Are you black? Okay. Well, and then we get into the ideology. What come with that? You might be black, bro, but then you might be a coon. You might be this. You might be that, and I still gotta separate myself from you. You could be black as you want to be, Indian or whatever you want to be. So I just want to bring attention to that and pass it to Nino, man.
Appreciate you, brother Nino.
Yeah, man. Shout out to FBA Antonio and Black Alpha. You already know when Black Alpha and Big Cuz come in here talking that talk, boy, I start getting real rowdy up in here. So I'm trying to keep it cool, calm, and composed. All right. So with that being said, he hit the nail right on the head. I'm not even gonna reiterate everything he said. Essentially, what it boils down to, when you start hearing these people start harping on their indigenous status or native ancestry and everything else like that, what they're trying to do is find a caveat to try to distance themselves from their blackness, which, like FBA Antonio said, is a status. I was just talking with someone in my DMs about that as well, because she wasn't wrong when she said black is a static. And I told her, I was like, you're not wrong about that. Because again, black is essentially just a man-made term. We're all really one race, which is the human race. But within the system of white supremacy, they have us divided by these, these man-made things. Because if we were truly a different race or a different species, we wouldn't be able to mate with one another. If me and doggone Lucy Lou was truly different races based on the scientific term of what a race is, I wouldn't be able to put my seed up in her. She wouldn't be able to carry my child. You know what I'm saying? So essentially, yes, we are, all human beings, but at the same time, what white supremacy determines is the meaning of a word or a term. That's what it is. And if you don't like that, then how about you focus on dismantling the system? That's like when you go to jail and they refer to ramen noodles as soup. You know what I mean? This ain't soup, this is noodles. Nigga, you must not want this soup then. Next in line for commissary. You gonna play by the rules of the prison you're in, or nigga, you gonna get punished for it. So with that being said, oh, I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm Jamaican. I'm not black. I'm Haitian. I'm not black. I'm Nigerian or whatever. Okay, whatever makes you sleep better at night. But guess what? Within this system, within this prison called white supremacy, you still black, whether you call it or not. And then, like Antonio, like many of us growing up, we did use the term black as a way to make a distinction ethnically. Our ethnicity, which I feel like is something that we got to get out of, because now that we're becoming more aware of the rules and regulations of this prison called white supremacy in which we live in. We need to start operating accordingly. Yes, we need to stop getting away from saying black when we're referring to just black Americans, because we know that term can apply to many other people throughout the world. Let's say for reparations, for instance. Okay, we're going to give reparations to all black people. You think they're going to give it to only black Americans, to only foundational black Americans or descendants of American slavery? No, they're going to give it to everybody that's classified as black within white supremacy. And a lot of people who really shouldn't be getting that check is going to get that check because they're going to start identifying as black, which is why we need to and have been making the distinction between our race being black and our ethnicity being foundational black American slash freedman slash descendant of American slave, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same ethnicity. And I'll park the car right there.
Thank you. Thank you. And as you were saying earlier, the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality it is not rocket science, but it is whooping people's ass. They're treating it like it's the damn algorithm theorem or whatever the hell, complicated scientific equation. It's really not that difficult. Now, when we say we're black as foundational black Americans, when we grew up identifying as black, we were doing that because we live in a country with not a bunch of non-black people. So when we say we're black, by default, we're meaning we're foundational black Americans. So we used it as a race and as an ethnicity. Okay. So that's what we were using it as when because by default, when we said black, that meant okay, we were quote unquote at the time when we were African American, that meant we were descended from slaves by default. The rest would just kind of fill in when we said black by default. Now that we're growing, now that we understand the words and the terms, we need to change the way we use the words and the terms. If you read the Neely Fuller's book, he talks about words are just tools. If you need the word to be used differently, if you need the tool to be used differently, then you have to change the way you use it. You have to change like the meaning and the your lexicon, your verbiage, and how you use the word. So now we're using the word black differently. Before we were using it as okay, this was a race, this was an ethnicity. Now we're using it as okay, this is a racial category that we're all put in because of white supremacy. When we say we're black, we mean that juxtaposition to white people in our racial category. That's what we mean. But is every black person the same? No, we're not all the same. So we've kind of grown since then. So we need to update the way we think and update the way we speak on that. Um, Lamar, you had your hand up, then you put it down. Is there something you wanted to add?
I mean, it was mostly said Black Alpha and Nino got to the point. I mean, I will just say I like how like this space has been consistent. You've been going through the topics because oh my god, other spaces are all over the place. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Manny, you haven't. I think you raised your hand before, but you haven't spoken yet. Was there something you'd like to add?
Uh, just basically that you were guys were getting to the point. Actually, black and white is just a term of credit, and it's terms that needed to be changed in the concept of how you see yourself. If you read about the Black Law Dictionary, when you call someone a white man, is someone with good credit, and a black person means just someone with bad credit. But it's a spell that everybody's mixed up in. Sorry, my English is not that good. I'm not American, but I actually know a little bit about the subject, and was
Can I ask
basically
you a question real quick before you continue? Do
yeah.
you identify as black?
No, I identify as a son of God, as a because black is just a color. Black is not a race.
Okay. So what separates you? What? Hold on, stop, y'all. Y'all gonna make me laugh.
It's
Listen, I'm
cool. It's
being very
cool.
serious.
It's
I'm being
cool.
very serious. What
Yeah,
make
yeah, it's cool. I
what
understand.
separates you? I'm asking a serious question.
Yeah.
What separates you being a son of God versus other people who are also sons of God in your words?
They haven't realized it yet. It's not yet in their consciousness. You just gotta realize it. You just gotta realize it. Look deep within and just make sense out of it. You calling yourself black because white people want you call yourself black, so you don't have good credit with them. It's easily. That's why some black people they don't see them as black people. Marcus Garvey, he went and spoke to the big courts in England by himself. They didn't saw him as a black person. They respect him as an equal.
Because
So
Mark, you said because Marcus Garvey was white. Are you saying he said he was white? I'm confused.
no, I'm not saying he was white. I'm saying he. I'm saying they were seeing him as an equal. They wasn't seeing him as a black person.
And they
So
saw him as an equal because he had good credit.
no, because he had the knowledge. He had
So 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 it's intel.
he can spoke to them word to word. He knew their knowledge. He knew
Okay,
their
let me say this. Okay,
yeah,
most of the people here in this very space right now are incredibly educated people, are very knowledgeable people.
right.
I've seen these people speak. Most of the people in this room, or at least the ones I've heard speak before, some people I haven't heard speak, they would beat intellectually, they would beat an average white person into the ground in any conversation on any subject.
Well,
So,
yeah,
but white people don't
intellectually,
respect
but
people.
you're talking about isolated fact.
No,
Anybody
I'm
can beat
I'm saying
anybody.
because you're saying
Intellectually, anybody can beat anybody. A well
okay.
prepared
So
person.
so so I'm
Yeah.
asking. You're saying we're mistreated because we're not as smart as them.
No, we are mistreated because we haven't educated ourselves enough. No,
Educated ourselves enough on what?
on hidden knowledge. For example, there's signs. There's for example, just the spelling, the speaking, the way we speak. The way we speak is everything. The way you speak is how you command things. So by saying the correct words is how you make things happen.
So by our speaking. So if we were
Even in
more,
courts, even
okay.
yeah.
So let me ask for clarification. You're saying if we were more articulate with our speech, we wouldn't be subjugated.
Not only articulated, uh, for example, knowing the law. The law moves everything, and you got to know the law. You got to know what rules are in play. You got to know the whole field, the whole engagement field.
Okay. Because we have some other hands up.
Right,
Um,
right.
I appreciate that, but let me ask you one very important question. Where are your people from?
Uh, my grandparents were from Jamaica, and I'm from Central America. And well, I got family in Europe. I got family in different parts. I've been in different parts. I'm also probably not so well educated. Probably some PhD or master degrees over here, but yeah, I got my degrees.
You got your degrees. Okay. So do white people respect you and treat you as a white person because of your degree?
No, it's because of what you know, your knowledge.
But you just
Knowledge.
said you had a degree.
Yeah, but a paper gives you respect. Do you respect a person because they have a paper, or because
So
how they speak,
so
or how
they
they
you
talk?
said they respect people because they're smarter. So they would respect black people if we were just smarter.
Well, there's a lot of respected black people already. They are smart, and those people are look not as black people. If you think they look Michael
Okay,
Jordan as a
name
black
okay, can
person?
you name a smart black person who's not looked at as a black person?
Do you think they look Michael Jordan as a black person?
Yes.
Okay, but you on your or what you see, you're not living Michael Jordan's life. You don't see how many doors they open. You don't see how many trouble he saved.
I know for a fact that they looked at Bill Cosby as a black person and they
Of
treated
course,
Bill Cosby as a black
of
person.
course, there.
And Bill
Of course,
Cosby was an educated, he was a doctor. Bill Cosby had degrees, he had everything. Bill Cosby was a doctor and Bill Cosby was treated black person.
yeah, but we don't. What we don't know is the full story of everybody's life. We can go on people's cases about how they overcome the system and how they being beat down by the system.
Oh,
We can go.
okay.
Yeah,
Before we um you can just I need you to pay attention, just stay and listen. But
yeah,
I
yeah. Of
definitely want
course.
to get to the hands real quick. I definitely want to get to the hands to hear what our
Oh,
brothers say.
I don't want to. I don't want to hold on people. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just,
And
and
I
you
just want
said
to
you're
say something
Jamaican, right?
too.
You said you're Jamaican, right?
I'm part Jamaican. Yeah.
Part Jamaican and part what else?
Part Costa Rican.
Okay.
Can I,
All right. Cool.
can
Thank
I
you.
say something, please? Hey, y'all, don't be too hard on them until y'all get to me. Don't scare them off, and then just take it easy on them. I know I'm like last in line.
Who that first person I saw who had their hand up was Nino. So Nino, go ahead.
Yeah, and I say this respectfully, Manny. What you're saying is scared babble. That is metaphysical, make believe babble to try to, to make being a victim of white supremacy, which is global, because white supremacy is in Jamaica, it's in Costa Rica. What you're telling yourself is to make yourself, is to try to trick yourself into making it easier to accept. You talking about you're using qualities such as education and articulation as factors that determine if somebody has defeated white supremacy or not. If that's the case, then why did Huey P. Newton get treated the way he got treated? Huey P. Newton had multiple degrees. He had higher education than the majority of white society. He was a very articulate man. So, but yet he was still treated a certain way. Why? It wasn't because he couldn't speak articulately. It wasn't because he wasn't educated. It was because of his skin color and what that skin color meant in the system of white supremacy. And that's the same thing in Jamaica. They got a whole caste system in Jamaica based on skin color, the coolies and all that stuff. So let's not act like you don't know that. Same thing in Costa Rica. You know good and well there's a caste system in Costa Rica and Central America as well, from lightest to darkest. So let's not pretend that it's based on articulation and degrees. You know this, brother. You know this. So I'm not even going. I'm not going to sit here and talk to you like, oh, the concept of white supremacy is foreign to you. It is not. The problem is you have associated blackness with negativity. That's what it is, because you try to talk about people that are successful as if they somehow surpassed their blackness, not because they're now successful. That's the problem. You really just projected your low view of what blackness means to you onto these people. And with that being said, I'm gonna let other people handle it from there because I feel myself kind of getting heated. So I'm gonna mute myself.
Thank you very much. Shout out to everybody in the room. I appreciate you. Love you, Black family. Um, Lamar, you can go ahead. I think Lamar, then Vovo. No, Lamar, the hard. Let me see.
I think it was
Lamar,
Kid
the hard
Gravity.
black truth. You said what?
I say Kid Gravity after me, I think.
Oh, okay. All right.
But anyway, bro, all I'm gonna say, the whole time Manny was talking, I could just hear TBA's voice. Sir, please put down the crack pipe. Sir, please put down the crack pipe. I'm done.
Uh, man,
Yeah.
if you ever called into TBA show, you probably would want to change your number after the fact. I'm telling you, you'd have a hard time sleeping that night. Um, let me see. You said Kid Gravity. Kid Gravity, you gotta represent for B1 Jamaica right now. He out here making y'all look bad.
Yeah.
I'm really getting sick and tired of Jamaicans making the green, gold, and black look very bad out here with this miseducation. Y'all, for one, y'all got to really stop listening to these black progressives. How many times have I told y'all on my show? Jamaicans have a very bad habit of giving backhanded compliments to black Americans. We need to get out of that because we have no room to be talking when there's bullshit going on in the island with racism, classism, and all that. We ain't got no right to be talking about people in this country. You come here, you get the opportunity to come here, make your bones. You either stay on code or you don't be on code. You live your life. You live your life one of them two ways. But to come in these spaces and say what this cat just said, nah, we're not doing that. You know what goes on in the Caribbean. Don't do that. That's one thing. And two, I've told y'all, watch out for these black conservatives because they're gonna come in here with that we all are one race and there's no racism. We should be all united under God. God, y'all's Jesus, that slave manual, the biggest reason why we got a lot of the bullshit going on out here too. Because y'all want to play pick and choose when y'all want to use Bible verses to to justify your bullshit. We're not doing that. Y'all got to come correct. You're black, sir. If you ran up here and said you're Jamaican, okay. I guarantee you when the shit hits the fan, you're gonna play Hispanic. You better pick a side. Don't come in these rooms trying to educate us on what's going on out here. We see it every day. I can't play my flag on the street. They see me, They shoot me, they do whatever they want. They're not going to rifle through my pockets to find my flag. I'm a black man. That's it. You want to play black, you better understand the rules of the game. You want to play Hispanic, stay over there with them. And by the way, Costa Rica is not a race. That's a nationality. So, like I said, I'm going to land my plane here. You better pick a flag and you better pick a side. That's all I got to say.
I'm gonna say this, and I said this earlier in the space. I don't have a problem with the Christian faith. I don't have a problem with any faith necessarily because of their faith. I have a problem when people nitpick certain aspects of their faith to justify acquiescing to white supremacy. Coming up and saying, I'm not black, I'm a son of God, I'm just a child of God, and we're all children of God. That is acquiescing to white supremacy. That is you nitpicking your specific faith to acquiesce to white supremacy. And that's the exact example of what I was talking about. Let's see. After that, it was the hard black truth. You can go ahead, FB Antonio and Vovo.
Hey, B1 to the family. Manny, my dude, man, like you was me 10 years ago. Nah, I'll say maybe 15, 20 years ago. Trying to mix in that whole trying to mix in that whole Christianity and whatever. You got my same identical nationality, like you described it, Jamaican, Costa Rican, all of that. But dude, I don't know what your perspective is, but you coming in with that shit, nah. You know full well that people don't rock with that shit here or down there. You know what I'm saying? And I just say that from someone who happened to be down there in Costa Rica just for a few years. You understand what I'm saying? Like, nah. I don't know whether you're born here or not, my dude, but you already know. And everybody, I appreciate, first of all, Nino and Kid Gravity. They done laid it down. You know better. So you coming in here tiptoeing with that innocent talk, like, yo, this is how he's speaking up. No, you already know what the deal is, my dude. Stop doing that shit. That's right there is, you know what? Somebody already said, I'm not gonna go too hard, man. But straight up, that's where that whole tether shit come from right there. You gotta be careful how you speak, my dude. When you live the truth and you know it, I assume it. Yeah, I'm ranting, my bad.
That's okay. Hey, speak your mind, brother. Speak your piece. Speak truth to power, brother.
Now I'm just saying, man. Just from visiting, man. When I talked to my grandma before she passed away, just from visiting, man, she would tell me how the people. You from Lamont? Okay, I visit out there. My people from she out Securities, if you ever heard of that. You know what I'm saying? She tell me how the people get in the riots with the police and shit. You know what the deal is, my dude. Come on, man.
Yeah. Manny, I want you to stay. You're gonna get your chance to respond. You're gonna get your chance to respond. Just stay tight. FBA Antonio, you can go ahead.
Okay, this B1 everybody. This is my third time speaking. I ain't gonna hold up. Um, brother, that I'm glad Kid Gravity was in here, and I'm glad the hard truth, because the hard black truth, because they represent kind of where you from, but they on code with it. So if you want this to be like educational for you, I'm glad you're still sitting up in here. That's that shows courage at least right there. But I did want to just say, I just wanted to touch on everybody. That goes back to that status thing. See, it's easy to not identify as black. Benefits come with that. You can be a paid shill, you can be a coon, you could just spread disinformation. Maybe they'll look over you and won't burn your house down first or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not black. Okay, brother, you're not black. You're in a black space, and there's some educators in here. As far as articulation and things like that, man, I think Afro touched on that pretty well already. It ain't, and so did Nino. Hey, brother, it's so many articulate victims of white supremacy, bro. It ain't got shit to do with that. I hope you really take that point home. It don't have nothing to do with articulation. And just lastly, bro, as far as being a Christian or son of God, you can't run from this, brother. You might be a notch above us status wise globally if you choose not to identify as black. See, I know what Kid Gravity look like. I follow your YouTube, brother. I follow Beats. I follow everybody's stuff. This brother black. You know, me and him look alike. We got the same complexion and stuff like that. So you want to take the lighter shade and remix it and say, well, I'm not really black. I can come off as a Hispanic if y'all need me to. I can be a white Hispanic if y'all really, really need me to do that. I can represent y'all. See, this brother right here, he can't do that. He can't come in our spaces and not look black to us and be anything other than what he is. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to drive that point home because look, bro, white people see you as black. It is what it is. You ain't gotta identify with us because I ain't asking for that. And we see you as non-white. So you just kind of in limbo. You in purgatory right now, bro. And yeah, alone. Because when they need to break their tools, you gonna be the one they break first. Be one, man.
B1 brother. Mandy, you gotta mute your mic because we hearing some noise in the background. Vovo, you can go ahead.
Yeah, let me say this, right? I seen exactly what he was doing. Basically, what he trying to say is that black people stupid. We don't know how to talk. We need to be more whiter. That's the typical Latino shit. Let me say this, right? I don't know if I'm trying not to offend you, but if I do, hey, it is what it is. Hopefully you stick around. That's typical Latino shit. I don't even think you Jamaican. It don't really make no sense that well, I don't know your whole story. I can't, you know what I mean, but it just really don't make sense to me that you talking with a Latino accent and you have Jamaican. That means you was born in Latin America and what your father or mother immigrated to Costa Rica. How would that work? See, like y'all be coming around us with that. I think that Jamaican thing is a way for you to enter the conversation and get off that. Well, you guys ain't smart enough, or you guys don't talk good enough. Latinos come to this country and they see themselves as second class citizens to white people. So they feel like I had a discussion with a Latino with a Mexican man before, and he said he was racist, but he was doing the same thing that he doing, coming in with that soft racism, and he was saying, well, I don't see what's the problem with black people. We have it worse than you. We get deported. You guys know how to speak perfect English, and he sees he sees his Spanish language as a second class language. He sees getting deported back to his people as going backwards. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you're doing right now. You saying basically what you saying is, oh no, it's the way you guys act and the way you guys talk. Maybe if you talk better, or maybe if you act better with white people, you would do better. It ain't got nothing to do with that. And I land there.
Absolutely, ain't got nothing to do with how you talk, how you act, your level of education. Most of the black men who were hung during Jim Crow were businessmen, highly educated, professional businessmen, you know, suit and ties and everything, still got lynched. But Manny, you stayed and you were next in line, so I'm gonna let you, I guess, attempt to defend yourself, or to, I will say, give you the benefit of the doubt, clarify what you meant, which you probably can't. But go ahead, Manny. You can unmute yourself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just well, first off, I'm trying to quarterback the whole ideas and what's the whole retaliation, well, mostly like hate towards me, sounded like nobody really pay attention to what I said. I said you guys only said about talk about articulated, and I said about I'm talking about law, but you only said people that speak properly or speak well articulated. No, you just scrape the tip of the iceberg of the whole idea. And the other guy, well, the first guy that actually started talking, uh, the clown that says that my TV was sounding or whatever. Well, I thought you guys said that everybody here was educated, but well, whatever. And I never said that my ethnicity was Costa Rican. First of all, I said I didn't identify myself as black because I see black. because I know the Black Law Dictionary. That's what I study. I study law. So in the Black Law Dictionary in Latin, that's why I'm not saying you got to be articulated or not. You just got to know the spelling. You just got to know the right words. And it's very few people that know this. It's not for everybody. That's why we just stumbling around amongst each other like in a crap barrel. This is not only in one place. It's all over the world with black race. I can call
Okay, let
myself
me
black.
let me let me state this
Yeah.
real quick. As far as the Black Law Dictionary, and this is specifically coming from me. I mean, I'm speaking for myself as far as my opinion of the Black Law Dictionary.
I study
Y'all
law. That's
take
what I'm saying. Yeah.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
Y'all take that Black Law Dictionary too damn serious.
None. It's not serious.
No,
It's not.
listen, y'all take that too seriously. You are a Negro, okay? You need to understand we are in a global system of white supremacy. They have classified you as a Negro. It doesn't the terms and the words they use doesn't matter, because no matter what terms we've been called many different things across the years, we were treated no better when we were classified as Negro versus when we were classified as colored versus when we were classified as African American versus when we were classified as Black American. Classifications change, the way we're treated is still the same. It doesn't the whole, well, to see black is dead in the Black Law Dictionary, the law doesn't apply. They don't follow the law. They make the law up as they go along depending on what they need it to be. So if black is dead, and they say, so we need to stop identifying as black. Whatever next thing you classify as, whatever next thing you identify as, that's going to be dead too, according to them. Y'all need to understand this is a war against white supremacy. There is no safe word. Y'all thinking that, oh, it's the only reason why we're getting beaten up and subjugated every single day is because I identify as black. So if I identify as an indentured servant, the police won't be able to pull me over. You know, I saw a video not too long ago where the police pulled over this black dude, took him out of the car. This dude couldn't shut up about how much he was an indentured servant and got tased. The white officer still tased his black ass because the white person saw him as black and he didn't care about his identification as an indentured servant. I need all people who classify as black, to understand your self identification is not going to change the way white supremacy treats you. They will treat you the same despite how you claim you want to be identified as. That's why
Bro.
we keep
Yeah.
getting on the case. Don't interrupt. That's why we keep getting on the case as far as these hyphenated Negroes, because they believe their self-identification is going to affect the quality of life they live. It's not, okay, and that is just my opinion. This is just me speaking on the Black Law. I wish y'all would get that out of y'all head. That is not going to affect anything. But Manny, you can land your plane so we can get to some of the other speakers. You can go ahead and speak, Manny.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Just real quick. First off, man. Of course. Yeah. The laws that change are just constitutional laws, international treaties, and so. But you got to know the pyramid of Kepler. You got to know the pinnacle of the law. The pinnacle of the law doesn't change. That's on that fact. I know we cannot change the past. I know that, but that's just on that fact. So don't try to confuse people like law change. You can't do nothing. Yes, you can do. Yeah. So on the other subject, basically, what I have to say real quick is that most of you guys probably had a better life than me. Well, the
Oh
American
no, we're
dream.
not.
Don't fucking
We're
assume
not
that.
going there. We not going there. We're not going there. You don't know anybody up in here. We're
Let them
not going there
let
at
Yo,
them
all.
let me
hear it.
speak, but let me speak. Let me finish. Just let me finish. That's it. That's it. I'm from a third world country. You guys spoke to me like I did, like if I didn't know what was uh, discrimination, segregation, uh, criminalization. You guys think that I haven't passed through all of that? I live in Central America, bro. You probably haven't seen shit in Chicago that happened here.
Let me ask you a question. Why didn't you go to
So
Jamaica then?
what?
No, don't do that.
Hold
Please.
on, hold on, hold on. Manny, you can go ahead. Since you lived a harder life than everybody else.
No, I'm not saying that, but you guys saying
You
like I
are
was.
saying that.
No, you guys saying that I came talk to hear of a black like I didn't know the struggle, and you the guys didn't know if I didn't know the struggle. So that's just clarifying that. So, but basically at the end, it's just we just in this beating down each other's because we think that I offended you, but I'm just trying to give you a little other light. There's many lights there. You can choose your own. I'm just trying to give you one
Okay.
where is I know that if you go and face the police there you might get killed. Of course, we all know that. All I'm saying is to create a strategy. Know the feel. Know where
Okay,
you're standing.
let me ask you. Let me ask you. Or let me get some clarification
Right.
necessarily. Because when you came up here the first time, you said something about a child of God. You were a child of God, and everybody just needs to identify with being a child of God. You quickly pivoted from a child of God to, oh, it's about education. It's about the way you carry yourself and your knowledge, and they're going to respect you based off your knowledge. After I debunked the fact that it's about knowledge, you pivoted from, okay, it's not about knowledge. Now it's about your self-identification as far as your black laws. It's the laws that change it.
So your
Okay, so let me
opinion,
ask you. Let me
so your
ask you.
opinion debunked the fact that
Yes,
it's about knowledge.
no,
Okay,
yes, it is.
okay,
Is okay. Let me
okay.
ask you. Since
Yeah,
since you're still on that about knowledge, since you're still on
knowledge
that.
is king, man. Knowledge is everything.
Okay, let
Who,
me
who
ask
was
you. Let me ask you then.
King
Let me ask you
Solomon
before.
was the
Hey, when I say let me ask you, I'm the host. You're not the host. You shut up and let me ask you. All right. Are lighter skin, fair skinned people, whatever you call them, are they more knowledgeable than darker skinned people? Are they more intelligent than dark skinned people intrinsically? Yes or no?
bro. That's a
No,
stupid.
it's a yes or no question.
It's a stupid question, bro. Have you been to
It is a
Africa?
stupid question, but I
Have you
have to
been to
ask you.
Africa, bro? Have you been to Africa? Is everybody?
Sir, answer
Is that
first off. Listen, this is the disrespect that I don't like. If the host is asking a speaker a question and I've given you the privilege to speak, you don't answer my question with another question. You answer my question the way I asked the question. Are lighter skinned people smarter than dark skinned people?
no? Because the smartest doesn't go by skin, bro. That's a
Okay,
stupid question.
thank you very much. That's the right answer. The answer is no. Lighter skinned people are not intrinsically smarter than dark
The
skinned
right
people.
answer is a
So
stupid.
if it's about knowledge, why all around the world, every place on the planet Earth, why are the lighter skinned people treated better than the darker skinned people? If it's about knowledge, if you claim that your skin tone doesn't have anything to do with the knowledge that you have, and you're subjugated based off of the knowledge that you have, why are all of the darker skinned people of everywhere in the world treated less than in comparison to the lighter skinned people?
Okay, bro. In case you didn't know, this whole thing is about that. Why is that happening? Okay, white supremacy, bro. Do you know about opportunities for people? Who got the better opportunities, bro? You think in dark countries? You think in dark skinned people countries they got the better opportunities? Bro, you need to. This is too easy to rationalize, bro. It's too easy. Why you asking me this question? Is if you see the world panoramic, it's too easy to rationalize these type of things, bro.
Do you know that in countries there are light skinned and dark skinned people living in the same country? Do you understand that? That there are people of mixed skin tones living in the same country?
The whole
And
world
in
is
all
mixed.
of those countries, in every single last one of those countries, you always see the darker skinned people be subjugated or treated less than, especially in your Caribbean countries. The darker skinned people are treated less than the lighter skinned people, so much so that skin bleaching is a common practice.
Of course, I see that every day. Of course, bro. Of
Okay,
course.
so if it's not about race, if it's not about the color and it's about the intelligence, why are the darker skinned people treated less than?
Bro, do you know the word accessibility? Bro, do you know the word
Why
equal
why is
rights?
there more accessibility? If it's about the intelligence, why is there more accessibility to the lighter skinned people?
Bro, because you got to figure out the
Sir
white
Albert
privilege.
Einstein was
We got to
wise.
figure out the white
That
privilege
proves that
code.
white people are
That's what you
smarter.
got to figure it out. That's what I've been trying to tell you. But you said the black law is bullshit because Latin is bullshit. Latin is
Okay,
bullshit.
if
It's
they
a just
both
dead language.
identify as black, if they both identify as black, why is sir, you know what? I feel I made my
Afro,
point. I
Afro,
feel I made my point.
Afro. Let
So
me
we're
ask
going
him
to
a quick
move
question
on to
because
the
I gotta
hands.
go.
We're going to move on to the hands. Manny, you can stay up. We're going to move on to the hands. Beatzilla and then Miss Fly Girl. You can go ahead.
All right, man. Peace, Afro, and everybody else on the stage. B1, B1, B1. Um, this is an interesting conversation. Um, First, I guess I got to look at the aspect of coming into this space with what makes a black person. Um, I see one person who immediately didn't identify as black, but felt the need to be in this space, which right there raises a red flag for me. Because if you are looking at this space and saying, I'm a child of God, well, you could just keep going. Here's the other thing. I hear the heavy accent um, with the how you are talking to us about white supremacy. The one thing that you do not have that we have is our experience here in America with these white supremacists who built a country based on white supremacy. You absolutely do not have that experience because
Bro,
you
I
were
live
born
in
in the third
Lafayette,
world.
bro. I live
No,
in
no, no,
Lafayette,
no, no,
Louisiana,
no,
bro,
no,
for two
no,
years,
no.
bro.
Yeah,
Hey, don't interrupt him. Let Beatzilla finish. Nobody interrupted you. I didn't let anybody interrupt you, and I'm sure everybody on here wanted to. So I'm not going to give you the permission to do that to anybody else.
so yeah, and just the fact that you interrupted right there tells me exactly why you came here. So again, and let me tell you, for all of the black immigrants out there who are still trying to find a way to weasel into the reparations conversation, having an experience with white supremacy does not entitle you to anything that lineages and genealogies of the slave trade here and the slave fields and the killing fields of America, that will not entitle you to anything. Now, one thing that we don't have to worry about is Black's Law. Because see, we are American citizens. At the end of the day, America owes its black folks a debt. So, regardless of however you want to look at law, because these people change laws based on what suits them. That is how white supremacy works. So we're not going to sit up here and say, hey, we don't know this, because it's not about knowledge in this case. The only knowledge you need to understand is white supremacists, especially America, are truce breakers. So there is no law that they give a damn about. They have a history of breaking truces. There is nothing that you can hold them to that they will not fight. Okay, all the people that say back the blue lives matter, and we uphold the Constitution, as soon as they felt that they were wrong, they stormed the damn Capitol. That's American white supremacy. And yes, you may have a brand new experience with this, but you do not have the lineage deep experience that we have. You do have your lineage deep experience to where y'all came from. And we don't have that. That's what separates us. That's why our reparation claim excludes you. And with that, I'll land my plane.
Thank you very much. Shout out to Beatzilla, and his YouTube channel is in the Jumbotron, so you guys definitely want to check that out. We're gonna get to the hands. There's so much I want to say, but I know a lot of people want to say some, so we're gonna get to the hands with Miss Fly Girl. You can go ahead.
Hey Afro, hey Nino. Basically everything that I was gonna say, Beatzilla said. And I think this conversation with this guy is part of the reason why a lot of foundational Black Americans, B1 Americans, want to just gatekeep the word Black because of the lineage and the experience that we've had in this country is so unique from any other lineage of any other melanated immigrant, particularly with the Negro melanated person. You know what I'm saying? What I've noticed, he kind of sound. I'm not gonna say who you are. I can't say what race you are or what culture, but you kind of remind me of some of the Dominicans that I work with, and they are brown skin, dark skin, and they always just kind of have this air about them that if us Black Americans would just do what we was told to do and not be so angry, not be so loud, not be so disruptive, then we wouldn't have these problems. It's kind of like we need to just go along to get along. And why can't we just do that? Because this is what I'm doing. And I mean, basically, every single thing that B Zilla said, I was getting ready to say. So he pretty much said all I was going to say. But this conversation and the things that he's saying, this is why a lot of foundational Black Americans want to gatekeep the word Black from any other Black immigrant because of our lineage and our experience. Period. Black means something totally different. It's a feeling, it's a movement, it's a culture, it's our lineage. It's even after reparations, we're gonna have to have therapy with trauma, all the shit that we're carrying our ancestors' trauma, and no one can come to this country even if they look like us, even if their phenotype is like us. No other person can say that, and a lot of Black people or from other countries that come here, it's almost like they're just so happy to be over here. But the number one problem with Manny and any other person that's Dominican, Panamanian, just all these other people is that they do not know all of the history. All they know is that there was American chattel slavery, dot, the end. They don't know the entire history. They don't know. So I'll just land my plane with that.
Thank you. I want to say, and I've said this before, we're all to a degree mixed with some non-black group. We all have some non-black DNA in us, but we don't focus on that because that's not important because we recognize that we're classified as black. The thing is the people who focus too much on that, they try to run away from their blackness. People, and I gotta say it how it is, people who are especially non-foundational Black American from the Caribbean who can pass as a non-white non-black person, who can pass as one of the buffer classes. They can, if you shaved all their hair and their facial hair, they can pass as like a Puerto Rican or a Hispanic to some degree, and they can try to pass as a white person. They go above and beyond not to classify as black. They're running and escaping their blackness. You can't tell me you either live in Jamaica or Costa Rica, or you said you lived in a lot of different places and you don't recognize race. You don't see race. You can't tell me that. As our brother Jason Black says, there's only two people. There's nobody who is confused about racism. There's nobody who doesn't see race. There's only two types of black people. Those are the people who see racism and fight it, and they're those who see racism and go back to picking the cotton. And that is what Manny is. Manny is the type of black person who wants to hide from his blackness. That's why he's coming up with, if you heard him speak, he came up with three different reasons as to why it's not a racial issue, it's another issue. The first thing he said, well, it's not a racial issue. It's about being a child of God. Then he went on to, it's not about race, it's about knowledge and education. Okay, then he went on to, it's not about knowledge and education, it's about how you identify in this black code, in this black law. He's finding everything he can to run away from his blackness. And we have too much of that when it comes to non-foundational black Americans. Speaking of which, um I was asked a question to ask you, if you feel like it was a son of God, if we're all children of God. Let me get the question, let me quote the question exactly. um did being a child of God help those 9 people in Charleston who got gunned down by Dylan Roof? That was the question I was DM'd to ask you. Manny, you can answer the question and then we'll get to the hands. Did being a child of God help the 9 people who got shot in Charleston?
No, as it's not helping the many people that probably dying in this very same instant right now, because
So it's about race then.
it's about race.
It's about race. All right. Okay. So you
Okay.
had to confess that. Yep. Now we're getting to the hands. East side, you can go ahead. You haven't spoken in a while.
Oh, I appreciate it, B1 family. Also, I wanted to say that I was just looking at something with Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's one of the smartest black people of today as far as science and everything. And he was hit with allegations, what, 4 years ago about sexual misconduct and all kind of stuff like that. And plus, white supremacy is a fiat system. It's the old I'm white, not say so. It was a woman in Texas, a white woman, who violated a shutdown order, from the governor. And just because a black judge was going to penalize her for it, he turned around and rescinded that. So, these laws, that you're talking about, even the black laws and the black codes, that's what we call plebiscite talk, because that stuff don't hold up right now. It's I'm white, not say so. They do whatever they feel like on any given day. I'm gonna land my plane there.
Thank you. I need everybody to understand. Anytime somebody talks about the black laws, I need y'all to understand that in the system of white supremacy, they put things out, they put certain words and things and terms out to confuse black people. You got a whole bunch of black people who feel as if they identify with something else, if they identify with something else, is going to change anything. But like our brother Nino said, black is a social construct that they gave to people. They are the dominant society. They are the ones who are ruling the world. So it doesn't matter what you think of yourself. You didn't give yourself the classification they did. So you can change your classification all day long. That doesn't matter. It's what they see you as. If they see you as a black person, then you are a black person. I wish black people would understand. Well, they might see me as a black person, but if I identify as something different, they'll treat me different. They won't treat you different. In this country alone, we've been identified as many different things, and the lynchings didn't slow down if you were identified as a colored man versus a Negro man. The lynchings and rapes didn't slow down when it came to a colored woman or an African American woman. None of those things changed the way we were treated in this country. So I need black people. That all that is the black law. That's fantasy talk. As if there's a safe word to stopping white supremacy. This isn't tag. There's no safe zone. There's no safe word. This isn't sex where if you can be beaten up and if you say a safe word, the other person gets off of you. There is no safe word. This is a damn war. Nothing you can say. There's no identification to get them to stop. You're not going to be a special person. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. What they classify you as, that's what you are, and that's what you need to be fighting on the sides of. Nino, you can go ahead.
All right, can I be heard clearly? I'm outside and I got one headphone in. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So with that being said, I'm gonna read an excerpt from the Costa Rican news. This is from the Costa Rican news because Manny, for those of y'all just now joining, he is of half Jamaican descent on one side of his family and currently resides in Costa Rica, which is in Central America. So the title of this article is, it's going to be really quickly, y'all. Is there racism in Costa Rica? Again, this is from the Costa Rican News.com. Presence of racism in Costa Rica. Most of the black community came to Costa Rica in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, brought from Jamaica in as cheap labor to work in the construction of the railroad to the Pacific. Because of this, most Afro Costa Ricans have Anglo-Saxon names and surnames. Manny. Usually are of Protestant religion and speak English or Creole liminence. In Costa Rica, there is a social stereotype associated with blacks that they are lazy and do not like to work. Is all this not sounding familiar so far based off all the things he said? But let me continue. It's really short. Some complaints highlight that Costa Rican attitudes can be very harmful to black Costa Ricans. A well-known case occurred when during the first division soccer match, the fans of the opposing team to the black player, Tri Bennett, began to insult and make sounds imitating monkeys. Since the 1990s, thanks to the leading role of Afro Costa Ricans have had in politics, sports, racism and jokes towards blacks have decreased, and there is still a large percentage of mulatto or Afro Costa Rican people who do not know their roots. And many times they describe themselves as mestizos or even whites. So with that being said, I have one question to Manny. What is your race?
I'm a human, bro. Aboriginal.
All right, I'll rest my case. I'll rest my fucking case.
Nino, you wanna real quick, bro. Good job searching, bro. Did you hear when I said
We're gonna get to the hands. Uh, JDW, you haven't spoken yet. I want to get to the people who haven't spoken, so then we'll do JDW, Vovo, and then we'll do Davey. You can go ahead and speak now.
To the panel? How you doing, Afro? Nino?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good, good, good. I just want to make this brief as I can. To all black immigrants who have a problem with foundational black Americans, what is the issue? What is the issue of all of y'all renouncing your positions in your own countries as you let the government and those respected countries defile the land, the resources, and anything to provide a better future for your children? You come here thinking that you're helping America, but you're not. Most of y'all who are considered doctors, teachers, lawyers in your home countries don't even participate in the same occupational positions here in America. These are facts, and it's unfortunate. Now, I come from two lineages. I'm half Jamaican, and I'm half Black American. I identify myself in both lineages. Okay, my mother's side of the family originates from Jamaica, even though she was born in North Carolina. Also, my father originates here in America, Cherokee Indian from the Iroquois Federation. That being said, I support reparations for both here in America, for Black Americans, and my Jamaican brethren in Jamaica, even though I've never been to Jamaica in my entire life. It should be no excuse whatsoever. No excuses to any Black immigrant who comes from the African continent and from the Caribbean to renounce their citizenship or their positions or their identity in those countries, knowing, because how is it that Black Americans is aware of what's going on in those countries, and yet you guys consistently lie to us on a daily basis? We are coming to the time and climate where it's almost impossible for y'all to lie. You're either going to put your money with your mouth is and fight the powers that be in your own countries to get what's rightfully yours back, or you're going to cower it up and bitch up. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate that, brother. Vovo, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, see, I just said this. I just said this earlier when I told the story about I had a conversation with a Mexican man. He was saying that he don't see the problem with us. You know, we speak English, perfect English, and and stuff like that. And then Manny just said, you know, you guys probably had a better life than me. See, this the problem that we having with Latinos, and I still stand on the fact that I really don't think you Jamaican, bro. Not talking with that accent. I just think that that's a way for you to enter the black conversation. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know for sure. But this the problem that we having. This where it will always be a disconnect because they see us as spoiled or we should be grateful for what we have and grateful to be in America and grateful for just grateful to be here. You know what I'm saying? They feel as though they see themselves as second class citizens. They see themselves as under white people. We never seen ourselves as under white people. We seen ourselves as oppressed by white people. We always wanted to get away from white people. We don't think white people was that great. You know what I'm saying? We would never do something like leave our homeland and throw away our language and our heritage and our culture and all that and go and join white people. You know what I'm saying? They looking at us like it's always gonna be a resentment because they want what we got. You know, let's be honest. They don't want to be there. They don't want to be there. They haven't been able to figure it out. We wish that we had what they got. To be honest, somewhere where you can build on your own, away from white people, and you can keep your own culture and do whatever you got to do for your people. See, they see joining white people as uh like they being saved from something. Coming to America is like they being saved. You know what I'm saying? White people never saved us. Everything that we got, we had to fought. We done fought and died for it. You know what I'm saying? We done been punished for the shit that we got. You know what I'm saying? America hasn't been a blessing to us. You know what I'm saying? It's been a blessing to them. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem that we have, and exactly what he just said. Uh, you know, I'm pretty sure that you guys had an easier life than me. You know what I'm saying? Because he see us as, oh, well, I don't know why you guys can't just, you know, get along. You know, just, you know, he feel like that we complaining too much, that we should just shut up. You know what I'm saying? And most Latinos feel like that. That's why the white man can always ask a Latino to go against his honor and his integrity and come against us. You know what I'm saying? Because he felt like he owed a white man something and he want to be closer to the white man. And it ain't that bad. You just gotta, why y'all so angry and so mad? Why y'all just can't fit in? Just I think my sister said earlier, just go along to get along. You know what I'm saying? But we not built like that. And I'm gonna land there.
We're definitely not built like that. And anybody who says anything against that, those are people who are scared. They're scared and they feel as if acquiescing to white supremacy, they feel as if the being less of a threat, as our brother Jason Black would say, being less of a threat is going to keep them safe. You're actually endangering yourself by becoming less of a threat if you didn't know that. The whole I'm gonna pretend like I'm not black. I'm gonna cozy up on around a bunch of white people. Do you think that honestly keeps you safe? What was that one sister who went to a slumber party with all white girls and she had all white friends and what she was dead in the backyard and nobody was arrested. Nobody to this day knows anything. There was a Jamaican dude who went, I guess, hunting or something like that, wound up getting shot by his quote unquote white friends. Nobody arrested. Do you think being a coon is gonna keep you safe? Do you think so? Okay. Why don't you ask what's his name, Muhammad Noor, who was a police officer? Do you think that Blue Lives Matter is going to keep you safe? Do you think that any of these things are going to supersede your blackness? Do you think that any of these things, cooning, all lives matter, blue lives matter, all of these things. I don't see race. We're all children of God. It's all about intelligence and just the content of your character. Do you think that that's going to keep you safe? That's not going to keep you safe. Okay. Why don't you ask what was his name? ASAP Rocky. ASAP Rocky, who blamed what's his name? Mike Brown. He said Mike Brown was the issue. He was pointing the finger at Mike Brown for him getting murdered. He was pointing the finger at George Floyd for him getting murdered. And now ASAP Rocky is getting sued left and right by a whole bunch of white Hispanics. All of that cooning didn't save him. ASAP Rocky, he was talking about he didn't see race, didn't see color. Now then he was arrested not too long ago in a European country. Why don't you ask what's his name, Young Thug? When I think an interviewer asked Young Thug about should black celebrities get involved with black issues, he said, "Nope. I'm concerned about myself and I'm concerned about getting money." Now this Negro's facing RICO charges for a damn rap lyric that nobody can barely tie him to. If you think that cooning is gonna keep you safe, I guarantee you that you're just putting a target on your back. You're just saying that, hey, I'm not gonna fight you when you come to attack me. That's the only thing that you're letting them know. That's the only thing. Lamar, you can go ahead.
So here in Southern California, we have a lot of Central Americans with Manny's type of ideology, and like when I tell you, jet black people think like this too. Don't just because Manny light skin like me, like don't think that jet black people from Honduras, from all these Central Americans, they think exactly like this. It's scary because I've had conversations with dudes and you can tell they're not like us because they obviously don't speak English as well and like just not the slang we speak. And it's like, bro, like you're darker than me, but you don't think you're black. It's just like it makes you scratch your head. Like, what are they teaching you down there? Like you cannot come to America this unprepared. Like I'm being honest with you, Manny. You cannot come to America this unprepared because LAPD waits around the corner to get people. Like I'm not joking, bro. Like this is for your well being. When I tell you this, LAPD loves a confused Negro. They love a confused Negro, and I'm end it there.
Y'all make the easiest targets. Y'all make the easiest targets. And if we know anything, especially by these damn mass shootings that's been going on left and right, white supremacy loves an easy target. And that's the only thing you're doing is saying, hey, I'm an easy target. I have white friends. Okay. Nino, you can go ahead. FBA Antonio, I'm trying to let you up. I don't know if it's taking a while. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out a metaphor. Um, you know, there's a stereotype, where people like to say, oh, the house Negroes are the ones that snuggle up to white people, whatever, and field Negroes are the hardworking ones. Well, if you actually study like firsthand accounts of slave rebellions, a lot of times the slave rebellions were usually plotted by the quote unquote house Negroes, those on the inside. And and I think a lot of people throughout the diaspora they view us as the house Negroes, which actually ties in with the firsthand accounts of the house Negroes being the ones that largely were plotting a lot of these slave rebellions. Who fights white supremacy harder than us in America? Like Manny said, I'm in the third world country. I'm in the third world country. Y'all in America basically saying y'all in the house. So what you complaining for? Yeah, we in the house. Therefore, we know that this ain't what it's all cracked up to be. Yeah, you might be in the field or whatever, working all day in the hot sun, but it's things going on the inside that you have no privy to. Hell, at least in the field that you can sneak away sometimes. You can be out of view sometimes. In the house, we're under constant surveillance. So with that being said, yeah, we may be the house Negroes, but shoot. With that being said, the house Negroes are the ones that's out here fighting it harder because y'all too busy just trying to fight to get in the house. We fight to burn this motherfucker down, figuratively speaking, of course. And I'll mute my mic there.
Yeah, definitely. It's about the mentality and the intentions, not even necessarily where you're from or what you've been facing. I'd rather team up with a black person who's black first. They might have been born into $1 million home, been college free, spoiled, riches and all, never had a struggle, a financial struggle in their life, and I would team up with him first or her first if they were black first versus a person who claimed that they were from the hood, if they grew up in the struggle but they don't see race. Okay, don't try to flex on my position gives me um certification, or my position gives me some justification to criticize people. Your what the struggles that you've been through doesn't matter if your intentions are coon intentions. We care more about the intentions. Nobody over here is trying to compare our struggles, because that's not what impresses anybody here. Some of us have struggled more than other people in this room, and we all know that. Nobody knows exactly all the struggles we've been through, but we all know one thing: we have the same goal, we have the same agenda. Your struggles don't mean anything if your agenda doesn't have if you don't have a black agenda. If you don't have a black agenda, I could care less about your struggles. You're not gonna get in the room. You're not gonna impress anybody. Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to chime in real quick with this little piece, with the simple fact that we're dealing with global white supremacy, and we have dealt with nothing but like everything we've dealt with in this country, from them coming in, government funding, destroying Black Wall Street. Um, and right now we're watching millions and billions of dollars go over to Nazis in Ukraine. Um, we have like he said, the house Negro. I guess you really can look at us like that, because we have a bird's eye view of how these people get down, how they could smile in your face, because I'm pretty sure that y'all think these politicians actually like y'all, brother Manny. And if you are under that impression, then America has successfully pulled the wool over your eyes. Because the one thing that I don't think y'all understand, a con man is supposed to make you feel like you're not getting con. So y'all come here like, oh man, this is all good. Man, please. Y'all find out real quickly that these people don't rock with y'all that way. And maybe that's why more of y'all are starting to hop into these spaces, because truth be told, what happens to you if foundational Black Americans get reparations? Where do you end up on the totem pole then, with all of your education and your well speaking and knowledge and all of that? That's you're going to have to address that with the powers that be, not us. And with that, I'll land my plane.
Appreciate you, brother. Vovo, you can go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to hold on. I just wanted to touch on what I said earlier. You know what I'm saying? Because I was cooking. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem that we having. You know what I'm saying? And we got to recognize that this is our problem. It has always been our problem. These people didn't come here to fight. They don't know what they came here to get cozied up to white people. Let's be clear. They see themselves as second class people. I'm not trying to be offensive or none of that. But if you willing to go through you see the way some of these people come into this country. That's they fight right there. They fighting to get here. They fighting to get out. So they not never gonna be able to understand what we saying. You know what I'm saying? And I'm really realizing that now, that they not gonna be able to understand what we saying. They don't see they people as we feel like that well, me personally, I feel like I'm better than white people. White people gotta cheat. They gotta rape, rob, destroy, blow the planet up, kill everybody for theirs to work. Me, I don't gotta do that. Anything I get in this country as a black man, anything I get, if I get the same car as a white man, I gotta be 10 times better to get that car. If I get a job, I got to be 10 times better than a white man to get that job. So I feel like I'm better than a white man because I got to be, period. I got to be. Unless I'm not going to make it, unless mine's not going to work. They see white people as the savior. They see the white way as the best way. They don't like their way. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem that we having with these people. They feel like we spoiled and we lazy and we ain't we should just it's because where they come from, they have failed. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be offensive or none of that, but some of these people sat in these countries for thousands of years. They got ancient histories. We've been in this situation for about 500 years, and they look at us like, wow, how these people done hopped over us. You know what I'm saying? When they just can't do it. They just not built like that. So we always gonna have problems with these people. Period. Because white people understand who they are. White people know that these people feel like they blessed to be here, which I guess that's true though. You know what I mean? They is blessed because they couldn't make it down there. So this is not their fight. So that's why we separate now, because we realizing that this is not their fight. This is our fight. We are the leaders. That's what God gave us. That's the curse God gave us. That's the curse that God gave us. We always got to fight against white supremacy. These people don't fight against white supremacy in their home countries. So what makes us think that they're going to fight here?
That's a great point. That's a great point. You can't take anything from a runner. You can't take anything from somebody, a grown man trying to hide from white supremacy, trying to hide from reality. White supremacy is reality. That's the reality that we live in. And any black person who's trying to lie to themselves is trying to escape reality, either for themselves as a coping mechanism or so they can seem to the dominant society as less of a threat. Either way, those people we should not associate with. Either way, it's bad. Whether you're doing it because you're trying to lie to yourself to get to to ease the damn trauma that white supremacy has put you through, or you're trying to seem like a safe Negro. Either way, if you're a black person and you're trying to put anything before your blackness, you're not trying to fight against white supremacy, then that's a black person that you don't need to be associating yourself with. Because either way, the dominant society is going to use that against the rest of black society. FBA Antonio, then we'll go with Manny, and then we'll go with East Sides.
Okay, yeah, B1 everybody. A statement and a question. So a statement. The person that sent you that message, Afro, and wanted that question posed to Manny as far as because he was running with the Son of God thing, the Son of God, Son of God, and those folks out there, our brethren that got slain by Dylan Roof in AME Church were sons and daughters of God, and he answered that question, and he had to come clean with it. Was it if they were sons of God, then why did they get killed? You know what I'm saying? Or was it a racial issue? And then he reluctantly he answered that, and he said, "Well, shit, it was about race. It was white. I think I heard him even mention white supremacy after that. There's a little bit of white supremacy, a little bit of racial shit going on right there. Listen, it's the pick and but I had to bring that up because TBA had me dying laughing one day, bro. When he said when white folks know if you throw a rock 3 times, you're gonna hit a coon at least once. And that's how I felt when the brother had to come to terms with his cooning right there. Like, you know what? You got me. Hands up, don't shoot. Y'all done got me. But Bobo, bro, I really came back too because, bro, you landing planes everywhere, bro, killing the shit because they coming over here. See, the way that we feel about white folks is just different, and white supremacy altogether. When the other black faces get over here, uh, ex- with exception to the on code B1 ones and stuff like that, y'all get over here, y'all looking to align yourselves with the easiest way to go along to get along, bro. And that's to snuggle up under some white ass. If you got to kiss some white ass, if you got to open some Bucci up, you're going to do all of that. You will talk down and you will speak down and negative against all of these brothers in the room. And you trying to run with some shit that you know is some bullshit. and we just got, we don't understand because Black Law Dictionary ain't been read back and forth. But you know though, man. Listen, it's cowardice, bruh. So have whatever you want to align yourself and attach yourself with, bro. But you can't come in a room full of real niggas and try to convince us that the issue ain't white supremacy. And what you doing is aligning yourself with the wrong group, bro. I'll end right there.
Thank you. The issue was white supremacy, and he had to admit that, which shows you the whole time he was being disingenuous, which is why I let him speak for as long as I did. Because he was digging his grave as I was asking him questions. He was digging his grave further and further and further. And then when the question was asked, okay, you said the first thing that came out of your mouth was, "I'm a son of God." No, I'm not black. I'm a son of God. You was on that damn Caribbean shit because Roland Martin said the same thing when he was asked by Jared Taylor. I'm sorry, Richard Spencer, if he was a black man. He said, I'm a Christian. So I guess y'all go, I guess maybe that's a Caribbean thing where y'all talk about being a Christian and being a son of God, because Roland Martin did the same exact thing when he was asked. But then when we talked about Dylan Roof, you had to admit, no, this it's about white supremacy. When you at first you said blackness and whiteness, they're just colors. And then eventually you had to admit, yeah, it is white supremacy and white supremacy exists. How can white supremacy exist if there is no blackness? If nobody is black and black is just a color, what does white supremacy base itself off of? See, this is how you know Manny is a liar and Manny is full of shit, because Manny knows exactly what he's saying. Manny is being dishonest. Manny, you're not fooling anybody in this space. You're not fooling anybody who will listen to this space. You're lying to yourself, and you know better. You know better, Manny. Shame on you. East Side, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Sorry about that. Yeah, like the brother said, man. They chose the side because it was easier. And if he said that we ain't been through nothing that he have, he must ain't been in places like L.A. or Chicago or New York or Baltimore in the '80s and the '90s. I was in Chicago when the Robert Taylors was up, so you're not gonna tell us what kind of drama that you didn't seen out that way that wasn't over there, in Cleveland, you know, most of these places that where there's high crime areas, even that's been neglected by the system and has been sabotaged by the system, because each of these cities I named actually had prominent areas that was black, you know, and I'm gonna land my plane there.
Thank you. Appreciate you. First off, how dare you try to come out here and compare your grievance to the grievance of foundational black Americans, the people who were not even considered human beings by this government. We were literally classified as property by the government, less than human beings. And you're talking about your fight when you're the majority of the country. You're the majority of the country. All the people black in your government is the same race as you are. I understand y'all still victims of white supremacy, but y'all, from the position you're in, you should have a better chance of fighting it. But you're not. You guys have acquiesced and you guys have been mentally defeated. The reason why foundational black Americans are in a better position is because we were never mentally defeated by white supremacy. Not enough of us has been. We've always had enough black people on code to move the needle forward for black empowerment. You guys haven't. Most of you can literally hand pick the people from Jamaica who are on code. You can hand pick them. You can, out of a lineup of 100 Jamaicans, you can pick enough people to fit in a damn two-door car who are on code. I'm gonna let you go, Manny, and then we're gonna move this conversation forward. I felt like you've been defeated twice and three times over, so go ahead, Manny.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Cause I even gotta go. But yeah. Just to finish, I'm just gonna leave some schooling here. I know you guys think you were the first slaves, but actually, 1491, 1502,
Nobody said that.
1794. Yeah, yeah. You guys said. You were the guys in the house. You were the guys. The nobody know the struggle like y'all. The
We
first
didn't say
struggle was
first
in Haiti.
slaves though, so stop lying.
But
Don't lie.
first
Don't
struggle,
lie.
Put
the
down the
first
crack
struggle was
pipe.
Haiti.
We
Yes,
never said that, Manny. That's that
guys,
mindset you on.
guys.
We
Well,
never said we were the first
I'm glad
slaves.
that this is I'm glad that this is recorded. Just go back and listen to the whole thing. That's all you need to do. Go back and listen to the whole thing, and listen what I said. Because you even call me Christian, you call me Jamaican. You clearly have a problem in comprehending
You
speaking.
said you were half Jamaican. I just read an article pointing out the background of many
I
Afro
said
Costa Ricans.
I said my grandparents were Jamaican and
You
my
and
other
when
grandparents were from Costa Rica. That's what I
yeah.
said.
He got to be
So
That
trolling. He got to be trolling.
Manny, are you trolling
oh
right now? Because nobody. You
oh
said we was the first slaves. Nobody said
oh
that.
okay okay
Nobody
I'm
said that.
trolling. Okay, I'm
Hey, let me
trolling.
say that. I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying, but this the problem, Manny.
It's recorded,
Y'all,
bro.
y'all,
Go
hold on,
back.
wait.
Just go back.
Man, Manny,
And
real
I
fast.
gotta
I'm just
go,
gonna go
man.
one
I gotta
second. One
go.
second. One second. The
Yeah.
problem is y'all don't live under your slave master to this day. That's where I know where you about to go with that, but
The what?
y'all still are not up under
The
the
what?
slave master.
No, you're the guys are diminishing the rest of the struggle. Like you're like you up there are the only front of resistance right now, and nobody else
Okay.
went for shit.
Here's the thing. Us as foundational Black Americans, we have always been the ones fighting for other people's struggle. When it comes to one group fighting for another group's struggle, you can't think of another group who have done that more and better than foundational Black Americans. We have been the ones telling you guys about your struggle. Foundational Black Americans in America, we were the ones fighting against apartheid in South America, in South Africa. We've been the ones fighting against the Italian invasion in Ethiopia. There's foundational Black Americans who were fighting against the government brutality in Nigeria. We've been the ones fighting and struggling for our non-foundational Black American brothers and sisters. What we're saying here is that your fight is a racial fight against white supremacy. We're not saying that, oh, you guys don't have any struggles. We're saying that don't come here because you were the one, Manny, who came here and started trying to flex on your struggles and your grievances, talking about, I live in a third world country and I know stuff that you guys don't know. Nobody said that you didn't go through any struggles. We're only saying that your struggles are Black. Your struggles are because you're Black. That's what you're not getting. You struggle. No, foundational Black Americans, we understand the struggles of white supremacy and the people who are classified as Black. We understand that. We're just trying to teach you is that that's because of white supremacy. It's y'all the ones being a hard-headed one saying that it's not white supremacy. That's the issue.
Oh,
You
my
can land
turn.
your plane.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Yeah. If you say that I was saying it wasn't white supremacy, like I said, is the whole thing is recorded. You can go back, listen to it.
You okay? So is white a race?
Is white a race?
Yes.
Oh, you want? Yeah, yeah.
So
You
so
want me to
so
say
how is
yes? Yeah.
white a race and Black not a race?
Listen, I said white a race because that's what you want me to hear. Human
No, no,
is a
no. Don't
race.
say what I
Yeah,
want you to say.
yeah.
At this point, don't say what I want you to say. Say what you believe.
Okay, what I believe is like you said, concept. Race is only human race. Ethnicity, there's many, and then geographically or what's the other? There's other so many. So what are
So is
you at,
white supremacy real?
bro? I never said that white supremacy wasn't real.
Okay, how is
You
because this is where
you
you
can go
start.
back to
This
the
is
whole
where you start
recording.
twisting
To
your
be
own
no,
words.
to be
This is where you start twisting your own words. How is white supremacy real if there is no white people? If nobody is white and everybody is human, how is white supremacy even a thing?
Okay. Go back to the beginning of the recording. Like I said, the whole thing is recording. What I said, white man, black man. You know what that means? White man, good credit. Black man, bad credit. That's what I said it means.
No black
If they
people have good
watching
credit,
you, they
Manny.
watching you, they watching you regarding what you have. It's all about that. It's all
So
about what you
okay,
have.
so let me ask. So the issue is class. It's not race. It's class. Is what you're saying, right? It's class. Okay, because and Manny, answer the question. So the issue is credit in class, right?
And let's keep in mind, class is based on race a lot of times. It correlates with race a lot of times. Even in Costa Rica, even in Jamaica, those in the high class tend to be of lighter skin. Those in the bottom class tend to be of darker skin. So let's not be disingenuous and ignore that correlation between the two, man.
I just want to know, Manny. Let me ask you a question because
Yeah,
maybe
bro.
you're not from America and don't know this. Let me ask you
Yes,
a
sir.
question. If
Yes, sir.
the issue was not race, the issue was class. How was lower class white women able to lie on a very high class Bill Cosby and get him indicted on a crime that he did not commit?
How
If
you
it's
know?
not a racial problem,
Listen.
if it's
How
a
you?
class problem, all of the women who lied and it was confirmed that they lied. A lot of the lawyers confirmed that most of the women who lied on him, all of the women actually lied on him. How were they able to do that if it's
If they
not
have
white men?
a lower class than Bill Cosby, yeah,
Yes,
that's what you
every
ask.
single last one of them
If they
were of
have those,
lower
yeah.
class than Bill Cosby.
You think they were the one pulling up those strings? You think those women are the one behind the whole thing? Come on, bro, you smarter than that.
But if it's class,
Someone from the
why
upper
were they
class,
able to
then
do
I don't
anything?
know. Do you know who pulled the strings in the government? Do you know who
Oh,
calls the
so it's
shots?
the government. It's the government. Where's Tariq when you need him? The
The
government.
The
government,
government,
the government,
the
the government.
The state, the government, however you want to call it. Who runs the
booyaka,
show?
booyaka.
The court,
Okay.
the judicial system. Who runs the show? I don't know. Then I'm talking stupid.
So
Then
why
all
did
right,
let
bro.
me ask you, why does the judicial system, the government, give privileges to white people that they don't give to black people?
Bro, why there's innocent people in jail, and why is there's
White
criminals in the
supremacy.
streets?
White supremacy. All of it
I
white
don't know.
supremacy.
I don't know.
You do.
I
You
don't know.
literally said white supremacy earlier in the conversation. Now you're backpedaling.
Bro, I'm fucking with you, bro. Of course, it's some bro. There's so many things that you can. It's so rhetorical question that you asking. You can answer them yourself,
I am
Manny,
answering that.
Manny, if you don't identify as black, then why? And you don't live in America, you live in Costa Rica currently. Why did you join a room that the topic of discussion is what makes a person black?
Excellent question, Nino. That was you, Nino.
I can explain exactly what makes a person black. Please let me talk.
That's not what I Jack.
Hold
Go ahead.
on, hold on.
Ask Manny.
We're not gonna do that.
Huh? Cause the same reason, Nino. Cause I saw a bunch of brothers that I relate to, even if they see me as a foreigner or someone that can't be related to them.
On what
Even
grounds
the
do you relate to us, Manny? On what grounds? Because we identify on our blackness. You yourself said you're not black. So what do you identify with us on?
bro,
We're not even
bro,
in the same country.
bro. All I gotta do is see you guys. We all got the same factions, either one or other. It's different. Is you guys are just just segregating me, but it's okay if you can if you fail to
That
see.
doesn't answer my question, brother. What do you see in common with us if you're not even an American citizen, you're not in America, you don't identify as black. So what did you see in common with people in a room title? What makes a person black? And you yourself are not black and you yourself are not even in America. What grounds of commonality do you see in us? And it has to be
Okay,
something that you see with your eyes.
yeah, of all,
So
hey, there you go,
what do
with my
you see with
eyes.
your eyes? What do you
Yeah,
see with
yeah,
your eyes that you have in
yeah.
common with us?
Exactly what I can see with my eyes. You cannot just narrow the thing to, oh, if you're American or this, you related. No, I see that some of you guys got broad nose, dark skin, thick lips. Hey, so I shouldn't feel related. I can't even feel related to Aboriginal, Indigenous. They got the same broad nose, broad lips. From even Australia, I traveled the world. I traveled more than 10 countries. Even if I say that you guys live better than me,
You
I'm not
traveled in
saying I'm
10
not.
countries, so have you came to America? And if so, what did they identify you racially as when you came to America?
When I was in America, I used to live. I lived 2 years in Lafayette, in Caffrey Park,
Louis,
Lafayette, Louisiana,
Louisiana. I
Answer
got
the
family out there.
question.
So what
and
did they legally classify you as when you lived in Lafayette, Louisiana?
What classify me as what? What did I
What
classify
did
myself
they
as?
Nah, he's a human race,
legally
bro.
classify you as racially when you lived in Lafayette, Louisiana for 2 years? Because when you
Oh,
move to America, they classify you by race. There's
oh,
only
you mean
five
what? You
races.
yeah, you mean what box did I check? Afro Caribbean.
That's not a
There
box,
is
you
no Afro
liar.
Caribbean
You're a
box.
Where
liar.
is that?
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Oh, I'm a liar. So there's no Afro
There is
Caribbean.
no
There's no
Afro
Afro.
Caribbean box under race.
There's
That does
oh
You're a
not
there's
liar.
exist.
there's other race. There's the other race. There's the other box. Bro, you
So
guys
why didn't you say that?
you guys look like newbies, bro.
Okay. Well, you know what? I feel like Manny, at this point, the only
Okay,
thing left is for you to troll. The only thing
Yo,
left is for you to troll. So
yeah,
we're not
I'm gonna
going
left
to
you I'm gonna left you with
engage
this
in this
guy.
anymore.
Just I'm gonna left you with this guy. Study Haiti, the first revolution, 1492, bro, and then take it from there. All right,
Oh, I
bro.
studied
Peace.
them. They killed their coons first before they took on the French, so you be the first one to go.
I don't know, bro. I'm a warrior, bro. You can't kill
Who
me
are
that
you?
quick.
You're a warrior at war with who? You're at war with who? Who are you at war with?
What am I at war with?
Yes.
The unrighteous and unjust.
You are a warrior against who? What group of people?
Oh, you didn't hear? I said the unrighteous and the unjust people.
Who is
That
unrighteous and unjust?
you gotta walk the earth and see who is
Lord have
unrighteous.
mercy. Okay, well you're done. Um, let me see. Jack, you just came up, haven't spoken yet. We'll move on. We'll move on for Manny. Manny, you were very entertaining. I bid you a good night, man. You go ahead.
He had to have been trolling.
He thought he could beat us intellectually. He wound up getting stumped to the ground, all over the place. Every point he made, it's about religion. We're all children of God. You saw he stopped that. He didn't bring up children of God at all after that conversation. The second we debunked that, he didn't say anything else about God for the rest of the conversation. Then he was all like, "Oh, it's about education." The second we debunked that, he stopped saying it was about education. It's about your knowledge and how you carry yourself and your degree and everything. I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, you say you have degrees, right? So why are you subjugated?" He was like, "Oh no, it's about the degrees all over the world. If it's about the degrees and not the race, why do you see the darker skinned people, or if it's not the degrees, the intelligence, why are the darker skinned people who himself said are not any less intelligent than the lighter skinned people, why are they subjugated more than the lighter skinned people? And this isn't even just black people all over the world. Darker skinned Indians are subjugated by lighter skinned Indians. Darker skinned Asians are subjugated by lighter skinned Asians all over the world. Colorism is all over the world, and it's the little brother of white supremacy. So why is that the case if it's not about race? He had to drop that, and he stopped talking about education. Then he started talking about, oh, it's the black laws, it's the black laws. Then after we said no, it's not the black laws, then he just continued to troll because he lost. He lost the conversation, and he couldn't admit that he lost. So he just decided to troll and waste our time. But I was done entertaining that conversation with him. I felt like that was enough. We got what we needed. Let's
Those folks
see.
think we're stupid.
He did talk to us like we were stupid and didn't go through anything. Let me see. Let me see who hasn't spoke. The Vovo, you can go ahead, and then we'll go with the hard black truth and Beatzilla.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, it's not also. I mean, it's not just about race though. It's about nation too. It's about your nation. It's about what makes a people a nation is they curses. See, we are the same nation because we've been through the same curses. We got the same burden. We got the same trouble, and that's what makes us a nation of people. See, like that guy, he claims he's black. He doesn't fit these curses that we go through. He doesn't fit this nation. He doesn't fit this burden like a Jamaican. They
I
they
see
don't fit
somebody
the
else
same
speaking,
curses
but I
as
can't
us.
hear
They don't
anything.
got the same burden as us. They
Yeah, you're
it,
starting to break up, Bobo.
huh?
You're starting to break up.
Oh damn!
I
Can
don't
you
know
hear
if
me
you were
now?
moving around.
No, I ain't moving around. Well, that's all I just wanted to say. They don't
You can actually
they
hear me
don't
now?
fit the same.
I think I should off. You can actually hear me?
Who's speaking?
Hello?
I
I
think
think
that's the
yeah,
Jack.
Jack.
That's Jack.
It's Jack.
Jack, you gotta mute that, baby.
Jack.
Okay.
Yeah, mute yourself.
Black
Raise your hand. We'll get to
not
you.
skin color. It's activeness that this government
Jack,
did to
Jack, we
us.
can't
You
understand you,
might gotta
They
brother.
mute the room
redacted
and
our
then.
language, our history.
Jack, we don't do that. You know, we'll get to you. Hold on. Hold on for a second. Before you land, Bobo, let me see something real quick. Here we go. Every time we have a productive space, we always get some of these people coming up. F. Johnson.
It's
Uh
actually fuck John Sawyer.
Fuck John Sawyer. Okay. And what would you like to add? Are you a black person?
No, I'm not.
So you know what is your racial
Oh,
classification?
I think I'm white. I'm not sure though.
You think you're
I
white?
think so.
What else would you be if not white?
Panama.
Inbred.
Oh, inbred. That's cool, bro.
Okay. No, let me speak. I don't want anybody else to speak right now. What brings you in this room?
I don't know. It's the title. I wanted to see what makes a person black.
Why did you request to speak?
Oh, I didn't mean to, man. I'm still trying to figure out how to use this. Good
And you,
conversation
and you
though.
want to know what makes a person black?
I mean, that's what the title is.
What do you think so far, Alpha? What you heard?
Ain't too bad, man. Ain't too bad. I got in whenever y'all were flaming that other guy. I don't really know what he said though.
Okay. Well, if you didn't mean to speak, all right then.
All right.
White people love spying on our conversations. Have y'all noticed that? We
He's so
never go in their
weird. Like,
spaces.
get a life.
We're gonna hold on. You requested again. That's interesting.
Wait, hold
Oh,
up, bro.
Johnson, you're
What do
back.
you
What's
mean
let me
up?
finish this
spying?
off.
Like, you literally click on this Twitter section, and y'all are like the second person up there.
But you know what's funny? As much as I'm on YouTube, I never find myself in, at least not unintentionally, in white channels, white political
Bro,
channels.
they're
Neither am I,
Facts.
nor
what
do
the
I
hell
ever
is a
find
white
myself
political
in.
channel, bro? That sounds mad racist. Sound like some
How can
segregation.
how can a black person enact racism in a system of white supremacy, sir?
I don't even fucking understand what you're saying, bro. Like, you're just trying to flame me because I'm white. That's like hella racist.
How can I, a black man, enact racism against a white person in a system of white supremacy, sir?
What the fuck? What are you talking about?
He's trolling at this point,
So
but he's
okay, so
trolling.
sir, before we are. Do you believe in white supremacy?
I mean, what do you mean? Do I believe in it? Like, do I think it's a good thing or do I think it exists?
Do you think well? Do you think it exists? First off,
Yeah, no, of course it does, dude. People suck everywhere. You don't got to be white
okay.
or.
What do you mean people suck? Well, that's not white supremacy. Just people sucking. That's
I mean, dude,
white
usually
supremacy
white
is deeper than that.
supremacists fucking suck. I mean, is that right or is that
So
wrong?
no, it's right. But what Nino was saying is that it's interesting that white people come in conversations that have literally nothing to do
Bro,
with anybody except black people.
this
So
whenever you
how did
click
you
on the
find the
conversation,
conversation?
all it says is what makes a person black. It doesn't say like black people only. Like if it did, I think that'd be a little bit like racist, would it not be?
No, there's
No,
Can I
you
no.
say
can't
It wasn't.
something
enact.
real quick on that? Can I say something real quick on that? I'll just make it quick, I promise.
I mean, like, don't you want to like educate the rest of the world? Like, if it's a good conversation, why can't other people listen? Like, you have to be
You need
black
to
to listen to it.
educate your
Yeah,
people
because
on
everybody
how to
knows
not be
already.
racist. That's what you need to educate your people on. Don't come over here and have us teach you about anything. What can we teach you that
Where
you
the
don't
fuck would I
already
learn that
know?
from? Other white people?
Everybody knows about white supremacy. They just don't want to talk about it because it makes them feel uncomfortable. It
Do
makes them
we
feel guilty.
or do we not live in a global system of white supremacy?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm making
probably.
you don't know.
Probably.
You don't know.
Dude, I fucking. How the hell would I know that, bro? Coming from, think about it. Coming from someone that's not a racist, someone that doesn't hang out with white supremacists, how the fuck would I know if we're in a system of white supremacy?
But let me say this though, right? This is why we think you trolling, right? Because you playing dumb, and that's part of white supremacy is to play dumb. Now, how
Oh
old are you,
yeah,
young man?
like
How
I'm
old is
actually
you, young
like
man?
a white
How old
supremacist or
are
something.
you? How old are you?
I'm 27.
All right. So at 27
You
years of age,
very
you know
know,
what's going
you
on.
very well know what
Jack,
white
please,
supremacy
Jack, can you
is.
mute your mic?
Yeah,
There's
of course
nowhere
I
in
know what
hell
it
you're
is, but
27 and don't know what it is.
I know
Hey,
what it is. I mean, it's a fucking old thing, dude. I mean, I've never hung out with a white
You
supremacist.
know,
I've never wanted to
Oh
hang
no,
out with
you
a
hung out with
racist.
white supremacists. No, you
I mean,
hung
of
out with
course
white
it's a
supremacists.
thing, dude. But those people are fucking exiled from communities. Like they don't just
bullshit,
like have white
protected.
supremacists around.
bullshit.
Like,
They're not.
Exiled from where?
They
bro, if there was a
protected. What are
white
you talking
supremacist,
about?
think about it, dude. In real life, if there is a fucking like KKK leader or some shit on our
If they
White
were
campus, this
supremacists
exiled,
are not.
whole
there
community
KKK.
would
would ask them
be
to leave.
thousands upon thousands
Hold on,
of
Jack,
old
Jack,
white
Jack,
people just dying in old
Jack,
folks' homes because y'all abandoned them. But they're
Jack. Your
living
mic
well.
is terrible. Jack, your
Bro,
mic is
hey,
terrible, brother.
Jack, your mic terrible. Oh, yo, thank you, bro.
So let me
Jack,
just say
mute
this.
yourself, Jack.
I mean, I'm
Let me
just
just
saying.
say
Wait,
this.
so the thing that's
Let
like
me say this really
fucking
quickly, brother. Let me
go
say this
for it.
really quickly. This conversation has nothing to do with you whatsoever. Yet you somehow found your way to try to colonize this discussion and center yourself within it. Once you realize, once I said something, once I addressed you the very first time, you should be like, "Oh, my bad," and step down immediately. But somehow you going back and forth with us.
Oh,
And then you claim,
right. Because
and then
segregation
you
is good, right? Like
Actually,
white
yeah,
and black
He
people
yes,
stepped
shouldn't
down,
like
but he
yes,
came right back
interact.
just to
yes,
clarify what
yes,
you said.
What the hell are you
yes.
talking about, bro? That sounds like low key racist. Because I
no,
thought
it's
you
It's
not.
jumped
not
on that other guy
racist.
because he was Mexican.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. You keep throwing the word racist. Okay, so how can I, a
Bro,
black
the
man,
definition of racism, not liking somebody or
no,
not allowing someone to participate something
that is not
purely based by the
racist.
color of their skin,
That's not
that is
racist.
fucking
Okay,
racism.
okay. So explain to me this.
That is not
What is?
racist.
Yes, it is.
Hold on. What is the difference between racism, bigotry, and prejudice? The difference between the
There's
three.
three big
What
differences between that.
what makes racism different than prejudice and bigotry? You could be prejudiced against someone based on their race. You can be a bigot against a race of people. So what is racism? There's a schism at the end,
Racism.
which is
Racism.
an
Okay.
action.
Racism is fucking. You know,
Fucking,
bro, hey, I'm
fucking.
gonna let y'all have your conversation. I'm gonna let
No,
y'all have your
wait,
No,
wait.
hold on,
conversation.
Before
hold
you
on, hold
go,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
hold on. Before you go, let me ask. So you're saying that black people can be just as racist to white people as white people can to black people? That's what you're saying, yes or no, right? Fuck Johnson, you can unmute yourself and answer that question.
Oh. Yo, I said if someone does not like another person due to the color of their skin, how is that not racism? Whether it's white and black, bro, if it's Indians and Asians, like that is still racism by the
No, it's
books.
okay. I'll answer that for you because what you're equating to racism from black people is no more than name calling. Racism from white people is laws and policies. Name calling versus names and policies. You don't see the difference?
Yeah, no, dude, laws and okay, yo, actually fucking like Kamala Harris, right? Her laws and policies, those systematically oppress black people all the time.
Right.
True, but
Right.
irrelevant.
Hold on, wait.
True, but
Let me get
irrelevant.
on you real quick.
When she kept that black dude on death row and used him as slave labor, I mean that was pretty fucked up, was it not?
And
Let me say this,
who
right?
allowed her to do that? The white system in place that she works for.
Could y'all let me talk to
Let
this
me
young
say
It's a
this,
brother?
right?
system.
Do you think we
Wait, dude,
support Kamala Harris?
what?
Do you think we support Kamala Harris? Is that where you're
Fuck
going with
Okay,
that?
let's
no,
not
fuck
steer
no.
the
I'm just saying,
conversation
bro.
away. Let's not
Kamala
steer. Hold
Harris,
on, wait.
Kamala Harris. What is she? What is her race? What is her race?
Asian.
No,
She identifies as Asian. Kamala
Yeah,
Harris racially identifies as Asian. You came in here trying to throw Kamala Harris
Asian and
and say we're
Irish.
like
I thought
as
that
if
was like
we're
a huge thing that everyone was talking about. That Kamala Harris is
as if
black.
no
Fuck no,
Kamala
she
Harris.
not black.
listen. Hold on, wait. Let me say this. I want to talk to you man to man, real fast.
You can't
Now
talk man to man to a coward.
Oh, I'm a coward now.
hold on, wait, bro. Hold on, wait.
All right.
let me say this, right? I know what you're trying to say by what you mean by racism. That's racist. I ain't gonna play semantics. Now hold on, wait. Now you saying that racism is not liking somebody by because of the color of their skin, right?
Yeah, having prejudice towards them because of the color of their skin.
Right. Now, if you were a black American, how would you feel about white people? Would you like white people?
Yeah, of course I would, dude. I'd like people.
No, you didn't hear what I said. I'm gonna say it again. I said if you were black American.
Yes, I would like white people.
Why
Because
would
majority of white people are not pieces of shit, dude.
Oh, yes, you are.
What? I'm a
Let me
piece
say
of
this.
shit.
Oh, wait.
You don't even
Hold on.
fucking know me, but I'm just a piece of
Bro.
shit because the color of my skin. If that is
Yeah.
not the most racist, fucked up
let
thing
me
I've
say
ever
this.
heard in my life, bro.
Let me.
He's gone. I had to get him out. I was actually in the middle of cutting chicken, so that's why I wasn't able to really participate in the conversation, but I'm back now. We're not going to entertain that because white people, suspected white supremacists, which is what he was, suspected white supremacists come in our conversations and they say things to derail the progression of the conversation, which is his whole intention of coming up here. He claimed he hit the request button by accident and then he dropped down and immediately came right back up, even though he claimed it was an accident the first time. And I removed him from the speaker, and then next thing you know, he came back up, in which I knew he would. I knew he was going to come back up because it wasn't an accident. He just didn't expect me to ask him why he requested to speak, but he wanted to speak, and he went. And this is one of these dumb white people. Yeah, bro, I don't understand, man. I mean, isn't it racist if you don't like white people? Huh? Like, what did white people ever do? I'm white. I'm totally awesome. First off, when I asked him if he was white, he was like, I think so. I think I'm white. I don't know if I'm white, man. I mean, I'm white and Costa Rican, and I'm a little spicy. Am I spicy white? Like, I think I am, maybe. And everybody can be racist, and we should all look. He was teaming up with Manny. Manny of the, we're all children of God, bro. We're all children of God. And I'm not white, and you're not white. We're all human beings on this planet Earth, bro. That's what he came up here with the energy. And every time we have a progressive conversation, you always have these PC people, to quote our brother Torian, who come up here and try to derail the conversation. I'll let you guys beat up on them until I was done cutting my chicken. I appreciate that, but we can get back to having a constructive space now.
Well, let me finish my.
Hold on, just look in the jumbotron. That's the type of stuff that he retweets. It's the white power OK sign. We entertain these people for entirely too long. The minute they show that they are suspected white supremacists, they need to get the boot automatically. We entertain these people for too long. When somebody shows that they are a coon, we entertain that shit for too long. My patience getting thin with this shit, man. I've been on Twitter for like the past month. I had time to get my mind back right, and when I come back on, I see exactly what be driving me nuts. It's the fact that we entertain bullshit for too long. I'm even getting to the point where I'm getting mad at Tariq for keep inviting fucking T.S. Giselle on stage just to clown him. Like, I get it. You know, you clowning Tia Giselle. But we give motherfuckers like that too much attention.
I don't see it in the jumbotron. Huh? But no, I mean, like, you
Alex,
posted,
it's
like,
the very first
this is
slide.
my thing, bro. Let me say this real fast, right? I like interacting with people like that because when I go out in the real world, it's gonna be he gonna be in the real world and he gonna have them same talking points. I was about to beat on him. This what I wanted to say. For what reason, knowing the history of this country, for what reason would black Americans like white people? I wanted him to fumble around and explain that. I want to hear they talking point. I want to know what they about to say. I want to know what they about to say. So when I interact with them in the real world, I can beat up on them in the real world too. I like punishing them.
That's the beauty of it, though. You don't have to talk to these people in the real world unless we got to, which is in the workplace. And even in the workplace, you can keep it very short and sweet. If it's not work related, I don't have to talk to you. We entertain the bullshit for too long as a collective.
No, I have to agree,
and
bro.
That might be my next Twitter space.
Like we can't be doing that with them. Like they just be wasting time, just derailing the topic. Like we was talking about what it means to be black. That dude just hopped in here on some bullshit. Like That's why I called him an inbred the moment I saw him. I knew he was on some fuck shit. Like, we can't even entertain all that bullshit. We gotta just stop it.
The minute I asked him, was
Hey,
he
let me say
white?
this, right? We
Hold,
do
hold,
live
hold, hold, hold,
around.
hold, hold, hold on. The minute I asked him, was he white, and then he started stuttering, oh, I don't know. I think so. That right there should let you know what time he is on. You know what the fuck your driver's license say. You know what your birth certificate say. You know how you are identified when you're walking around here. So again, once they show the signs of what they are, we really need to get them the fuck up out the paint. And this applies to coons as well. We entertain that shit for too fucking long, man.
Yeah, well, let me say this. I'm gonna be quick. Hey man, these people ain't just on Twitter; they in the real world too. So that's why I go in different spaces because I don't want to be in the echo chamber of hearing the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because like that you know, I might bump into one of them in the real world. You know, I do. And I got smoke for them in the real world too. I'm the crazy nigga at work that be arguing with the white people and
that's where you fucking up at. That's where you fucking up at. That's what Nearly Fuller teaches us, nigga. You don't need to be even arguing with these folks. We don't even need to be
Damn
arguing
right.
with these folks.
Oh no, I interact with them. Listen,
but you choose to. That's the problem. You choosing to do that. Again, if you are at work and you have to interact with these people, okay, cool. Keep it strictly work related.
Yeah, but I gotta walk around like
you doing that by choice, brother.
Yeah, if I'm all right, yeah, oh, all right, but yeah, like let's say if I'm on vacation, I'm at a hotel, I'm in we live around these people, bro. I want to know what they saying. I want to know my enemy. I want to know what they saying. I want to know their talking points. I watch Fox News all the time. That's probably I watch Fox News more than any other news. Like I don't know. I'm like that. I'm like a boxer. I want to watch tape on my opponent so I can be prepared. You know what I'm saying? Like
I am in their discords. I'm in their Reddits. I'm even in a few 4chans. Well, I was in some of their 4chans. They exposed me as being black. I watch these people. Trust me, I watch them. I know their lingo, everything. I know their talking points and everything. But guess how often do I have to actually talk with them to learn that? Seldom done.
But I want to see what they do when I throw a shot back, how they react to it. Like I said, right? It's about nations.
Man, that's a game to you, bro. It's a game to you, bro. It's a game to you, bro. You do that for fun, for entertainment. That's what it really is.
No, I don't. No, I gotta live around these people. Like I must live around these people. Now I'm not about to be walking around. No white people don't say anything to me. I'm a robot. No, come on. Whatever you come with, if you come with some smart talking shit, I'm gonna talk smart too. If you want to punch, I'm gonna punch too. Whatever you want to come with. Like I want to know how to interact with you. You know what I'm saying? That's just me, bro. Like it ain't no game.
I live in Midtown Atlanta. I'm sitting on my balcony right now. Ask me how many times these folks say something to me. Very seldom. And then when they do, I keep it straight to the point. And if they decide they want to talk politics, I change the subject. But if you insist on it, you ain't gonna like my answer. I don't voluntarily have these conversations with these folks. Again, like I said, I live in Midtown Atlanta. I live in the epicenter of the LGBT community. This is like Washington, D.C. of the LGBT community. I don't even rock with the LGBT agenda and all that shit. That's not to say I hate LGBT people, just throwing that out there. But with their whole agenda politically, I don't rock with it. My thing is this. When I interact with these people, I can be cordial with them. I can be productive with them when it comes down to getting things done. But just to sit here and be having verbal sparring conversations with them, that's dead, bro. I ain't got time for that shit, man.
Well, I understand that, my brother. I understand that. I'm just not. It ain't no game to me or nothing like that. It's just like I can't just.
Hey, let's just nip this all in the bud and like move on to a new topic because like fucking white supremacists, like straight up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They hijacked the whole conversation, derailed the whole room. And Afro talking, we cannot hear you, bro, at all.
Can I ask
Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't mute myself. I was cooking. I'm still cooking, so I was away from my phone for a little bit. I could still hear what was being said, though. But I want to continue having a progressive conversation while we're still here. So we'll go with Beatzilla, Hard Black Truth, Cash. Yeah, we'll go that way. Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
Okay. Just going back to well, not really going back, but going forward rather, and understanding that some of the things that we are dealing with out here as a collective, people see our momentum, and so when they see these spaces going on, and they see Black people coming together, getting on point, they go on alert. So they'll one of the tactics of white supremacy is to play dumb. So they come in here doing this the little simple trolling thing. Oh man, I don't know, just like Afro. And so I get how people want to deal with it, but one thing you have to take very serious is the fact that they want to be in here just to listen to what Black people are talking about. Um, this space right here, trust me, all of this Black intelligence, that's what drew them here. So when we have these type of individuals out here that are trying to come hear what Black folks are talking about, it's time to go on alert. And just like my Black Alpha says, it's time to race regulate at that point. So when Nino asked that dude what time it was with him, he had a whole different agenda. That's why he was here. So what I totally agree with what Nino was saying on the regards of kind of pick and choose your battles if you want to interact with them. But in this one, this dude was definitely coming on some infiltrator agent shit. So that's I'm just saying, be mindful of how they operate because they come in here for different reasons, but it's always to be disruptive. They are never here for any other reason under 100 Black folks to be anything other than disruptive. Please believe it, and that's the best thing to take from that. And I'll end my plane.
Thank you. Let me ask a rhetorical question. Why would a white person care what makes a person Black? Why would he care about listening to this space? If I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw a space, what makes a person Asian, I wouldn't click that space. And I saw a room full of Asian people, I wouldn't click that space. I wouldn't click, and I damn sure wouldn't request to speak. You have never seen me in other group spaces like that. Not just, oh, I'm just curious as to what's going on. Why can't I be in here? I've never been in there. If I'm in spaces, either I'm listening to a progressive conversation or I'm speaking on something, regulating, and then I'm gonna leave. There's a purpose to me going in each and every space I go into. I'm not just bored. So I'm never bored on Twitter. So I'm all like, oh, let me just see if there's a space I can listen into. That's never why I'm in any spaces. Hard Black Truth, you can go ahead.
Word, I had to come back up here again, man. I find it interesting that both folks uh basically came into a space where, I mean, from their perspective, from what they were saying, the topic is irrelevant. Like, why would they even be concerned? That white dude was definitely trolling. He was trying to push those buttons. So we peeped that, and I'm glad you shut that down. But getting back to my man, you know what I'm saying? When folks started talking about delineating and all that shit, there were plenty of folks, and even myself included, with some of the rhetoric, we, having to take a step back. You know what I'm saying? But that's just proof that you literally have people with dark skin. That man darker than me. You know what I'm saying? In this, I don't even know if he's in this country or not, but just the fact that he would have that mindset, right? Where it's just, oh, you represent yourself well. And I heard that shit from too many people that completely ignores what the hell's going on the ground, man. So, you know what I'm saying? I can never fault any of y'all when y'all go off on these folks, man. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents. I can't apologize enough for these folks. Matter of fact, I don't. Fuck them. You understand what I'm saying? I know where I am at, and I appreciate the other folks that carry my heritage or lineage that are on code. And I appreciate that we even have spaces where we can have this kind of dialogue because these motherfuckers really do take their position on Earth, let alone the United States, for granted. You can't have that mindset out here and think you're going to survive. And time again, we see stories where these motherfuckers died ignorant or willfully ignorant. So those are my 2 cents, man.
Peace, y'all.
I said earlier, I'm Hold Black on. American. Cash, you can go. Before you go, I want to give explanation as to why I use the example of Bill Cosby and stayed on that example. Because Bill Cosby is an example that America is not about classism, it's about racism. And it's a very modern example. There's plenty of older examples that I could have used, but I used a modern example because I don't want people saying, well, yeah, America did have a racism problem, but it doesn't have a racism problem now. Now it's a classism problem. That's why I use a modern example of something that recently happened so nobody can say that was before white supremacy ended. That's the modern example of white supremacy. So if anybody wondered why I stayed on that example, that's why I did. Cash, you can go ahead. Peace, y'all. Yeah, I'm Black American on both sides, just for context of the conversation. I actually came back into the room, you know what I'm saying, probably, I guess, at the wrong time. So I got some notes real quick just to pin the tail on the, you know what I'm saying, honky. Hey, so, and someone mentioned also watching game footage. I think that we should understand that you shouldn't necessarily watch the game footage with your enemy. But I'll tell you this. White folks like to say that only 1% of them own slaves. They don't mention how many of them rented slaves. Way more than 1%. So don't let them throw that in your face. They also don't understand that racism is prejudice plus power. So as if you could just explain power simply to them, it's out the window. The Civil War they like to bring up and say that they helped fight on our behalf, that's bullshit. They actually were paid twice as much as black soldiers, first and foremost. The draft was created to force them to fight in the Civil War. So they were so quick to rush to free us that they had to be forced to fight in the Civil War. That sound back. And it was draft riots, by the way, where they killed black people who were quote unquote free in the North, right? Abraham Lincoln had to write presidential actions explaining to soldiers not to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act, which was saying that if someone ran away from slavery, that they could be re-enslaved if they were captured. Why would Northern soldiers be re-enslaving people if they was against slavery? I don't know. I can go on and on about that. They also like to throw in our face that Africans sold us. I'm not finna disagree with that point. What's that got to do with y'all owing up? All right. In affirmative action, the biggest recipients is white women. When white folks try to bring that up, that's bullshit. And lastly, welfare. The biggest recipients of welfare is white people. But you know what? We can get rid of the welfare system once we get our reparations. Come to find out that they're gonna be the ones who lose in that situation. Now, what is black? The city group, and I'm glad that Afro chopping chicken, he was mentioning that it's modern, right? It's not just back during slavery. Citigroup, which is a group of white bankers, did a study just since the year 2000, and they said that discrimination against Black Americans specifically has cost the American economy $16 trillion with a T in the last 20 years. The four bullet points in that article mention wage disparity, meaning that they don't pay us the same as other people for the exact same job, lack of access to higher education. As I mentioned before, white women are the biggest recipients of affirmative action and the biggest opponents, by the way. It also mentions a housing market. I wanted to talk about that for a second. When we buy a house, it depreciates in value just due to racism. Then white folks lead a whole neighborhood in white flight, causing the whole neighborhood to go down in value. That's costing America money. That's what being black in America is. It's being tied towards generational debt instead of generational wealth. Remittances, I can mention those. If you know what remittances is, you ain't black. That's sending money to your homeland, and we don't have no homeland. This is our homeland. So being black is being American. Now, we don't have no country but the USA. I can't stress that enough. My last 2 points are about AAVE and about the 40 acres owed. I'm sorry, but I'll leave space for Nino who wants to interject. Yeah, yeah. Can you because there's a couple other people who haven't spoken yet. So if you could land your plane quickly, I appreciate it. I agree with everything you're saying. Who is? Did somebody got their mic unmuted? Yeah, I stopped There's so a Nino could background speak noise. up.
Yeah, I just wanted to address, brother. You going down a laundry list of things that we as a community, majority of the people in this room, we already know, and it's not really relevant to the conversation, bro. It's like you kind of coming in here, so like you trying to peacock your knowledge on things, which is very true about the things you're saying. I'm not discounting that. It's just us as a room, we already know all of this. So that's kind of what I wanted to point out, bro. Like so with that being said, You are amongst people that are on the same knowledge, same level, if not higher than you in some cases, as far as your knowledge goes. So let's address each other as such and not like you going into a room full of, average people who may not know all this stuff. And I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, to me, it feels as if you're getting a chance to kind of to get your frustration, and I understand that. I understand you. There's a lot of stuff white supremacy is done, and you just want to, voice your opinion. I get that, but we do have a specific topic, and to be honest, we've been derailed enough. I fully agree with everything that you said, and I'm gonna let you land your plane. But if you can keep it germane to the topic, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, the last thing I'm gonna say that makes you black is that you're owed 40 acres. Those who are black Americans are owed 40 acres under Special Field Order 15. That's the reason for my PTR. Thank y'all for leaving me space to speak on what makes a person black.
Thank you. Now, something else.
Please speak on how a person can be made black.
Hold on, Jack. I'm gonna get to you because I've been wanting to hear what you had to say. There's a group of people out who are saying that we, as Foundation Black Americans, should gatekeep black. Let me explain how we can't do that. Even if we wanted to do that, let me explain why we cannot do that. You can only gatekeep things that you've invented, things that you created, and things that you control. We did not classify ourselves as black. I said this earlier in the space. Us being considered black, the black race, was a classification given to us by the dominant society. It was white supremacists who gave that classification to us. Like I said, it doesn't matter what you classify yourself as. White people, who are the people who govern the world, they will classify you as black. You can't gatekeep something that you don't control. White people are the ones who classify people as different races of people. So you can't say, oh, you're not black, you're not black. This space is so everybody can have a clear understanding that it doesn't matter what you think. It matters what the white supremacists think, and it is your responsibility to adapt to what they think so you can fight against white supremacy.
Should we bring the white dude back on stage then if it's about what he thinks? Because I don't give a fuck what they think.
See, that's the problem. It doesn't matter if you don't care what they think. They make the rules. The rules are being made by them. See, we have this understanding of, and the white person is out of the space. He's not just not a speaker. I kicked him out the space entirely. It's not about, I hear this a lot. I don't care what white people think. I don't care what white people think. Sir, white supremacy governs the world. It is their classification. See, the whole I don't care what white people think, those are the people who think that they can change the situation by what they identify as. Excuse me. Your identification of yourself or other non-white people doesn't matter. It is your responsibility to understand the situation as it is. And the situation is the system of white supremacy has put people in racial categories. You cannot pull people out or put people in that racial category because you do not control that racial category. Foundational Black Americans, we do not control the racial category of black. And we can't act as if black is not a racial category. So we have to adapt who is black first in this black racial category, and we move along with those people. For us to say we don't care what white people think, they're the ones who decide. They're the dominant society. You need to understand what your enemy thinks and how the world runs so you can best adapt to fight and counter against it. We're in the practice of exercising counter racism. You can't exercise counter racism if you don't understand racism. And you clearly don't understand racism if you feel like white supremacy's opinion does not matter and their classifications don't matter. I want to hear what Jack has to say, because you've been saying some interesting things and your mic has been kind of janky. So I want to hear what you have to say, Jack.
Thank you very much. First of all, what blackness is, it's not a skin color. What blackness is, it's a redactedness that this government did with us. So all you people who sit here and say, I have a white mommy, daddy, auntie, great grandmother, you don't matter. All you people out here that saying you're white and you don't like it, well, shit, get in government. This thing about reparations and our blackness is only between us and the United States government. The thing that we have with the Irish, the Italians, the Greeks, the Africans, that comes after.
I'm
Do I
excuse
have
me as
understanding
I'm
with you?
cooking. What exactly? Okay, so continue saying what you're saying. I'm trying to pick up on what you're saying.
No, I don't need to say anymore because I'm done saying what I'm saying. This this thing about reparations, this is between Black Americans and the government.
Okay.
Right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right then. So thank
So
you for that.
our dispute with the Greeks, the Italians, well, I'm from Detroit, Michigan. So I have interactions with all these groups. The Arabs, the Asians. We can't go through the United States government to get our reparations. These people did do us wrong, but we have to put that to the side and make the first thing first. We can't, major and
The
minors.
mic is breaking up. You said the first thing first is what? What is that?
We can't major and minor.
What does that mean?
The, the people who have control of the government are the people that we reparations from. So that's who we go after first. Ain't no white, ain't no Greek, ain't no Italian.
I don't know where Greek and Italian came up in the where was that in the conversation?
See, again, you're majoring in minors.
You brought it up. What do you mean?
You're majoring in minors. What we're talking about is the United States government relation to our debt owed. Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about what my space is about. I'm majoring in minors. You're the one who brought up Greeks and Italians. That was never a topic of conversation. To be honest, sir, I don't know where you're going with this, but we're gonna move on. Um, YTG, you can go ahead.
Hello, Afro, my brother.
How you doing, brother? B1.
I'm good, my boy. How's everyone doing on the space too?
We good. We good.
Good, guys. Yeah. No, I just came to show some love. I'm here. I'm a listener in all your spaces and stuff like that, and you guys really do inspire myself and a lot of other people. Especially where I'm from. I'm from South Africa, and I might not necessarily like get exactly like all the little details that you guys be talking about, but I think I get the bigger picture. So yeah, no, I salute, and yeah, I'm doing trying to like, but this might be a little bit side topic to what you guys are talking about, but where I'm from, because I'm in Washington right now, but I'm doing work, but where I'm from, um, people are complaining about like the influx of like outsiders, which it's considered back where I'm from illegal immigrants and stuff like that. And where I'm at right now, my friends too, my Black American friends, also like they complain about like the influx of like just Black people from all different places and stuff like that. I'm not gonna say just Africa or like all these other places, but just like the Caribbeans and even like Europeans and stuff like that. Everyone complains about like the influx of outsiders and stuff like that, and it kind of feels like to at least the people that I've spoken to, it feels like it kind of like dilutes like maybe like what you guys are trying to do, like in terms of like your movements and stuff like that. For example, I'll give you like um where you guys are speaking about reparations, which I completely agree with, right? And then you maybe like let's give it like now a different example, like where you want someone will want like X amount of dollars, which is normal, right? And then like maybe if someone's trying to a white supremacist is trying to exploit an outsider, they can bring someone in, and then they will give them, you know, like a cheaper rate, you know, which completely goes against like what you stand for, which is reparations, which is an actually like a higher appreciation for Black Americans in terms of monetary value, right? You
Brother,
know,
I'm gonna need you to because we got other people who want to speak. If you can kind of
yeah,
like
no, okay.
wrap
Basically,
it up,
basically,
land
basically,
real quick.
basically, I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up. Basically, yeah. I basically, I'm saying that like you guys are right. I do agree with it. Maybe like you can work on the delivery of it and everything like that. But like basically, like
What's
I
wrong
think
with the delivery? You said we can work on the delivery. What's wrong with the delivery?
because the delivery will sound like exclusionary, right? People will feel like now, even for example, I'll use the word black, right? The word black now, people will feel that now if they're from a different place, they will feel like the word black now means Black
Who is people?
American.
Who people? What people?
Bro, I'm just talking on a large extent and a
No,
general.
no, I'm not dissing you. I'm not. This isn't
Yeah,
no
yeah.
smoke. Trust me. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
So
No.
you
For
said if
example,
it's
so,
exclusionary.
like I see on like social media all the time, right? Um, like the people in America, like the immigrants in America, like the Caribbeans, the Africans, the even the Black Europeans. They feel like the word now black is just synonymous to Black American. You know, now if you're not Black American, does it not now mean that you're not black? If you feel what I'm saying, you
Can
know.
I
Okay,
ask you a
So
thank
quick
you, thank
question?
you, thank you very much. That's what this whole space is about. Us all being black. You know, it shouldn't be, well, I feel like I'm not black. I feel like I'm not black. Well, if the damn dominant society called you black, you black. You a Negro. Everybody here, well, maybe there might be some people who aren't, but for the most part, people here are Negroes. We're all Negroes here. There's no exception. They're saying, oh, I don't feel like this is, there's nothing wrong with being exclusive. Non-foundational Black Americans have a very bad, notorious history of being exclusive to foundational Black Americans. And nobody complained about that for the generations that went on when everybody was being exclusive to foundational Black Americans. That was never an issue. That was never a problem. Now, when it comes to reparations, which by definition needs to be exclusive, now it's a problem. Now we have to change the verbiage to make it
I
inclusive.
agree. I agree. I think then you must make sure that you make the word slave. Oh no, not slavery. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. I mean the word reparations. And slavery a mutual thing, a mutual agreement. You must make sure that the word slavery means reparations. Reparations mean slavery. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like you
yeah.
must
That's
make
what.
sure that like
Thank
there's a
you.
difference between the two, and
Okay,
it mustn't just be like a whole black thing. Because black, I like you know
Afro, I
like
got a
the word
question.
So,
black is not just
uh,
American.
That's
Afro,
true. That's
may I,
true. Black is.
yep. Thank you very much. But don't worry, foundational Black Americans, we got this reparations thing in the bag. I appreciate, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you meant well with what you said. I'm not going to say there was any malice behind it, but don't worry, you got this. We got this. We got this. We don't need any advice. We're on the right path. Trust me.
yo, Afro, may I get my input?
Who asked that? Oh yeah, yeah.
Is you a?
You're gonna. I
So,
was gonna have you go next anyway.
oh, okay, thank you. Nice to meet you. This is my first time on the space. I usually don't come into their spaces, but this seemed like an interesting topic, so I want to interject as a first generation immigrant. My parents from Cameroon. We're actually fighting our own conflict, the Civil War. But anyway, as far as reparations, yeah, I mean, reparations should definitely go to the Black Americans who were here since slave times. Their families can be traced back because obviously they're the ones affected. The way I look at it is like the reason Black immigrants
and Black Americans who were affected by slavery are different, I equate it to math. Right? I'm a very math-oriented person. Immigrants that come here to this country mostly start at zero, right? They don't have to deal with the generational trauma of slavery that pervaded their family and that history. Whereas Black Americans that are already here are starting at like a negative whatever number because of all the white conditioning on that side, and then the Black conditioning on our side. So it's like a twofold negative compounding that's happening that you have to fight over for many years, which I think is extremely unfortunate. Because not only does it affect the perception of that white people have with Black people because of that history, it also affects the perception that also Black Africans have of Black people here, because Black Africans will come over and be like, why can't you guys, get the education and blase blase. I'm like, what they don't realize is that they didn't have to deal with the trauma that y'all have to deal with from those hundreds of years of slavery. And as far as being Black to me is just a visual thing. You are Black, like by your skin, like it's what you are. It's not a thing you have to act or be or think about. You are Black, and not as a funny thing to say, as Afro Lee said, it's about the system that what they classify, because they're the ones who are in power. A funny thing I used to say is, how do I know if I'm Black? Would you have been a slave hundreds of years ago? That's how you know you would be Black. That sounds like a tongue-in-cheek thing, but it's the truth in essence, because it's their game. Just like a video game, for people who say, oh, I don't want to know what they think, you got to play the game to beat the game. You know what I mean? You can't skirt around the rules that other people who created were in power. In any game you play, whether it's Monopoly, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, NBA 2K, you got to play the game to beat the game. Yeah, there's going to be exceptions who cheat and skirt around, but for the majority of us, you got to play the game to beat the game. So that's all it is. Do the best. And as far as reparations, it should be in the form of actual community foundational integral growth for the communities that have been affected the most. Because I think giving out raw dollars is not going to help, given how destructive the white supremacy has been to the foundations of the Black community. So that's all I have to say.
Well, okay, I'm gonna add on to what you had to say. I'm gonna add on to that.
Oh God, he was.
Reparations is not just, and all foundation Black Americans can pretty much agree, is not just a check, but it starts with a check. That's how America starts. That's how America starts when they're trying to fix anything. We can look at the situation currently with Ukraine. They're trying to help Ukraine. They're trying to fix the situation with Ukraine. They start off by cutting a check. They start off by giving them money. Once you give the people the money, and the problem is because without the money, with everything else, it becomes another affirmative action. And when I say that is, I mean it becomes a quote unquote program for the benefit of Black people, specifically foundation Black Americans, but is controlled by the dominant society. When we get our checks, the difference is when we get our checks, we're going to be the ones determining what we do with the money. If we don't have the checks, that's going to be them saying, oh, okay, well, this is what we're going to do, and this is who's going to get it, and this is how it's going to work. When we get the checks, we're going to be able to determine the programs going forward in the future. And I'm not saying just the checks. I'm not saying it's just the checks. It's a whole Marshall Plan or Black Agenda Plan, whatever you want to call it. But it starts with the checks.
I think the other things we have to realize about differences, and I don't know if we'll ever get to this as like humans in general, is that we are different. Like I genuinely believe, just like in a video game, right? Like if you were to pick different races, like Asian, Black, white, we would have different stats to start off. Like there's just trends that happen that I see. Like Black people are naturally more athletic. We're not gonna cap and be like, you know what I'm saying? We have an attunement to certain rhythms and beats. Like it is what it is. White people in general, I think the reason white people are the way they are as they are is because their genetics grew up in a society, in an era where they had to be savage. We as Black people, we grew up in the Goldilocks zone of the earth. We didn't need to be savage. We had the resources around us, and so that savagery just transcended and it manifests into what it is now. But that's a whole nother scientific theory I have. But you need to get the money and get the structure, and I think that'll be steps in the right direction.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you
I
very much.
agree.
For,
I
thank you for
definitely
that.
believe that it starts with,
Jordan.
yeah. What's up? It's my first time in this
Um,
space.
yeah, you can go ahead. Before you guys speak, you guys got to raise your hand so I know the orders to put you guys in. But
Okay.
Jordan, you can go ahead. I was gonna call you next
It
anyway.
it def what
If anybody
and
who hold on before you go, if anybody is done, because we have people who are requested to speak and we got a full roster here. So if anybody doesn't have anything to say, anything to add to the conversation, if you guys can step out so we can invite more people up in here, I'd appreciate that. And shout out to everybody in the room so far. I appreciate you guys for joining. But Jordan, you can continue.
you still have me muted, brother. All right, thank you. Um, reparations does start from economic means. It even echoing what MLK said, as in cutting that check. Remember when Reconstruction was being in the middle of Reconstruction, the racist president, I believe, I forget which exact president it was, cut that off halfway. And so there was no more rolling out with the Freedmen Bureau of the 40 acres and the mule. So we have to revisit that one. And when we're talking about what makes us black, it's not a skin tone, right? Because when you look at the construct of race, it's one, and I know everyone knows this, but it's tough to play in the game that was simply created to divide us. So what makes us black, in my opinion, is more culturally uh, 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 important, because you have subcultures of quote unquote blackness, where you have individuals coming from Jamaica, you have individuals coming from Nigeria, and then you have individuals who were in America, free or unfree at one time. Um, but what's important is that even if you're black, there's a cultural identity, a national identity, because if you're black and you were born in America, I believe you're simply American, but you have the subculture of being black if you identify with that culture. And if you come from Africa, you are now considered African American. If you come from Jamaica, you are now considered Jamaican American. If you haven't been born and nationalized here, so it also culturally it is a construct as well, and it's fluid based on the times as we progress into the future. So those two bits, I just want have an open discussion about my thoughts there.
Jordan, where are you from? Where are your people originally from?
Yeah, so I'm mixed race. So my
You
Puerto
said you
Rican
mixed what?
and
You said what?
So, in a construct, so culturally, my entire mom's side of the family is from Puerto Rico, and my dad's side of the family is from South Carolina, which we trace our lineage, and they're definitely slaves, and you lose that trail of where exactly they're from, because they could be from the Caribbean, they could be from, I mean, you know that, so that's where I'm at.
You don't lose the trail.
You look paper trail.
No, that you definitely don't lose the paper trail. That's one thing. No, you got paperwork.
Okay. Well, thank
You
you
show
for
me how to
adding that
give.
to the conversation. Told y'all about the mix, folks. Uh, Nino, you can go ahead.
Hey, don't put that on
Can
us,
I?
though.
Can
Come
I?
on, don't put
No,
that
can I?
on
Can I
us.
say this? Can I say this
Absolutely.
real fast? He said, "Show me." I did a video showing the paper trail. I did a video showing my paper trail, my personal paper trail. So that's one thing you ain't gonna lose. These white folks real nosy, and they want you to have paperwork on everything you do.
Okay, and that's fine. I don't want to pinpoint just that one part of me saying that paper trail, but the other thoughts of reparation.
Nino, you can go ahead.
Yeah, this goes back to what I said from the very beginning, and I feel like this is going to have to be repeated multiple times uh, as long as this space is on. The difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality be whooping
Thank you.
y'all asses. Like, good Lord, to be whooping y'all asses. This man just went into a whole spiel beating around the bush about really trying to describe what the ethnicity was versus nationality. Like we discussed all that in the first 5 minutes of this space. And also, I was, me, I be researching folks. I'm going through this man likes and stuff. It looks like to me you might be a Democrat, but I really just had my hand raised just for the simple fact that I know you're trying to clear the stage, and I just wanted to make it known that I wanted to continue to contribute via speaking. So that's why my hand was raised. Really quickly, Jue was talking real good, but then he hit us with that pivot at the end. Talking about he don't feel like reparations should be about
No, no,
economics.
I
About
agree. I
cash,
agree.
about
I
cash.
agree. No, I agree. I agree that you should get checks
Okay.
too. I didn't want to. Like I just don't want my whole fear is I don't want to get the checks and then it wasted. Like I wanted to
Well, you
get
didn't
the
get a
money.
check in the first place, so it's all.
No, I know I'm not gonna get a check. I know I'm not gonna get a check. I'm just saying I want y'all when y'all get a check, I want it to be maximized. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I would rather have
okay.
a check than have them direct me onto how I should spend my money.
Well,
Like,
we should get our black leaders to help the community to best spend that bread. That's all.
So
Which black leaders?
No,
Which black
Oh, we're not doing that, y'all. We're not doing that. We had one person who was speaking.
And really, I'm gonna make this very brief because B Zilla did have his hand raised before me, so I'm gonna make this very, very brief. We discussed this in various spaces in the past. If you are not FBA or only half FBA, you cannot be a spokesperson about the things FBA should or should not be doing. So really, all these opinions about what we should or shouldn't be getting or should or shouldn't be doing as far as foundational Black Americans go, if you ain't one of us, just stay in your lane a little bit. And I say that in the most respectful manner as possible because I'm not going to sit here and be talking about South Africans and what South Africans should or shouldn't be doing because I'm not South African. Same thing with Puerto Ricans, same thing with Costa Ricans, same thing with Nigerians, same thing with any group throughout the diaspora. If I don't belong to that group, I'm not going to sit here and be trying to dictate what they should or should not be doing, much less speak on it. The only thing I'm going to be asking, especially if I'm in their lands, is how may I be of assistance? And I'll park the car in the garage right there.
Can I rebuttal to that?
I will say, Joel, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and say you had no malice with what you said, but you spoke out of turn. If you're not a foundational Black American, it's really not your place to say we should or shouldn't get a check or should or shouldn't get money. And I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt in saying that you didn't say it with any bad intentions. Even if you said it with the purest intentions, you just spoke out of turn. It's not your reparations to really weigh your opinion that strongly on. If you don't have your hand up, I'm just gonna kind of remove you as a speaker, and you can just be a listener because the speaker space is not for listeners; it's for speakers, so we can have more people come up because more people have been trying to come up and couldn't do that. Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
Okay, so one thing that I heard this cat say a minute ago that he was up in Washington. Out here in the Northwest, especially for African immigrants, they have made special provisions for a lot of the African immigrants out here, all the way up from Portland, all the way up to Seattle. They got enclaves that the government pays for. So it's funny that he's coming over here kind of trying to talk about the blackness thing. And I talk to my Black Americans over here that they have something to say about immigrants. No, that's all cap. All them caps up there up in Seattle, if they're not on the base, they up in Seattle fooling with a bunch of Beckys. So the last thing they caring about is anything. Man, come on, that's all cap. Next thing I want to clarify is what makes a person Black is your melanin. No, not yet. I'm still talking. So what I'm saying is when you're dealing with Black, everybody can identify as Black. However, our reparations claim is not about Blackness. It's about family. And our families went through this hell here. So yeah, we all are Black, but all of us ain't going to the bank on our reparations claim. And I hear a lot of misogynists. Well, we all one, and we ought to understand how they treat us. Yeah, that's true. And you should get with your people and deal with that. We are not that group. We are dealing with our group's issues right now, and we got to deal with reparations, and that just simply doesn't include you. How we spend it, however we're going to build our communities, has nothing to do with your opinion. So that's all I really wanted to say with that, because I'm noticing all of these people with other allegiances keep coming up here with the same line that, well, we all got to understand we all deal with white supremacy. Yeah, true. But we are the only ones part of this reparations claim, period. Nothing more, nothing less. And
Okay.
with that, I'll land my plane.
Can I respond, host?
Oh, who said that?
Oh, he asked YTG me a question.
Yeah, go ahead. You can respond briefly.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for that, sir. You see, this wasn't about me. Like, I just straight up came to just give my opinion and like show some love. Like, that's all. That's all, sir. Um, um. So yes, yes. So like, you see, I just came to relate. And number one, also, I have the same things, the same friends that I speak with on a daily basis, that we speak about this on a daily basis, that do tell me the things that you guys go through, or at least what I associate with what is an FBA. It's not necessarily to say that I'm there to like tell you like, yeah, this is what you must do, you must do. I think that in South Africa we have similarities with what Black Americans in America go through. That's why it's easier for me to be in the space and listen to you and understand what you're talking about and going through, because where I'm from as well, like, we kind of basically my whole timeline, if you follow me, it's all about this shit. I speak about this on a daily basis all the time. So I don't think it's fair for you to now say that no, now I'm hijacking your movements because I'm now including like my own personal experiences. No, I'm just saying that no, I can see where you're coming from. Yes, this is why, because in South Africa, this is what's going on, etc., etc. And I'm in Washington.
Okay, I'm gonna say it
Bro,
like
you're
this.
hybrid.
I'm gonna say it like this. Giving you the grace and benefit of the doubt that you did not mean any malice behind what you said. You not being a full-blooded foundation Black American, you saying anything critical of our reparations claim is you speaking out of turn. I have family members who are veterans, okay, who have served this American country, as even though that's not, I would never do that, but I have family members who have done that. I would never go in a room full of American veterans and give my opinion as if I have authority to speak on that, just because my family and people who I've associated with have been veterans. If I am not a veteran myself and I'm in a room full of veterans and they're talking about some type of veteran program or some type of issue that they go through, I am not of authority to speak on that. I can quietly listen and see what I can do to give my support, but I can't speak on that with any authority. I can't give a suggestion that, well, this is what you guys should be doing. This is what you guys should stop doing. I can't do that. I need to hold my opinions to myself because anything else is me speaking out of turn. And this goes for all non-full-blooded African, not I was about to say Africans, foundational Black Americans. If you're not a full-blooded foundational Black American, and the reason why I say full-blooded because some of these half-breed FBAs, y'all have a lot of dual allegiances going on. Not all of you, but too many of you do have dual allegiances. So when you come up here and you say anything negative against what we've been doing, when you give a suggestion, when you say it's not about money, when you say we should be focusing on something else or we should be changing the way we speak on the situation, that's you speaking out of turn. And it's not appreciated in any foundational Black American space. So I'm gonna let you pass by saying maybe you didn't intend to do it, but you were being unintentionally disrespectful. And we had to check you for it.
Hey,
Afro, Afro, man.
I apologize. I apologize if I was.
Okay, okay, yeah, it's all love, brother. B1, brother, but it's all love.
Apology accepted, brother.
Afro, just to play
Yeah, go
devil's
ahead. What was the
advocate
question?
because I love this space. I want to play devil's advocate just on the FBA. So I want to know when's the cutoff because slavery lasted for hundreds of years, right?
Hmm.
So if my family came at the beginning of slavery and yours came 200 years after, can you talk to me about reparations?
If your family was is a foundational Black American, then you have a claim to reparations.
But
If
what?
your
Okay,
family, so it doesn't necessarily matter what point in time during slavery your family got here, as long as when your family got here, they were considered slavery. They were considered enslaved by a slave master on this country, in this land. Then that makes you a foundational Black American. If your family was here during the foundation, the building of America, then you are a foundational Black American. If you
I
are a
could.
descendant of a foundational Black American, it doesn't matter if your family got here in the 1600s versus the 1700s. If your family got here in the late 1700s versus the early 1700s, if they were here and they were on the plantations and they were in the fields and they were working under the property deemed as property of a slave master, then they are foundational Black Americans.
Can I ask you a second follow-up question? Should everyone get equal reparations? Every Black American who's a
Every
FBA
foundational Black American, yes,
should they get the equal amount of reparations?
yes. Why would one foundational Black American get more reparations than another?
Because my family put 100 more years of work in than you did.
No, we're not doing. Yeah, no, we're not
That's
doing
what
that.
you
If
were
you're
doing though.
no, 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 no. If you're a foundational Black American, you're a foundational Black American. We're not doing the
Wow,
I'm more foundational Black American than you. You're either a
that's
foundational Black
that that
American or you're not.
That
all right.
sounds like a tether deflection. That sounds like tether deflections.
Yeah, that don't make much sense. What the hell? Like, how can
No,
you put it more? You know what I mean? Mixed slaves have like, you know what I mean? Mixed kids, like what? Like you could
Methuselah.
what?
No, you can definitely put in more work. What you mean? You could calculate. If I came in 100 years before your family came, I 1,000% put in more work than you did.
How
That's a
do you
fact.
know that though?
How do you
How do you
prove
know
that?
that
How
you
do you
don't have a
prove that?
father from someone else?
How do you prove that?
Don't
How do you
don't white
prove
people
that?
track everything? Don't white people track everything? Are all
Okay. Now I was letting you ask the questions, and now I'm starting to pick up an aggressive tone in your voice, kind of like a hostile tone in your voice, like you're getting a little upset with the question. Why should you be getting upset if you yourself said you're not a foundational Black American? If a foundational Black, I as a foundational Black American on both sides of my family, told you nobody is more foundational Black American than the next full-blooded foundational Black American. We're not doing, well, this is when my family got to the plantations versus this is when your family got to the plantations. So my check should be bigger than your check. No, that's not how reparations work. With the internment camps, they didn't give the damn Japanese more money depending on when their family arrived at the internment camps. Well, your grandpa arrived at the internment camps on Tuesday, and yours arrived on Friday. So you're gonna get $100 more because your family is a little bit more aggrieved than the next person's family. That's not the way they did the Japanese. That's not the way they're gonna do us.
How long did the internment camps of the Japanese last?
really quickly,
Okay,
Dwayne.
sir.
Really quickly.
Sir, you're starting to seem like you're getting a little bit hostile. Why are you getting so hostile? If you're not even a foundational Black American, I
I'm
don't
not
understand
getting
what
I'm
I'm
not getting
trying to be very
hostile.
civil with you.
I'm trying to tell you that there's a difference between reparations between a span of an internment between 20 and 30 years than 400. That's a big variance.
I am trying to tell you as a foundational Black American and foundational Black American, we got the final say on this. And I don't do this often, but I will speak for foundational Black Americans in this case. If you are a foundational Black American, then you are a foundational Black American. We don't play the I'm a more foundational Black American than you because my family arrived on this plantation, and this plantation benefited America more than that plantation, and this person did more work than that person, and we don't do that. You're a foundational Black American or you're a non-foundational Black American. That's what it is.
Has America ever benefited from profits outside of American soil? From
Afro,
slavery
I
and
Bro,
don't think
that's
he's
outside of
not
American
that's
black.
not
soil?
a part of it. What? You babbling. You babbling.
Seems like a pretty inconsequential question to be asking, if I'm being completely honest.
See, to
If
be
you're
honest,
like, if you're, if
had to move him out to space because this is what happens. Don't know why he got so damn hostile. There was no reason to get hostile. I was calmly answering your questions, and you were seeming like you were asking the questions in a very combative attitude. There was no
Afro,
reason to ask the questions combatively,
I was
and
trying to
your
say,
questions didn't make any sense.
I don't think he was black, brother. That's what I was trying to get out. I don't think he was black at all. I did a search on his page. I searched FBA, nothing popped up. Searched ADOS, nothing popped up. I typed in even the word black. The only thing that popped up was Aaron Black from Mortal Kombat. I don't think that's a black person. And he had that page since 2019. I just made my page Sunday.
I just don't really understand what the question ultimately was in service of. Like they were trying to quantify like the amount of time. It's like, okay, but what, like, sure, people could talk about like how long someone had been there in the history, but like what is that question ultimately in service of? Is it like it's like, I think the most important thing is probably like it being a tangible like thing you guys are working towards rather than like this. What the person was trying to do feels like it tears apart like movements rather than like actually like benefits them in any capacity. Maybe that's just me.
Excuse me, y'all. I'm taste my food. It's pretty good. I'm a great cook.
This
But
nigga.
I'm gonna say what he just did, if he was in another person's space, he would have completely caused a damn civil war in another space. In this space, we we debunked what he said, we regulated, and we kicked him out, and we moved on. This didn't throw anybody off their game. Nobody's gonna leave this space confused and taking what he said into heavy account. If he was in the damn Secure the Tribe space, you'd have everybody in Secure the Tribe. Well, actually, I am more FBA than you are because my family was here from 1342 and your family got here in 1451. So I have more reparations than you do.
Yeah.
You would have a whole civil war if this was another space with less intelligent people.
Exactly. It just felt like it was kind of just more like in service of causing combativeness amongst other people rather than like being in service of any greater cause. You know what I mean? It's like
Exactly.
I don't, what is the point of? I was like, what is the point of this question? I just don't get it.
And I kept saying, like, I don't you seem very passionate for somebody who wouldn't get reparations at all. You just said you're a generation immigrant from Cameroon, and you're asking questions and getting upset about reparations that you wouldn't qualify for anyway. So, we have to nip that in the bud when we see it. And we're not going to let that throw us off like it would other people. Because that'd be a whole space, and that'd be the topic of all of their spaces for the next week. Who is more foundational Black American? Who gets more reparations than another person?
My family came here in 1300.
I literally just saw a space. I'm not sure if it's still up now, where they were having a space by saying the FBA who voted for Biden shouldn't get reparations. So now it's you should get reparations if you do this. If you don't do this, you should get reparations. See, spaces that we host over here on the Certified Black Society, as to quote our brother Black Alpha, we don't get confused by that. You saw I didn't even really entertain that conversation. Like, it doesn't matter. If you're a foundational Black American, you're a foundational Black American. We don't do the I'm more foundational than you are. What the hell?
Stop playing, bro.
Yeah.
They didn't really have a room called that. You bullshitting, right?
I'm a DM.
Yeah, they
I'm a
did.
DM you right now.
Bruh, you capping. No way.
Yeah, they did. Hold on. Actually, let me put it in a Jumbotron so everybody can know I'm not lying on anybody.
Oh, Lord.
He's not lying, fam. That's real. I saw the same thing. I'm like, are you kidding?
Listen. Listen. I have my beefs with some of the people within that group and some of the things that they're saying, some of the rhetoric. But I would never just outright lie on them folks. Y'all are playing a dirty game right now, just lying on them people like that. Don't do that. Don't lie on these people like that.
If you post that, I'm gonna break out dying.
We're better than
in the jumbotron. I don't know when y'all can see it, but I just put it in the jumbotron.
Hold on, I don't see it. Yeah, don't lie.
I guess the jumbotron might take a minute or two.
We
But
are
it's up
better.
in there.
Us and certified, Black Alcoholic, certified Black Society, certified Black First Society. We're better than that, bro. We're better than that. We ain't gotta lie, cause surely these motherfuckers ain't really have no room called that, and surely my people are not that fucking attention deprived and that bored where they actually joined it and became a room. Hold.
I told you I wasn't lying. I told y'all I wasn't lying.
Jesus Christ.
I told y'all I wasn't lying.
Do they not realize that's damn near every black? Like, do they want black women to be broke? Like, what are they thinking? What are they thinking?
So half their family, their mama, their grandparents, their aunties and uncles ain't gonna get the damn reparations checks. So
I don't know a damn female in my family that would get reparations. Literally, I don't.
Jesus Christ.
So, shit. I swear I was not lying. I wasn't lying.
I'm looking for some of the lines to show that this is a screenshot.
So yeah, I just saw the space for what is it? Biden. People who voted for Biden shouldn't get reparations. That just seems kind of nutty to me because at the end of the day, people voted for him because I suppose even if you don't agree politically with them voting for that person, they probably just saw him as a lesser of two evils, and like the immediately pragmatic thing to do was like, hey, let's not have this person over that person. Like, I don't know. Like at the end of the day, like if you can acknowledge the suffrage and like the lineage that suffrage comes from, that it seems kind of inconsequential to like put the immediate like politics on like prosecution for like what historically they've suffered through. It just seems kind of like weird. I don't know.
I'm sorry, that's that COINTELPRO shit that we had a whole space about. That's the COINTELPRO space shit that we had a whole space about.
Yep.
Shit like that. And then think about when you hear all the immigrants that come in here. Well, hey, I was told by some other people that if I'm not FBA, I'm not black. I already be knowing exactly where they heard that bullshit from. All I can do is face palm. I know exactly where they heard that bullshit from. Matter of fact, Tariq got in two different spaces. I want to say this week, and basically the folks was pretty much telling him like, look, I'm here. You know, there's people going around saying that they're Indian and nothing else. The transatlantic slave trade never happened. I'm like, fuck, I already know exactly where they heard that from. Jesus Christ, that's that COINTELPRO shit that we're talking about, bro. And what's crazy is because on paper I agree with it. We all have the same goal, and I agree with a lot. We agree on a lot of the same things, but then niggas always got to take shit to the fucking extreme. What somebody
literally.
I don't care if Jesse Lee Peterson sat here and fought us tooth and nail against reparations, and then when it's finally granted, I'm not gonna sit here and tell him, well, he shouldn't get a reparations check because he fought against us. No, get that nigga his check and let him spend on how he wants. But I'm gonna get mine and I'm gonna do something productive with it. Because once you start trying to add all these caveats about what people should and shouldn't get reparations for, even though we share the same lineage, that's when it just gets ugly.
Exactly. It's like purity testing at the end of the day. Like at a certain point there, it becomes more of a who's more holier than thou at that point than, like at a certain point it becomes insurmountable, like an unattainable like level of excellence that you have to reach towards. Like someone can look back in your past and be like, well, I remember this one time period you was like on Shea Butter Twitter and you just didn't, like you wasn't vibing with like Cocoa Butter. Like I joke, I kid around, but like you can do this for like anything. And if the importance and the meaning of like what you're doing here is to like provide reparations to those who have lineage that you can tie back to and say, this suffrage hinders their ability to like function properly within a society as it existed today, shouldn't the moral art be like to improve the like living within the society? Like that's the like most like immediate thing you should be focusing on beyond anything else. That's just how I see it.
Well, with that
That's
being
how
said,
it should be seen.
okay, Afro, you back. I was about to say, let's get to the hands. I didn't know if you were still eating. I just
Yeah,
finished eating
that's
my damn
that's
self.
that's how it should be seen. I do want to get to the hands though. Beatzilla, Vovo, and then Lamar. You can go ahead.
Yo, I'm over here dying. Um, the fact that I guess I got to harp on this point because if you notice, why was he getting so upset? And the fact I think he was really taking to heart what I said with my previous time up is that we all ain't going to the bank together. And yeah, we all black in with melanin, but when it comes down to being a foundational black American, that's where the line gets drawn. So we have a certain debt owed to us. It's not a matter of racism in America or colonialism over here in another country. No, no, no. This is a specific situation and everybody tied to it, which there's plenty of us. Um, and truth be told, I'm telling y'all, a large part is fear that we get our reparations because they see us beating this drum. And when they see, like, well, damn, they was gonna make y'all the permanent underclass, and we the buffer class. We quickly about to get bust down to the permanent underclass coming from a third world country, going right back in the gutter. And so for them, they looking at this whole situation with like fear in their eyes, and you can hear the aggressiveness in their voice. That's the only way they know how to fight because they've been totally absolutely broken. But the best way they could do is come over here to these circles and start disrupting our conversations. And just like Nino Black said before, and like Rich always says, I hope that y'all getting a lesson from this tonight because we've had 3 people come up nonstop and do the same thing. So we need to be able to recognize our enemies. And that's just the type of thing they talking. We all black, yes, but we all ain't got the same claim. So when they start trying to mesh our claims into each other, that's where we have to draw the line and cut their ass off. And with that, I'll end my plane.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Beatzilla. I got his YouTube in the description. His YouTube, not this. I said description in the jumbotron. Him, our brother Torian Rain, our brother Black Alpha, and my YouTube is all in the keep saying description, all in the jumbotron. With that, let's go to definitely check out our channels. YouTube is hating on all Black First channels, so we got to do what we got to do to support our brothers and sisters in the B1 community. Not Beatzilla. God damn it. Vovo, you can go ahead. I need to eat. I'm hungry. Shit.
Yeah, I just want to say the point I was trying to make before that white dude came up here, that it's not just about being black, it's about a nation. You don't pay reparations to a color. You pay reparations to a nation. If you if you look at the history of reparations, it's always been paid to a nation of people. That's one of the reasons why they so reluctant to pay us reparations, because they will have to acknowledge that we are a nation of people. Slavery was for a certain nation of people. Jim Crow was for a nation of people. The redlining, that was set aside for a certain nation of people. So you don't pay reparations to a color. You pay reparations to a nation. And I'm
So,
leave that.
for the sake, for before you go, Vol, just for the sake of clarity, because
Yeah.
y'all keep using the term nation, and I feel like it causes confusion amongst some people. Just to clarify, when y'all say nation, you're referring to an ethnic group, correct?
Basically, yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear because
So,
Bro,
like
when I say
because
nation,
the argument is now an immigrant can get an American citizenship. Now are the FBA? Do you know what I'm saying?
you heard exactly what I said, bro. Like, bro, listen.
No,
hold on.
see, and that's why we have to be
Listen.
specific about the terms that we use and the words that we use. Because when you say nation, it is vague enough to include other people. Then other
Well,
people
no,
are
it's
like,
not
"Well, I'm a
though.
part of this nation."
But it's not though, because they wasn't here for all our bullshit that we went through.
They
Yeah,
they
they,
were
Well,
they
referring
weren't, of
to
course, we know.
well,
this would make a nation. It's
well,
your
the
tough
problem
time. What?
the problem with the terminology like a nation is like it implies like it's in service of a greater cause that like that you don't have like any definitive like statement towards. Like if I say I'm doing this in reference to like Britain or like let's say like China, like what do we mean when we say a nation is often like in reference back to like the service of the nation or what that nation is doing. To me, people who want
Talking about?
reparations or people who identify as Americans first and foremost, like may identify as Americans, but they identify as people who have gone through a lot of suffrage while living in this land. But they lay claim to this land all the more. They're not going back to origins in the sense that like, oh, reparations as in like to the place I
Let me
live
ask y'all
from.
this,
But
right?
no, it's
I
in the
don't know
claim
if
that like
you
I
talking about
identify
that.
as an American, yes, but I also identify as a person who has gone through many struggles in this land and should be compensated for those struggles. Do you agree with that?
Hold on,
No.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Listen,
hold on,
hold
hold
on.
on, hold on.
Let me say this, right? Uh, when the Native Americans got reparations, right? They
Hmm.
recognized them as a nation of people.
But what do you
They,
mean when you
they
say nation? Like, what is the
huh?
goal of that nation ultimately? That's what people want to know.
What do you mean? What is the
Hold
goal
on,
of any
Android,
nation? What do you
Android,
mean?
Android, Android.
No,
Hold on,
I'm interested. I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just interested in what you
Android,
mean when you say that.
Android. Hold on. Because I know where Bobo's coming from, but I'm trying to get him to tighten up on the verbiage a little bit. And
No,
I
I
get what
get it. I
you're
get it.
so let me just step in real quick. So when he's saying nation, he's really referring to an ethnic group. That's what it's really boiling down to, because in the example that Bobo used for the Native Americans, for instance, that's an ethnic group, because at the end of the day, they still had their different tribes. You get what I'm saying? So when we say nation, you can say, oh, this is the Chickasaw Nation, the Cherokee Nation, and everything else, but they didn't get reparations based on their tribe specifically. It just went to, necessarily to, okay, these are the people that we're going to legally recognize as Native Americans. So therefore, we're going to give reparations to this ethnic group. In
Right.
reality, they didn't
And
give. In reality, they didn't give a fuck about their tribe names and culture and all that other stuff. So that's why I'm trying to refrain from us using the term nation, because like even now you had the non-FBA person trying to slide in here and try to say, well, if I'm an American citizen, then no. That's why we're
no, but
using
we
the
would be
term.
a separate nation, though. That's what I'm saying. They would have to recognize us as a separate nation, as a
Yeah,
nation within a nation. See,
and
when
that's a
listen,
that's a
there's
problem. That's a problem within itself, because then they're gonna be like, if you're your own nation, then fuck you. We don't have to pay you nothing. Because
no,
okay,
that's
because
not
look,
true
look,
though, because they
let me
they
tell you,
pay
because
reparations to the Native
because
Americans, and they
yeah,
are they, huh?
because the Native Americans at the end of the day, they went to war with the against the United States.
We went to
The,
war with the United States. See,
again,
y'all,
we
I want y'all to Google this. I want y'all to Google this. The map that they show you of the United States, that's not the real map.
How?
There's nations, huh?
But the point that I'm making is, Bobo,
Hold on, wait.
this is
What
causing
they got to say?
this is causing
Oh,
unnecessary confusion, brother. That's what I'm trying to boil down to. This is causing
I just don't agree with you,
unnecessary.
bro. I don't really agree with you.
Can
Hey,
you
and
can
then
you
hold on. Let me say this. If it caused unnecessary confusion, like, see, you smart enough to pick up what I'm saying. So some people gonna be confused by anything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can't really do nothing about that.
No,
but
it's
I'm
not
saying like
necessarily. Hold on, it's not necessarily because everybody's just not gonna get it. Let's just be real. I know what you're saying, Bobo. I understand what you're saying, Bobo. And Nino understands what you're saying. But what we're saying is the reason why we tighten up some of the verbiage that we use, and we were saying this earlier, is because we don't want to create any wiggle room for other groups of people to claim to be a part of the nation. I mean, you're saying a nation, what you mean is ethnicity, and they can kind of go hand in hand, but we're using ethnicity specifically because people can't wiggle their way into being a foundational Black American as an ethnicity. If we're talking about an American nation, you can that kind of creates a little bit of wiggle room, so to speak, as to who qualifies to be in this nation and who doesn't qualify to be in this nation. So that's why we know what you're saying, and what you're saying is right. It's correct. I'm not correcting you. I'm just saying this is why Nino was speaking to you for clarification, for the purpose of clarification.
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying though, like those that get it are going to get it, right? So this my thing, right? Um, if you look at the map of America, right, it's not the real map. I'm telling you, that's not the real map. There's other nations within this nation. They would have to recognize us as a nation. Now, I know that we all follow our brother Tariq Nasheed. Have y'all ever heard him say we deserve the same thing that the Native Americans got? Everybody heard him say that, right?
Okay.
I also heard him say that we the foundational Black American nation. I've heard him say that before. He doesn't say it that often, but he realized that you don't pay reparations to a color, you pay reparations to a nation. That's why they so reluctant to pay reparations to us, because they will have to recognize us as a nation, as a separate people. That's why they always try to mix us in with everybody else, people of color, minorities, all that. They will have to pay reparations to a nation.
I get what you're saying.
Why do you separate nation from ethnic group, brother? Why do you separate those? Why do you go out your way to say nation instead of ethnic group? Because you know they can finesse the verbiage around the word nation. Oh, y'all your own nation did? Okay, cut off all government benefits. You got your reparations now. Cut off all government benefits. You don't get no benefits. You don't get no benefits of being a U.S. citizen anymore. In fact, now we're gonna start pushing
Yeah,
because
Well,
you're
no,
no longer a
listen to what
citizen
I'm
of this
saying.
nation.
They didn't listen, bro. They
that's the
didn't
like the
do that
biggest
to the Native.
problem.
No, bro. That's a lot of white people scared of that too. They scared of this. They didn't do that to the Native Americans.
They did
No,
though. They pushed them. They pushed them into they. What you think reservations are? Reservations are for
That's
two
their
classes
own
of people.
nation. That is their own nation. That's why I
So
said. That's why I said the U.S. map is not the real map. The map that they show us. It's other borders inside of America. All those reservations. That is a nation of people. That's a nation. That's their own. They got their own police.
I'm gonna keep it funky with you, brother. This is getting into the plebiscite talk, and this is causing more confusion than what's necessary.
But you kind of
Honestly.
plebiscite, bro. You playing semantics. I'm
I'm
not.
not. I just want to say one thing real quickly. Advocacy is all about conciseness and the clarity of the
Oh
language
no,
being
you not
used.
about to do that.
The
That's what you ain't
biggest.
about to do. That you just cutting
I'm
in
just.
with big dumb words for no reason. No,
I,
you ain't about to do
I,
that, bro.
Okay. I'm about to make my food. I'm not about to keep the space too much longer, to be honest. Um, so I want everybody to kind of sum up their final thoughts, because I'm not about to. I've started this space like hours ago. I'm not about to keep going back and forth like that. But I am trying to say, our brother Bobo, the reason why we're using ethnicity is because it's less confusing. Even if all people aren't confused by it, we should always use words and terms that are more productive, more constructive than other words and terms. If using the word ethnicity is more productive than using the word nation, we should use the word ethnicity because it causes less confusion. We should always use the words, even if they mean the same thing, we should use the words that cause less confusion, that causes less of a wiggle room. So that's why we use the word ethnicity. If it doesn't matter, why is it a big deal difference between calling it an ethnicity and a nation? But I want to get to some of the hands real quick. I'm gonna circle back to you. I want to get to Android. Android, you can go ahead.
I just wanted to say that like use like I'm not saying there's anything. I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying, but I'm saying sometimes the reservations for some people when they hear the word nation is that there's implicit suggestion of land and territory. So to identify as a nation means that there is some claim. If you're not talking about the land you came from, you're talking about the land you currently reside within. And it is to suggest that there is an implicit claim to land within the nation you reside within. So when it comes to advocacy, some people will understand what you say. And I'm not disagreeing with that. But the problem with that is that, well, if you're trying to advocate for these things, people who desire to push back against you are going to use that verbiage and the implicit suggestions within that verbiage to like push back against what you're trying, your ultimate goals are at that time. I mean no bad blood. I have no contentions. I'm not trying to be antagonistic in any capacity. That is just I'm just trying to get that across. So yeah, thank you for hearing me out, and y'all be easy, all right?
Take it easy, brother. You have a good night.
Thank
Be
you.
one.
Can I? Thank you, my brother, Afro. Um, yeah, I just wanted to respond to him because I think maybe you responded to my statement, but like, I personally believe it's more of a
Hold
cultural
on,
thing.
brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on,
Oh, my
brother.
bad, my
Let's
bad.
get to some of the hands real quick. Let's get to some of the hands. We're
Okay,
gonna
cool. Sorry.
keep it organized, brother. Appreciate it. Lamar, you can go ahead. Then Jake, then YTG.
So I'll main being it. I meant to get to this. Shout out Beatzilla from Portland, Long Beach, West Coast representing. And I wanted to ask this before the space ended, but when Tariq was talking about that, how we are 32%, I was really thinking, I really started getting into digging. I was like, if we count all the people that are like 1/4, 25% FBA, that's a pretty big number if you think about slavery times. Like that number, that makes a lot of sense when you think it, because like we from out west, we know how to wordplay it really well. Like I know you from Chicago, Afro, so you know how like we able to like kind of like say, and the way Tariq kind of worded that, I was like, he kind of making a lot of sense with this, because like that ain't no fake number. Tariq wouldn't just say it to say it. So like I was kind of wanting to get everyone's input on that.
Um, well, I mean, that's something that Tariq has been saying. Tariq is a smart man, and Tariq has resources, so he's definitely not just gonna be. He's Tariq is definitely not one of the plebiscite talk people who just. And I'm not necessarily saying anybody is per se, because I don't want to start that. But Tariq is not a plebiscite type person. Tariq is not going to say anything that's baseless, that he has no information behind it. And he's been saying for the longest time that there are more people, more foundation Black Americans in this country than what we are being told. We're always being told that for generations and generations and generations that we're only 13% of the population. We don't have any birth problems, but we constantly stay for multiple generations at a steady 12 to 13% of the population. Other groups of people, their numbers fluctuate. Their numbers go up, their numbers go down. Except foundational Black Americans, we stay at 13%. So some people have called that BS. And I'm looking into that myself too. So I don't want to give a definitive answer, but I can say that there's an argument to be made that that's not the truth.
Because if you think about all those dudes, like that one Dolphins coach, I think it is, like think about it low key though. That 25% FBA, they can be easily passing for white. Like I mean, not to get into conspiracy side, but just thinking.
Yeah, yeah, that's an interesting point you made. Appreciate that, brother Lamar. Jake, you can go ahead.
Yeah, we definitely got to be careful with the language and the word and the terminology, nation, ethnicity. However, it already been made clear to us who's going to get reparations, and it's going to be lineage based. Those who came from slaves here in America, lineage based. If you could prove that your ancestors came from slavery here in the census going back to 1860, you're eligible for reparations. It ain't gonna be based on a nation. It ain't gonna be based on the color of your skin or ethnicity. It's based on lineage. And when you start putting all these other things that start dirtying the water and allow other people to come in and get what we've been fighting for over 500 years. That's simple. I'll land with that.
Well, let me offer my 2 cents on that. Again, race, ethnicity, and nationality be whooping y'all asses. Because we keep saying it's lineage based. We're talking about a lineage. A lineage is still an ethnicity. Because if you're talking specifically about having enslaved ancestors, guess what? Johnny Depp would be a American descendant of slavery. He has a great great grand I forget how many greats, but he has a great great something grandmother that was a enslaved black woman here in America. If it's not based on color and based strictly on that, he would be eligible for reparations. We made it very clear what the criteria was. You have to first of all identify as black, not only identify as black, but you have to be able to trace your ancestry, like you said, to the 1860 census. So yes, the color of your skin, quote unquote, aka your race, does play a factor in that. Because there's a lot of white people running around here that got enslaved black ancestors in their family tree. And if we don't make that if we don't make that distinction, then they're gonna be a lot of white people running around here getting a check. So that's my little 2 cents on that. Which is again why I figure out. I mean, which is why I'm harping on the fact that look, we already have a Trump type criteria. Let's not muddy the waters with all this other stuff. I get what y'all saying, but no, but like the other brother was saying, again, I got one of my degrees in criminal justice. I was actually about to go to law school, but life happens. You know what I'm saying? So I actually was studying for my LSAT and all that. So I actually understand how these people play word games. Three people can read the same law and it can be interpreted in three different ways. Reading the same exact words, word for word, nobody adding or subtracting any words. That's what the Supreme Court is here for. These people are literally every Supreme Court justice reading the same law, but they're interpreting it in different ways. So again, let's not open the floodgates for people to come in and start trying to remix shit. That's all I'm asking. Let's just be weary of that. Again, I get what you're saying. But we got a Trump type, criteria right now. Why even bother trying to remix it with other stuff for what? Because all we doing by doing that is not showing people how smart we are. It's really just opening the doors to get people to come in and remix it. So I just want everybody to just keep that in mind.
Okay,
It
now,
is.
now let me ask you
And
this.
hold on,
'Cause
before we do that, let me add this. It is either by people who have not studied the code, people who are not studied the code, and people who are less intelligent. And I'm not necessarily saying that as a diss, because everybody, we're all at our levels. Everybody's at a specific level. Everybody's going to learn. Nobody was born this way. I'm pretty sure 10 years ago, each and every speaker here was a little bit less intelligent than we are now. We're all growing as people. However, either you're less intelligent, and if that's the case, then you need to sit back and listen and learn, or you are somebody who has ill intentions and you're trying to sabotage our reparations by muddying the word water and um, introducing confusing and inclusive and sorry, I was trying to eat a little bit, including inclusive terms. Okay, when you include inclusive terms that and muddy the water, that messes up the reparations. When you add a whole bunch of stipulations on who gets reparations based off of actions that they've done, like voting for Joe Biden, and everybody knows, to the bottom of my heart, I cannot have utter hatred for Joe Biden. But I would never say, if you're a foundational Black American who voted for Joe Biden, you don't get reparations. You would never hear me say that. When you adding all of these stipulations off of reparations, which should only be about your ethnic lineage, should only be about if you qualify as a foundational Black American. There should be no other classifications, no other qualifications. But when you're adding that in, either you're dumb to the conversation and you're just trying to make people look at you, trying to get attention. And we have to have a conversation about that. All these attention hungry Negroes who are muddying the waters so they can become the next big thing, so they can have the next big topic. So they're just saying anything. They're trying to add something to the conversation so they can get attention. We can't be having that. Either that, or these are COINTELPRO tactics. These are people who are coming in to sow seeds of confusion in our already airtight reparations claim. All of the terms are airtight. All of the verbiage is airtight. Everything is airtight. Nothing needs to be changed. Nothing needs to be added. Nothing needs to be upgraded or anything. So Why are certain people going out of their way to change the verbiage, to change the terms, to change the dialect in which we speak on this? So that gives me either you're stupid or you're COINTELPRO vibes.
Okay, let me ask Nino this, right? Now, I use this argument a lot. So I've been wrong before, I'm gonna be wrong again. I'm thinking that I'm speaking with people that understand what I'm saying. So I'm thinking that, like, I'm not saying that to try to muddy up the waters, because I'm thinking that we on the same wavelength. Me saying nation, is that muddying up the waters? How is that creating confusion? Because I'm thinking that everybody know you don't pay reparations to a color, you pay it to a nation, and that's why I was saying it's deeper than just black. Because the title of the room, what makes a person black, and we was talking about reparations as well. So
Is being
so about
but to
go
answer
ahead,
your
bro.
question, so to answer your question, is being a foundational Black American just a color?
That ain't what I said. No,
No. That's who we're talking about getting reparations for, right?
no. I think being a foundational Black American is a nation of people.
What qualifies somebody as a nation? What qualifies something as a nation?
Your tough times, your lineage, your tough times you went through. Like, anybody can pick up the cool stuff from a people, but everybody don't carry the curses of a people. Like, you can come over here and say I'm Jamaican, I'm black like you, but I don't carry the immigration part. I don't know what it's like to immigrate somewhere and try to fit in, or leave my culture and all that. Me and you from the same nation, because we fit the same curses, the same tough times. We come from the same lineage. That's why me
Yeah,
and you the same people.
but you're defining suffrage. You're not defining a nation. You're
Hold,
defining suffrage.
Bro, we're not even
hold on.
talking to you
No,
right now.
Bobo. This is what we're talking about when it comes to confusion. With what you just said, that can apply, because technically you had slavery, black slavery by white supremacy in Haiti, in Jamaica, in these Caribbean islands. They can make the argument that, hey man, we kind of went through similar issues. Everybody been through a little bit of something different, but our issues are similar enough for us to be included in your nation. Why are we a different nation? If nations are about grievances, we've been through similar grievances, so we're all a nation. When you use terms that cannot be simply defined, or that create wiggle room, that messes up our claims for reparations. Nation, if you're talking about America pays reparations to nations, they pay it to ethnicities. You have to remember the Japanese, they weren't considered a nation. They weren't a nation of people. They were an ethnic group of people that have been aggrieved. That's
No,
the most
well,
airtight term that we should be using for it.
let me say this, bro. Yeah, they went through slavery and all that, but they went through that over there. That was their curse over there. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not speaking. I don't know. Y'all could be right. I don't think. I think I'm right, but y'all could be right. They went through that over there. That's their curse over there.
He just used Japanese Americans as an example, though. They're not Japanese
Yeah,
citizens.
yeah, huh?
He just used Japanese Americans that was in the
Yeah,
internment
I was
camps
about to
as
get
an
to that, huh?
example. So what nation are they? Because they're not Japanese. The point being, brother,
The reason why
how
they
does
grabbed it was because they were Japanese. That
how
they seen
does
them as a different nation. No, listen. When the Jews got paid back, they reparations. They were a nation of people, and they went over there. And to this day, they're removing people off the land and putting a nation of people on that land. They saying, and they gave them a flag and
You
everything.
you're
brother?
right.
When
That makes. But
hold on, brother. When I asked you what a nation was, you couldn't even really define what a nation was.
I
So
just
what?
told
So,
you.
no. But you said suffrage and all the other stuff. There are nations of people who ain't been through shit. But with
I
that
know.
being so with that being said, how does going from specifying our ethnicity, a lineage-based reparations claim, and replacing that word with with a nation, how does that benefit us?
No, I was see the word nation triggered you. That's what triggered you.
You know what
That's
triggers
what
me is the
triggered
fact
you.
that I
No.
know how white people can come in and use that against us. That's what's
See, that's
triggering
what I'm
me.
saying. Yo, that's go ahead, bro. All right. See, the word nation triggered you. All I was saying is that you don't pay reparations. The name of the black is in the title. So I was saying that you don't pay reparations to a colored black. That's what's
We
making
never
it
said
different.
that,
That's,
but
I don't wait, bro. Let
Nobody
me,
ever said we pay reparations to a
y'all
color.
won't
We're
let me
saying you
finish.
pay
Y'all
it to
won't
an
let me finish.
ethnicity group.
Okay. All right, bro. Y'all won't let me finish.
I'm answering your question, brother. I'm
But
answering
no,
your
you
question,
asked me a question though, and I'm trying to give you an answer, and then you are, and then y'all jumping over me.
brother.
We're not
This is
jumping on you.
listen,
I
you
think
because
y'all jumping over me.
you're conflating the title of the room with a total different topic of reparations. The title of the room is what makes a person black. We already
No, you
established
missing
black.
okay.
We already
How about
The word
African
nation just
descent?
triggered you. No,
Africans.
bro, it ain't.
No,
Hey,
That's what I'm saying.
people gonna have to raise their hand. Y'all, you don't just come up and speak. That's not how we do.
African descent does not work, Dr. RT, because that can
Yeah,
apply
that's
to
what I'm
any.
saying.
But again, but hold on, Bobo. African descent doesn't apply, Dr. RT, because that can apply to anybody.
Thank you. Yes.
All life started in Africa. Now back to you, Bobo.
No, hold on, wait. Let me say this. Black applies to anybody. Black
Which is
applies
why.
to anybody.
No, it does not apply to anybody. Who black applies to is who the dominant society, white supremacists, say it applies to. Just like white. White didn't apply to Italian originally. White didn't apply to Irish. White didn't apply to Greek. White didn't apply to Polish until they needed them to apply to Polish and Greek and Italian and Irish. The second the dominant society said, okay, well, we need them to identify as white, they became white. Same with Hispanics. So whoever they determine is white and black that's who's white and black.
That's what I'm saying. You saying the same thing I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Listen. Like you said, they assign blackness too. They assign who is black. That can but everybody that's black is not entitled to these.
Okay, that's what we're talking. Okay, you know what? Let's we're gonna put a pin in that, and then we're gonna go to the hands because we got some more speakers coming up here.
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
So Rottweiler, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on that thing that's in the Jumbotron. I was in that space earlier when they was talking about if you voted for Biden, you shouldn't get reparations. And they also said, which kind of stunned me, was that if you're from the baby boomer generation or the Gen X generation and you drop the ball, then you should be penalized or you should be punished if we got reparations. And I understand what y'all talking about, as far as how we gonna get reparations, but I think what is going on with that shit about if you voted for Joe Biden or if you're from a certain generation, that shit is getting real dangerous. And I landed there.
Yeah, that's the difference between our spaces and other spaces. They're just saying some random stuff. We understand that the older generation has dropped the ball collectively. We understand that Biden supporters have put us in a bad position. That doesn't have anything to do with their reparations claim. They're not the ones who decipher who gets reparations and who doesn't get reparations. See, when you start adding new qualifications as to who get reparations, who are you to add a qualification as to who get reparations? Because once you do that, all it takes is for the dominant society to throw one little COINTELPRO agent, and next thing you know, it's a whole bunch of infighting. Next thing you know, oh, well, you don't get reparations unless your family was on this plantation versus that plantation. And how much cotton did your great grandmother pick? Because mine picked more than you, so I should get a part of your reparations. All it takes is a little bit of COINTELPRO energy to throw them dumb niggas off. And next thing you know, they're going to be messing up the whole reparations claim. We as foundational Black Americans, we say if you are a foundational Black American, if your lineage ties back to the killing fields of American plantations, you are entitled to reparations. We are not of any authority to add any other qualification as to you getting reparations. We're not doing that. We're not going back to see who is here the longest, whose ancestors picked the most cotton or did most for their slave master, who ran away first, who didn't run away first. We're not entertaining that conversation.
Can I just say one thing? Google the word nation.
Okay, who is next? We'll go with Android, then Nino, then Rich.
Um, um, I think it's important to like. I know there's one thing I feel like it's really important to mention. Everyone understands what we say. Most of us understand what we say because there's a cloth that most people cut from, where you can say a word and that the immediate in group understands what you mean by that language. It's like, okay, I get it, but like advocacy is like a different type of like language. You have to use a language where you have to be more concise about what you mean. Basically, just you have to use it in a way where it can't be misconstrued, and it can't be, oh, okay, you mean this. You're like, no, I mean that, which when we even with the example, I think it's important to understand like I'm glad that I'm glad that a lot of people like with this conversation, you guys are trying to bring clarity to the discussion. Like for example, asking somebody, how do you define a nation or like a nation of people? And if we use words like suffrage, then it's an umbrella term that can encompass almost anybody. Or if you say something like, well, the Jewish people, they came in as a nation, but the important thing to be mindful of is that they came in as a nation of people who were trying to take back land. They were laying ownership to a piece of land, to a mass. So it was going beyond just simply reparations at that point. By denoting to people that you are a nation, you are making a claim to land. Or at least there's an implicit suggestion in that language that there is a claim to land, or there ought to be a claim to land. All that to say that like it's great that you guys are like even having this conversation to be like more focused on the goal of like what your movement is and how important it is to be like highly like critical of the language you use, because to external parties that is where the devil's in the details, like in the sense that you can say something and some people who oppose you would use that like verbiage against you and be like, well, you said this, and obviously we can go into an entire tangent about how isn't applicable in the way you're using it in your advocacy. So yeah, I'm glad that you guys are like really having this conversation. I think it's really productive, and thank you guys for giving me some time to chat.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And to piggyback off of what our brother Android was talking about, we so Bobo, I understand and agree with what you're saying. I'm saying that the terms that you use, if you read our brother Neely Fuller's book, you understand because he talks about this in the very beginning of the book. We use specific terms for construction to make progress. And the most constructive and most progressive words that can be used are the ones that should be used. If the word in the term ethnic group and ethnicity is more productive because it sows less confusion, then that's the term that we should be using. Even if the term nation means the same exact thing, just because it sows more confusion than the term ethnic group or ethnicity, we should use the term ethnicity because it sows less confusion. Not that the term nation doesn't mean what you're saying it means, but there's less wiggle room. There's less of a chance that that would be co-opted and flipped and turned against us. Let me see. Nino, you can go ahead. I'm gonna be wrapping this space up shortly. So if anybody will want to come up and add to the conversation quickly, I'm gonna be wrapping this space up about 10:30. So that's about 23 minutes. Nino, you can go ahead.
I'm gonna let Rich go first because he had his hand up before me. Then I'll take it after Rich finishes.
All right, brother Rich, you can go ahead.
I wasn't here for the conversation. I had stepped out, so I missed out on a lot about what you guys were talking about. But what I do want to say is, family, this space that we hold every week or whatever the case may be, this space is not for us to come here and argue. We're not here to argue with anybody. We're here to produce justice. We're here to find resolutions. We're here to, talk about current events. This is a progressive space. It's not. We're not here. This is not the other side where they sit there and argue with each other all damn day. If the hosts don't argue with each other, what makes you think you can come up here and argue with the hosts? Me, Nino, and Afro, we don't argue with each other because there's nothing to argue about. Even if I disagree with something that Afro does, he comes in my DM or I come in his DM and we be like, yo, we check each other. So you think you're gonna come up here every space we have and you're gonna nitpick what somebody says and then start arguing about it? That's not what this space is for. If you need somebody to argue with, call your girlfriend and argue with her. Men don't argue with each other. Men just pick exactly what it is gonna be. You're either gonna be an enemy, a friend, or what it is. We don't sit here and nitpick what each other say. Oh, you said this, so that's wrong. Don't say it like that. That's not what we're here for. If the hosts don't argue with each other, what makes you think you could come up here every space and come argue with niggas like we in a fucking relationship? We don't know you like that for you to be arguing with us. If you disagree with something, just don't come in the space. Or if you disagree with something and it's an honest disagreement, then you know it's not about you. It's about the code. It's about the agenda. Sometimes I disagree with something Nino says or Afro says, but I eat it. I'm not gonna sit here and make it about me. It ain't about me. This thing is not about me. I'm pretty sure they disagree about certain things I say, but it's not about me. This thing that we got going on, it's not about ego or pride. If you in this with your ego and pride in it, you might as well leave right now because it's not about ego and pride. It's about the code. It's about justice. It's about FBA. It's about B1. That's what it's about. When you fighting for those things, your ego and your pride is in the garbage. And that's all I gotta say.
Be one, brother. I'm sorry, I forget something. You want to say.
B1, go ahead, Nino.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with what Rich said as far as we got to put our ego and our pride to the side. When if your people are truly your number one priority, then you're gonna do what's best for your people, even if you don't necessarily agree with it. So, for instance, there was this guy, I don't even remember his name, Dion or D something, whatever the fuck his name was. He claims that he was running for a seat in Congress or whatever, whatever. Mind you, we ain't never heard of this nigga. He came out of the blue, whatever, whatever, whatever. So there was a room where he was gonna be vetted. And Marcel Dixon, who's running for South Carolina, I want to say District 9 to unseat Jimbo Clyburn, Marcel came in the room, and somehow the conversation got on Marcel's sexuality. It's no secret that Marcel is gay. No secret. Marcel doesn't hide it, nor does he advertise it either. If you ask him, yeah, he'll tell you, okay, cool. Now, what about my reparations though? What's up? What's up about this immigration that's hurting my people? What's up? You know, anybody that know me know I don't agree with the LGBT community, nor do I endorse homosexual acts. So this dude got up there and essentially was saying because he shares that sentiment, he feels so strongly about it that if he was in Marcel's district, that he wouldn't vote for him. And it's like, whoa, nigga, that's where I draw the line at. I may not necessarily agree with his sexual lifestyle, but that shit, if that nigga is talking about doing something that's gonna benefit me and my people, fuck that. I'll put my pride to the side and give him my vote. And I feel like that's how we need to start going about a lot of these topics. It may be some things that we may not necessarily agree with, or some things that we may not endorse wholeheartedly. But when the people have spoken, sometimes it's best to put your pride aside. Like, okay, I'll ride with it. The people have spoken. They feel like this is what's in our best interest as a group, so I'll go with it. I'll just bite my tongue. Which leads me back to this discussion about what black and everything else. I know there's some people running around here talking about black is exclusive to foundational black Americans and nobody else. So, which in itself is stupid, because when you're talking like that, then now we're gonna be talking about reparations. Who's the reparations for? Oh, black people. Guess who's gonna be running up trying to get them reparations? Everybody who has black on their license, whether they're a descendant of American slavery or not. So that's why we have agreed on freedmen slash foundational Black Americans. Those are two terms that cannot be remixed. Whether or not we're a lineage, slash ethnicity, or a nation of people is irrelevance. That's irrelevant. That is time wasting arguing, which y'all know I'm not a fan of. I will argue with somebody to expose a fallacy for everybody else to learn from, but that's about it. That's about the extent of me arguing with somebody. I'm not about to sit here and argue with somebody for fun. Just like when that white boy came in here, asked me one quick question. Okay, you're a suspected white supremacist. Next. What else we got to talk about, bro? I'm not sitting here trying to argue and pick his brain or none of that shit. We need to learn how to be productive. This is exactly why Neely Fuller tells us we need to stay the fuck away from each other if we're not doing nothing productive. Because when Black people get together and we're not doing nothing productive, that's when Black people start fighting with each other. So with that being said, I just want everybody to just be productive, man. So, and really, I just want to wrap up. What did we learn in this space so far? What is Black? Black is a classification that the white supremacists handed out to a certain group of people. And that group of people is extended across the globe in various lands, nations, regions, in tribes, in subgroups. It is a term that is all encompassing across the world. Black is not exclusive to one area of the world. It's not exclusive to one lineage of people. That's what Black is. So with that being said, I highly urge people to learn the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality because it'd be whooping y'all asses. It got y'all looking like, what's the nigga that Tank, the little essay that Tank knocked out this weekend? It got y'all looking like that on the ropes. Learn the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. Don't argue with people who ain't worth arguing over. Ain't nobody worth arguing with. But I damn sure ain't about to sit there and argue with no white supremacists. I know that. Damn sure not about to argue with nobody over the difference between the lineage and the nationality when we already came to the conclusion that, we're basing this off of lineage of people. This is what we already came to the conclusion. That was agreed upon. So why are we trying to remix it now? Why are we arguing about this now? So that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and park the car in the garage right there.
Could I piggyback off that real quick?
Go ahead.
Real quick. Because you made a good point, Nino. With the space they had with the dude that was, running for whatever he was running for in California. What's his name? Dion?
Something like that.
Yeah, whatever his name is, Dion, right? Yeah, he's one of those silly niggas talking about, oh, Marcel is gay, so I can't associate myself with him. That's how I know he hasn't accomplished anything in life. Because if you have accomplished anything in life, even if you have a damn job, a 9 to 5, you know how fast you're gonna run into somebody that's gay. So what you're gonna do? You're just not gonna work because he's gay. Your coworker's gay. The fashion designers you wear, all of them is gay. Versace's gay. Yves Saint Laurent gay. Gucci's gay. They're all gay. So what are you gonna do? You just gonna just walk around naked? These dudes and these silly talking about, oh, I can't mess with Marcel because Marcel is gay. Who gives a damn if he gay? I don't give a damn what he do. That dude could be kissing Giselle every night. You think I give a damn? I don't give a damn what he doing behind closed doors. It's only bummy, dusty, silly niggas that never accomplish anything in life that like to nitpick shit. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like that. Nigga, I will rock with 100 gay niggas before I rock with one dusty nigga that complain about everything. Bring me the gay niggas. At least it's shit. If they on cold, let's go. I don't give a damn what Marcel do behind closed doors. I ain't none of my business. He don't care what I do behind closed doors. Why should I care about what he does behind closed doors? And another point I want to make, family, I'm gonna land there. We have this other problem where when we realize someone in our community is a red flag, we like to sit there and argue about it for the next 3 months. That's a waste of time. Once you see someone is a red flag, put them in where they belong and walk away. We having 10, 20 spaces about the Dion dude. Okay, his paperwork is dirty. What's next? What am I sitting here doing 3, 4 interviews with him? His paperwork is dirty. There's nothing else to talk about. You think white folks be sitting there talking to people that they know plain in their face? Think about it. When you go to a job interview and your paperwork dirty, they're like, "Yo, you don't qualify." What they do? They just tell you don't qualify, and they make you walk away. You got to go. There's nothing else to talk about. I check your paperwork. You apply for this job, based on your credentials. You don't qualify. Goodbye. They don't sit there and argue with you and debate with you and have interviews with you once they figure out your paperwork dirty. They keep it moving. They stamp your paperwork. Okay, avoid. This person is no good. Keep it moving. We sitting here having 3, 4 Twitter spaces about shit that it's already been established. This paperwork is dirty. What's next? What's the next move? You got to move quick, in and out, boom, boom, boom. That's what one thing about I hate. I'm disgusted that I came from the streets, but one thing I learned about being in the streets is moving in and out. Soon as you see somebody is an enemy, you establish them as an enemy, and you act accordingly. You don't sit there and man, I think he got a problem with me. I don't know. I don't know what it is. No, if you enemy, I'm treating you like enemy, and we keeping it there. We're not gonna be sitting here lollygagging and playing footsie with each other. And I'm gonna land right there.
Thank you. Hold on. I wanted to eat after the space, but I was a little too hungry, so I'm trying to eat right now. Hold on, y'all. Vovo, you can go ahead, and then Beatzilla and Android, and we're gonna wrap this up at 10:30. So if any black people, because I'm getting a lot of requests from non-black people, if any black people want to come up and speak on this subject, you can feel free to do so.
Well, let me say this, right? Me as a man, the type of man I am, I'm not a yes man, and I don't like yes men. I like when I get challenged on stuff because it makes me sharper. You know what I mean? Like steel sharpens steel, man sharpens man. So, like if I'm wrong, I've been wrong before. I'm gonna be wrong again. That's part of learning. I want to be corrected. If I'm saying something wrong, but somebody just sitting around me and letting me be wrong and not correcting me, they don't really care for me. They not really about the answers and the progress and the results. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm about as a man. That's just how I was raised. My father, when I was doing something wrong, he'd pop me upside the head. He would correct me, because he raised me to be a man. You know what I'm saying? So me personally, like, I don't like sitting around no yes man. Me and my friends argue all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why they my friends. Like, they don't love me if they not correcting my fucked up behavior. If they see me doing something, I'm getting too drunk or something like that, man, nigga, you got to go to work tomorrow, nigga. You doing good, boo, 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 boo. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the same way, bro. Shit, you been with that girl for 5 years, bro. You might as well, man, fuck that. I know she thick shit, but you know what I mean? That's just how I am, and that's just how I was raised. Also, I wanted to touch on earlier, like, I like listening to the white people because they're my enemy. I want to know what my enemy is thinking. Like I want to know what's the next play. I want to know their talking points because I'm like I said earlier, I'm out in the real world. Like Rich just said, he said, I'm not what he said something about I don't care about what somebody's doing in a personal life or something like that. He was saying, like, but he was saying that somebody that care that much, they not out in the real world. They're not interacting with real people. I really do interact with white people. I got a small business and I got a job. So I got to do business with these people. All of them not gonna like me. I want to know their talking points so I can bust their head. I can't just shut the world out. You know what I'm saying? I can't just shut the world out and just be around all black people all day, because shit, it's more than just black people in this country. Something earlier you said, Afro, you said you don't go in Asian spaces if they said what it mean to be Asian. I'm going in that space because I want to hear what they talking about, because I'm curious. They talking about they Asian Americans now, and this is our enemy. They running game on us, talking about we attacking them and all that. So I want to know what qualifies you to be an Asian American. What's the qualifications? Because they taking anybody as an Asian American now. You could be one quarter Asian. I'm gonna close with this. I'm gonna be real quick. If y'all listen to Tariq Nasheed, which we all do, He going all them spaces why they call him nigger, all types of shit. And he let him talk because he know that the shit gonna be recorded. And he trying to pull our coat. He trying to pull. I would have never had no idea that them Somalians was like that. I didn't know that. I'm not around no Somalians. Ain't no Somalians that they. I ain't. You go the whole day and not you go a month and not see no Somali. I didn't know that they was like that. He pulled my coat. I know a lot of y'all well read, probably more well read than me. I probably read about 30 or 40 books in my life. That you know what I'm saying? My favorite book is The Art of War. I mean, not the Art of War, the 48 Laws of Power. Law 4 is say less than necessary. The reason why it says that is because when you overtalk, you reveal parts of yourself, and you show your weakness. So I like to hear them talk. You know, also in the Art of War, it also says if your enemy is making a mistake, let them. Don't get in the way. Don't stop them. And I land there.
Well, thank you for that. Before we get to Beatzilla, then we'll go to Android, and then we have brother Muko. Muko, you got to raise your, well, I don't know, raise your hand if you want to add something. I just wanted to make this clarification, right? I want you guys to notice, because we all know who brother Tariq Nasheed is. Notice the difference between how he acts when he's in their spaces and how he acts when they come in his spaces. When he's in their spaces, he talks to them and he combats them logically, just enough for us to see that he's debunking their talking points, or he's countering their talking points. When they come in his space, Tariq lets them speak. He quickly debunks everything they said, and then he kicks them off. He doesn't go back and forth for a long period of time. Notice they come up, and they come up within the next 2 minutes or so, they're off. He allows them to speak. He picks the flaw. He points out the flaws in their logic, and then he lets them off. We can do that, and I did that with that one white dude who was up here, and the other dude, Manny, who was up here. We can do that. It's a difference between picking out their flaws in their logic and their flaws in their talking points, and then moving on, versus like forgot his name, the dude who was talking to Peyton Gendron for an hour and 40 minutes, talking about, I was trying to find out if he was a genius, and I bought him a drink, and we were sitting up there talking for almost 2 hours. It's a big difference from doing that. We're not going to entertain a conversation that's going to go on all day long. We're not going to call the phone. Sorry, honey, I'm going to be a little late for dinner tonight. I'm having a conversation real quick. No, we get straight to the point. We asked very direct and absolute questions to get straight to the point. Once we got to the point, once we saw where they were coming from, and once we debunked where they were coming from, we move on. That's what Tariq does. He doesn't sit there and have them in his spaces the whole time. Now, when he goes in their spaces, he'll sit for a little bit. Notice he doesn't sit the whole time in their spaces either. He'll sit for a little bit. When they give him a chance to speak, he'll point out the flaws in their logic. And once everybody has seen the flaws in their logic, once they don't have any more room to argue anymore, he'll leave. And that's what we need to be in the practice of. Brother Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
All right. I'll just give my little closing words right now. Um, just again to piggyback on everything that's pretty much been said tonight, we understand what makes black. And what we do have to worry about is keeping things simple. Because when we start, kind of getting into the complicated conversations, yeah, there are a lot of us that absolutely would understand what's unsaid or what may not be articulated the best in front of us because we have that experience. But there are people that are just that stuck on the semantic hamster wheel. And so if it's like OCD, if it's not wrapped up in a perfect little bow, these people do not know how to function. So that's why around in these environments, Just I say in these environments because the people who are listening, not necessarily for the people on stage, try to keep things as simple as possible so the lay person can understand it. And then also keep mind of all of these different agents of chaos. We are pressing this issue, and obviously people are feeling the heat and they want to get us off our square and disrupt our focus at every turn. So it's reparations or nothing. Getting our protection, uh, and also just understanding all the reparations and the damage that has been done. We need to make sure we get that for our people and our lineage first. That's the only thing we could worry about right now. After we get our folks straight, let us put our oxygen mask on first, get our little breath of fresh air, then we can help y'all and help y'all get y'all oxygen mask on after that. So with that, I hope y'all have a blessed night. Also, tomorrow night, I will be having on my broadcast, I'll be interviewing Greg Marcel Dixon. So please go to my YouTube channel, subscribe, and come hang out with us tomorrow because it would be a great interview. We're almost there. So if you are in South Carolina, please get out and early vote for that brother now. With that, y'all have a blessed night, y'all. Peace.
Thank you very much, Beatzilla. And for all of the people in the audience who are interested in participating in the conversation, well, not participating, for viewing the great interview that I'm sure our brother Beatzilla and Marcel Dixon are going to have, I posted the link to the actual upcoming video in the Jumbotron. So if you scroll up in the Jumbotron, you're going to see the link. You can go to the channel. You can pre-like the video already, so you can already like the video before the video goes live, so you should do that already. That's going to help the video out. And if you guys have not subscribed, you guys definitely need to do that too. And make sure you tune in for his interview with Marcel. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a great interview, so definitely don't miss out on that. Brother Android, then brother Muko, and then Rich.
Okay, so I heard someone talk about how
Our
what?
final
Oh,
statement, because I said it was gonna close it at 10:30. It's 10:30, so I'm gonna let you get your last word in.
thanks. I wanted to bring up about like it's important. Like I get the idea of like with a movement and like doing something. The important thing is like moving forward, but also it's really important to ameliorate disagreements. Like for me personally, you can believe in anything, but it's infinitely more important to understand why you believe in that certain thing. And if there is something like, for example, personal example, about like a good, I would say 4 years ago, some controversy with Bill Cosby was going on, and I had speculated that it was due to some conspiratory theory that like, oh, the man was trying to get him. Someone had called me out and called me like a rape apologist, and I didn't understand why. And I asked him, but my friends had asked me to just drop it. I didn't think I was wrong. I just stopped talking about it. I didn't think I was wrong, but no one gave me any reason to think differently about what I said. And I think that debating and argumentation is not only good to try to elaborate and explain to somebody why you think something is wrong, but it also can like strengthen why it's better to think the alternative. Like that's why like this whole conversation about like terminology is great because now are you explaining to them, hey, this alternative like terminology can be good and can be more in service of what you're talking about. It's not that we don't understand what you mean, but this can be more in service of what you desire to get to. And ultimately,
Android, let me
yeah,
address that. Could I address
yeah,
that? Do you mind?
yeah, yeah. No, no, no. You can go. You can go ahead.
All right, just real quick, because I know Afro wants to wrap it up. The thing is, we our problem in the black community, we would agree on something, everyone would agree on it, or majority of people would agree on something, and then we'll find a reason. Someone in the crowd would be like, "Oh no, but this is what I think it is." Once we agree on something in the black community, the majority of us, and I'm talking about the most constructive people, it's time to move forward. Yes, there's times where we do need to argue. Yes, there's times where we do need to debate. But that time is not all the time. Every day where we have a Twitter space is not the time for us to be arguing and bickering and debating. No, if we all agree, okay, it's time for us to turn left and go this direction. And then there's a nigga in the car. Every time we having a discussion, this nigga like, nah, 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 nah. Make it right, make it right, make it right, make it right. It's one thing if it's, two or three people like, yo, nah, y'all bugging. If it's two or three people saying, no, we disagree, that's one thing. If it's the same nigga every time, oh, no, 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 not. Now you're just here, you're just looking for a nigga to argue with. You ain't got a girlfriend, you don't know how to talk to women, so you just want to argue with niggas all day. Men don't argue. Men
But
make decisions and they move
I get what you
forward.
mean. I get what you mean. Is that like that's why it was important? That's why the guy got booted out a while back ago. They were asking him, "What is this question in service of?" Because debate can be a way to be like, "Huh?" Like if someone says, "I'm against political violence," you're like, "Okay, are you okay with cops doing something? Are you okay with cops stopping someone from like hurting someone?" And then someone could go, "You know what? That's fair enough. I don't think I thought about that as long as I don't think I have." A strong of reservations against that, like political violence. So they can think about that and go, okay, if I didn't think about that, one of the most obvious things, I clearly don't have a strong enough reason to have that reservation. So when the guy asked that question about like, oh, what generation or how long you've been here, like, and everyone's asking him, dude, what is this question in service of? And he just wants to argue the point, like, okay, you need to leave. What you're doing isn't like productive to the conversation. But that's why I'm like a person who believes it's very important to have like debates because it's really important to have like a good reason you think about something because without that you could be persuaded to literally anything because if someone just says to you now we disagree with you and just shut you down you might just still think the thing you think or you could be persuaded to something else without any good reasons why you have those reservations or have any reasons like good strong reasons to support what you already think or believe. That's just how I think about it. Thank you guys for having me and y'all be easy, all right?
Thank you very much, Android. And let me piggyback off of what you said. This is why I said in the beginning of the space, I pay more attention to people's intentions than I do necessarily to what people know at the moment. Because you might ask a question, but you have good intentions behind the question. You're just not as educated or not as knowledgeable as the people you're around, and that's fine. We've all came from some place where we were less knowledgeable than the people we were around, and then we studied and we grew. I can entertain a thought-provoking question. I have no problem. I actually promote people asking thought-provoking questions. Sometimes we do have to think outside of the box. I don't necessarily have a problem with somebody being the devil's advocate of a situation because the purpose of the devil's advocate is to sharpen the people in what they believe in. When you have a debate, you can use that to sharpen what you believe in, sharpen your talking points, the way you articulate it, the way you clarify what you believe and what you don't believe. It can sharpen people. But the bottom line is there is a point to what we're saying. There is a reason to what we're saying and why we're saying it. I have a problem with people who just come up and they just want to be the contrarian of the group. The whole group agrees on something and they just want to say, I disagree for the sake of disagreeing. They want to disagree for the sake of disagreeing. They want to be against the grain for the sake of being against the grain. I don't have a problem if you want to think outside the box or if you want to add something new to the conversation. I have a problem with somebody who's coming up and they're going against the grain for no other reason than just to be against the grain of the group. They want to be contrarian for the fact of being contrarian. If I say, okay, well, that car is red and that car is blue, and 100 other people say that car's red and that car is blue, and then one person gets up and says, well, actually, that's sky blue. Or that's maroon red. That's not really red. That's maroon. You're being contrarian, and you're trying to throw something in the conversation that's not going to progress the conversation forward just for the sake of doing it. Okay, and we have to avoid people like that. When we have airtight terms, airtight logic, and you have people coming in to remix it just for the sake of remixing it. Be contrarian just for the sake of being contrary. That we need to vet that and we need to get rid of that. Like that white dude came up here. Not that white talking damn, who came up here and who was
Costa
all like,
Rican Manny.
yeah, the Costa Rican dude came up here. He came up and everybody was, if you notice, he was the first person. Everybody in the space was on the same page. Everybody was on the same page as far as what makes a person black. We're all victims of white supremacy. White supremacy is the biggest problem. He's the only person who came up here, or he was the first person who came up here and he was all like, well, it's not white supremacy. We're all children of God. I'm a son of God. It's about your intelligence. It's not about race. And we asked him, how did you find the space? How did you find us? Because all of the people in here should be B1. All of the speakers in here are B1, are black first. How did the only way you can even find us in a space is if you're following somebody who's in this space. So what made you, and after seeing the title and the progression of the space, what made you want to speak in this space? And they can't answer that question. So I have a hold on, damn. I have an issue with that, brother. Rich, you can go ahead. After Rich, we're gonna wrap things up. I said we were wrapping things up at 8:30. I see people requesting to speak now. Sorry, y'all. Just gotta catch it the next time. Rich, you can go ahead.
If you're someone who disagrees just to disagrees, that doesn't make you a follower or a leader. That makes you a loser. This is not the barbershop where we sit here and debate about sports. We sit here and debate about women. We sit here and debate about the latest sneakers. That's not what we do. We're doing something productive here. We're not here to debate. And also, we're also not here to not let people who disagree with us speak. We actually let people speak. We invite people to come up. We actually have debates. I had a debate with a conservative. So we're for constructive debating. But if you think every single space is gonna be a damn debate about a word or a title or a name, that's not what we're here for. If you want to debate every single day, call up your girlfriend and debate with her about who should pay the rent. Do that. Secondly, and I'm gonna land there. Secondly, I seen Afro's last tweet where secure the mices, their title of their spaces, who voted forbidden shouldn't get reparations. And I want to address that real quick. That's that same talking point where you have not Democrats, you have black people who be like, when Dr. Umar, he says, oh, black people don't need reparations because if they get reparations, they're gonna spend it on Jordans and Gucci. Sir, what I spent, if you owe me money, don't tell me what I should or shouldn't spend my money on. And that goes to that same title Secure the Mice got right now, where they saying if you voted for Biden, you shouldn't get reparations. Who the hell are you to tell somebody they don't deserve reparations if they're foundational black Americans and if their ancestors went through the hell that they went through? Regardless of if they're coon or not. You don't determine if they get reparations or not. Of course, you wouldn't want to give money to a coon. I wouldn't want to give money to a coon either, but I got to. I got no choice. Their ancestors went through what their ancestors went through, so they deserve that money, whether you like it or not. The nigga that's about to buy Jordans with the reparations money, he deserve it too. Trust me, it hurts my heart because I know me. If I get that money, I will go buy some real estate, some land, and I'm sure you would too. But you can't deny somebody money because you don't like what they about to spend it on. You don't get to, if a nigga owe you $10 right now and he looks at you in your face and tell you I'm not giving it to you because you about to buy some weed with it, you'll smack fire out him. Like, nigga, who are you to tell me what I should spend my money on? So this is the silly talking points they got going on over there. And this is what this is why I mentioned pride and ego. Because once you get a little bit of hot-headed, you get a little bit of fame, you get a little bit of notoriety, You start to just make shit up in your mind, like, oh, these people do this, need to do this. These people need to do that. Over here, we don't have no pride and no ego. We don't just make shit up as we go. We're clear and concise. We make sense. We let people talk. We debate when we need to. We're logical. We don't just come in here and just start making rules up. Oh, you don't get reparations because you voted for Biden. You don't get reparations because you voted for Trump. That's silly talk. That's bummy nigga talk. Whoever deserves reparations should get it, coon or not. Unfortunately, yes, the coons do have to get their reparations if they're qualified for it. I know it hurts. Trust me, it hurts me too. But you can't exclude somebody just because you don't like who they voted for or what they about to do with the money. If it's for them, it's for them. That's just reality. So anybody else in any other space talking nonsense, please check them because that's just silly talk. And I'll end right there.
Thank you very much. Brother Lamar and Nino, y'all have any final words before I wrap it up? Shout out to everybody in the space and who has stayed in the space so far, who shared the space, and all of the speakers who've contributed positively and constructively in the space. Shout out to you. Nino and Lamar, do you have any final words?
Hey, real thorough space. It was good. It was good speaking here. Real thorough space. B1.
B1, brother, thank you for speaking.
Oh yeah, I'll keep it real brief. First of all, first and foremost, I always appreciate the opportunity to link up with you brothers and have a productive conversation. I try to always reiterate what we learned in the space before we close out because sometimes people will forget what the room was about and what the conclusion we were supposed to walk away from the room was. So with that being said, what makes a person black? Essentially, black is that classification that was bestowed upon you by white supremacy. You know if you black or not, and you know if you was to be transported to the year 17, let's say 1792 in the state of Georgia, in the colonies. You know if you would be enslaved or not. If you have any doubt in your mind, if you black or not, ask yourself. You used to walk around in the 1700s in the British colonies or early United States, if you would be if you would be enslaved or not. That'll pretty much answer your question if you black or not. Now, whether or not you identify with black yourself, you know, that's up to you. But just know how the white folks looking at you. And also, being black is not exclusive to one ethnic group of people. Being black is not exclusive to just us foundational black Americans. I just want to make that very clear. I know there are some people running around saying that it is. That is not the case. Go around white people and tell them you ain't black and you darker than me. And be like, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. Let me know how that goes. So with that being said, man, I appreciate everybody coming on stage, coming here and listening to us talk. I appreciate Afro for holding this space. I hate the fact that so many people just now want to come into the room now that we closing out. But I know y'all got to get y'all little basketball fix in, so whatever. Anyway, with that being said, B1, peace and love to everybody, and good night.
One last thing, real quick. If you want to argue, I can always get you Giselle's number. She loves to argue. I could get her number for you, and we could set something up if arguing is something you like to do. Giselle loves to argue, as you can see. She loves calling Tariq and arguing. So if you one of them niggas that love to argue, I could get you her number, brother. That ain't hard to do. Trust me.
Look at you being all what they call it, progressive and whatnot, referring to Giselle as her chosen pronouns. Look at you, Rich. You making progress. Calling him
Brother,
or her.
I'm here to produce justice, brother. I'm here to be fair. I'm here to call people what they want to be called. If it's him or he or him or yes or they or thy, I'm just here to produce justice, brother. I don't want to disappoint anybody. I don't want to disrespect anybody. I respect, the LGBTQNS community. I have the utmost respect for those brothers and sisters and cousins and trannies over there. I have no disrespect towards them. So, like I said, guys, if you want to argue, I could get you Giselle's number and we could set this thing up. B1.
B1, brother. B1. Um, Speaking of which, I know Giselle wanted to come in here. Wasn't gonna let that happen.
Afro, didn't you send her on a job literally 2 months ago? You told her she had about five what's to suck so she could put on Marcel's books. Did she do that?
If she did, I'm sure she did, but she didn't donate to Marcel.
Yeah,
I'm
just the
I'm
just
being. It's June. It's Pride LGBT 123 plus divided community. Whatever. Was it? Is it plus minus? Because
just
what if you're non-binary? Are you LGBT minus or LGBT plus? Like how if you're non-binary, that would be a minus, right? I'm trying to be progressive. I'm trying to be progressive with that. So I don't know the new terms. So I guess I'm using LGBT minus.
just to fill you guys in, guys. Afro sent Giselle on a job, because Giselle was being off code, and he told her she had to suck about 5 dicks to make $300 to
Jesus,
donate to
fellas.
donate to. No, listen, brother, just listen. Stop it, bro. Stop being. You keep joking. Stop doing that. Stop. Please. He sent her to go suck 5 dicks so that she could gather the money to donate to Giselle's uh campaign. I don't know if she did that yet because she's been all in these Twitter spaces, and I don't know if she did that. So if somebody could contact her and ask her, did she come up with that $300 yet? I did the math, and I think it'll take about 6, 7 dicks for her to suck. So I don't know. You guys could figure that out.
How
I
did
don't
you
know if
say
y'all
that so
heard.
calm?
I don't know if y'all heard, but Giselle said because Marcel uh he identifies as black before he identifies as gay, he has now been denounced by the LGBT community. I don't know if y'all heard that, but it was in the space that I think Tariq was in. D Tubman had posted it. So
Really?
yeah, because she specifically said because he identified he put his blackness before his sexuality. He has been denounced by the LGBT community.
Who's ran
So
by white people?
yeah,
And this is to sum things up. This is the topic of the space. This is really the theme of the space. What makes a person black? Okay, what makes a person black is you being born into a classification by the dominant white society. White society is what determines it, or who determines if you are black and if you are not. Everything else, your sexuality, your gender identity, your political beliefs, your ethnic beliefs, your race, your spiritual beliefs, what you want to do in the bedroom, what you don't want to do, what you like to eat, what you don't like to eat, um what you think about yourself, none of that matters because it's white supremacy. We are all under the system of white supremacy. And what they determine, who they determine is black, and it is your responsibility to adapt to that. All of these people who put their sexuality, who put their what was that, not is lateral. All these people who put their lateral issues and their lateral identifications before their horizontal identification, which
vertical.
is the race. Is it that way, Nino, or is it the other way? Did I get it wrong again?
Race is vertical, up and down. Gender, spirituality, and everything else is left to right. That's horizontal. So vertical is up and down.
Okay. Okay, vertical. Okay, thank you. So race is vertical and everything else is horizontal. Everything else is horizontal. Anybody who puts their horizontal issue, their race, their class, their religion, their ethnicity, all of these things before they put their blackness, that shows you that they are trying to escape and run away from their blackness. And we had a perfect example of that when we had a Costa Rican dude, Manny,
Manny.
come here, and he came up and talked about, oh, this is about being the son of God, and this is about being educated, and black means good credit, and white means, wait, no, black means bad credit, and white means good credit. He came up here just splaining on some plebiscite coon talk. And that shows you that you are defeated when you're trying to escape reality. Your blackness is your reality. There is nothing that you can do to escape that. You can't change that because you did not give it to yourself. We can't gatekeep the term black because we did not give it to black people. We don't classify other people as black. We don't get to put people in that classification, and we don't get to take people out. All we get to do is identify with the people who are on code in that classification. That's all we get to do. And that's all we need to be doing. Everything else is a waste of time. So all that you're not black unless you're this, you're not black unless you're that, you don't determine that. You do not determine that.
You're not
So
black
that's
if you didn't
the
vote for
end of the
Joe
debate.
Biden.
Yeah, you're not black. You're not getting reparations unless you vote for Joe Biden. Yeah, that we're not doing that.
So Giselle, it's been 60 days. If you're hearing this, please give us a call or text us. Come on, we need that 300. Marcel's campaign is coming to an end. We need that 300, Giselle. We sent you on a mission 60 days ago. It don't take 60 days to suck 5 dicks. Let's go, Giselle. Come on.
With that being said, I'm going to record this space. Shout out to everybody in here. Shout out to all of the progressive, constructive speakers. I'm going to be putting this space on my YouTube channel, Afro Elite on YouTube. It is in the Jumbotron. You can click my profile. It's the pin thing. It's the link to the pin thing in the Jumbotron. I record all of my spaces. I put them all on my YouTube channel. I might have missed a couple of them by accident. Um, but for the most part, every single one I will eventually record and put it on YouTube. I'm actually having another one on YouTube coming up in the afternoon, tomorrow afternoon. So you guys definitely want to check that out by subscribing to my YouTube channel if you guys have not done so already. I want to give a big salute to everybody progressive in this space because I'm starting to see a lot of new faces in here for some reason. Don't know why. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to all of the progressive speakers. Anybody who wants to speak, who's requested to speak, just catch me next time, and I'm gonna let you speak. But I said we were gonna get off here almost 30 minutes ago, so I'm definitely about to get off here. I appreciate every single last one of you. Shout out to our brother Rich. Shout out to our brother Nino. Shout out to our brother Lamar. Shout out to our brother Beatzilla. Shout out to our sister Antoinette. Shout out to our sister Master of the Universe. Our brother Ace. Our brother Racer Bo. Zayo. Our brother Vice. Shout out to. I'm trying to look through all of the names. We had
Jeff,
some.
shout out to Jeff Will.
Shout out to Jeff Will. Shout out
Shout out
to
Jeff Will,
A
Long
Lewis.
Beach.
Oh, Jeff Will, I just saw you up here. I didn't see you up here. Shout out to A. Lewis. Shout out to, Naturally. I see you. Shout out to, well, it's not letting me see everybody. But
Shout,
shout out to you. Shout out to everybody who's B1. You know who you are.
shout outs to Giselle. Send that 300, Giselle. Cash
Zell,
app.
come on. You got to represent. It's your month, isn't it? So come on. Come on, Giselle. Represent. Represent. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Y'all be safe. You got white supremacist mass shooters left and right out here. Y'all keep y'all heads on the swivel. Be prepared. Don't be walking alone. Make sure you practice your Second Amendment right. Don't be out here this weekend. I know the weather's gonna be nice. Don't be out here drunk and high and loosey and goofy all over the place. Be prepared for anything at any moment. With that being said, family, you guys can catch me sometime later this week or next week for another space. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much for sharing. Y'all have a good night. Be one, family.